In the year 2046 of the Blue Planet calendar, the online full-dive virtual game Apocalypse Asterisk had seamlessly blended with reality. The terrifying events within Apocalypse Asterisk began to ravage humanity. Wars broke out across the globe, civilizations crumbled, and all life was brought to ruin. Human strength proved insignificant when compared to the gods and demons that roamed the game world. At this moment, all of humanity had logged off, leaving only one steadfast figure behind. A young sorcerer. It's just a game, he thought. So why has the terror of Apocalypse Asterisk come to life? No one is safe anymore. The last warriors of the world are now lost to hell. There's no hope left for humanity. But even if it costs me everything, I want to be like those great figures from history. If I can give my life to obtain a gem, so be it. Sulu fired his staff repeatedly at death. As the Scythe of Doom approached, Sulu could only scream in despair, "I won't accept this." In an instant, the world around him shifted and his voice echoed once more, but this time it wasn't in the game, it was in a classroom. "Sulu, what on earth are you doing?" The teacher snapped. "Someone as ordinary as you even has a chance to participate in this competition, and you're complaining about it. Sit down right now and stop disrupting the class." Sulu was still in a daze, unsure of what was happening, when he heard the announcement over the loudspeaker. The university entrance exam will begin in 5 minutes. Candidates, please check your exam papers for any mistakes and fill in your name and candidate number. Stunned, Sulu thought to himself, the exam. Could it be that I've been reborn 10 years ago, just before the apocalypse was revealed to the public? Is this real, or am I dreaming? Suddenly, his hand brushed against something. My apocalypse ring. It came back with me too. The apocalypse ring is the key to enter the apocalypse game. Does this mean I can enter the game early? Even though I don't fully understand why I've been reborn, but... At that moment, Sulu heard the harsh voice of the teacher. "You hear me. You good for nothing. A child raised by a father but without a mother. Sulu, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or just pretending to be an idiot? Should I throw you out right now? Always insulting others, threatening to throw people out. Do you even deserve any respect? I remember you, Teacher Chin. In the apocalypse, you were nothing more than a coward who betrayed your own students." With that, Sulu turned around and walked away, ignoring the exam, leaving Teacher Kin fuming in anger. When Sulu returned home, he found the house empty. On the table, there was only a note. "Son, your father and I have joined the scientific expedition team. Please take care of yourself. Your mother has transferred money into your account. You can buy whatever you need. When we return, we'll bring gifts for you." Reading these lines, a wave of warmth filled Sulu's heart. Asterisk, at least the heavens have given me a chance to return. Mom, Dad, I'll make sure you both continue to live. Asterisk. At 11 a.m., Sulu decided to try using the Apocalypse Ring to log into the game. Asterisk, this game hasn't officially launched yet. If I can log in an hour before everyone else, maybe I could change the course of fate. It has to work, thanks to you. Asterisk. With hope in his heart, Sulu carefully turned the ring's face. The result, he successfully logged into Apocalypse. Asterisk, welcome to the world of Apocalypse. Your current location is in the Nation H area of the Azure Crouching Dragon server. The future of mankind lies in your hands, warriors. Asterisk. Sulu thought to himself, Asterisk, the new player guide, I've made it. I really did log into Apocalypse first. Asterisk. At that moment, the guide continued, Asterisk, young warrior, please choose your profession. Asterisk. Sulu laughed aloud. Asterisk, I choose sorcerer. Definitely sorcerer. Later, I'll change to versatile healing support. I won't play a cheating, money-burning class like the sorcerer from my past life again. Asterisk. The system displayed asterisk command error, profession change is not possible. Asterisk. Sulu frowned and said, Asterisk, what's going on? Why can't I change? I haven't selected anything else, asterisk. The guide said, warrior, how about checking your attribute panel first? Sulu immediately followed the suggestion, opening his attribute panel to inspect it. Nu Shen profession. Sorcerer level 1, experience 0%, health, 100 spiritual power, 50 combat skill, 15 defense, 5 speed, 5. Sulu cursed under his breath. What the hell is going on here? Reincarnating with my old account is one thing, but why did they erase my level and attributes? Angrily, he confronted the guide. Is this your doing? Do you have any idea how hard it is to train as a sorcerer? It feels like an endless grind. If the warrior already has an account, why not start the adventure right away? The guide said, quickly turning and fleeing. Fuming, Sulu yelled after him, damn it, running away like that. I reincarnated, can't I at least get something out of the Dragon Slayer's sword? Then a thought struck him. What about my gear and supplies? He quickly opened his inventory, only to find it completely empty. Reincarnation? What the hell? I inherit the sorcerer class. This expensive scam. Oh, why didn't I get to keep my golden gear? As Sulu stood there frustrated, his eyes fell on something in the farthest corner of the inventory. Death God's arm bone, quality, unknown, level, none, attributes, none. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. The description of the equipment left Sulu confused. What is this? It doesn't even have any attributes. Is this not a usable item? And what about the benefits for the Reborn? Just then, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, Mu Shen is the first player in the Apocalypse world. You have earned the exclusive title for being the first player to receive the Sorcerer Beginner's Costume Package. The fastest man. Movement speed plus 20%, casting speed plus 20%, evasion efficiency plus 5%, defense plus 5%. After reading the notification, Sulu was immediately teleported to Newbie Village. Initially disappointed by the title, he quickly changed his mind upon seeing the impressive boost to his stats. Suddenly, a group of pigs charged toward him. Long time no see piglets. I've missed you guys, he said with a grin. Without wasting a moment, Sulu cast a fireball at pigs. The fireball hit one of them squarely in the head, but to his surprise, it caused no damage. He had forgotten something important. He was still just a beginner. As Sulu was running from the pigs, he heard a girl's frantic scream. She was being chased by a massive wild boar. Help me, warrior. Please save me. At the same time, a quest popped up on his screen. Main quest received. Hero rescues the damsel in distress. Defeat the wild boar king and save Xiao Hua. Reward: 20 gold coins, 500 experience points. Sulu muttered to himself, the first mission, with such a low chance of activation, and yet I triggered it. Could it be that in this life, I'm destined to become a king just to deal with these foolish pigs? Well, perhaps it won't be such a waste after all. Ha! Xiao Hua hurried over to Sulu, her voice full of excitement. Warrior, you finally made it? He responded casually, come here, sweetheart. Everyone assumed Sulu would open his arms to embrace the beautiful girl, but instead, just as Xiao Hua was about to leap into his arms, he slapped her across the face. Both Xiao Hua and the pigs stood frozen for a moment, blinking in shock. Warrior, what are you doing? She asked, confused. Xiao Hua looked at him. I just... Before she could finish, Sulu interrupted. I was out picking mushrooms when I ran into the wild boar king. Of course, he started chasing me. Xiao Hua's eyes widened. Warrior, how did you know? Sulu smirked. Humph, I also know that when you were a child, you stole your grandfather's treasure and traded it for candy. You also let frogs loose in old Wang's water tank next door. And don't think I haven't noticed you trying to seduce me and take advantage of the situation. See, you can't hide it anymore. Xiao Hua's expression shifted, and with a devilish grin, she said, you know too much. You've seen right through me. Sulu replied dryly, these are the tears and experiences of warriors from past lives. As Xiao Hua reached out with her claws toward him, Sulu quickly recoiled and bolted off. As he passed by the wild boar king, he shouted, Hey pig, you guys go ahead and play for now. Get lost. Xiao Hua yelled after him. The wild boar king was fuming with rage, but before he could take action, Xiao Hua had already sent him offline. Without missing a beat, she chased after Sulu, calling out, now it's your turn. As Xiao Hua drew closer, Sulu suddenly stopped and pointed at her feet. Your cover's blown. The trick worked. Xiao Hua paused and glanced down. That was exactly the moment Sulu had been waiting for. She quickly launched a fireball at Xiao Hua and turned to flee. The fireball dealt full magic damage to its target, with a 10% chance to trigger the falling flame from heaven effect. Furious, Xiao Hua continued her pursuit, while Sulu occasionally threw fireballs at her as she ran. In her past life, Xiao Hua's demonic power had come from the ghostly corruption in the forest. She couldn't leave its boundaries. If she strayed too far, she would be immobilized. At that point, Sulu stopped running, waved her hand mockingly, and taunted, come on, try to hit me. I'll tear you apart. Xiao Hua howled and swiped her sharp claws towards Sulu, but just as her body neared, an invisible force stopped her in her tracks, rendering her motionless. Why don't you think before you act? I won't be so patient anymore, Sulu said, throwing another fireball at her. This time, however, hundreds of fireballs rained down from the sky directly on Xiao Hua's position, knocking her to the ground instantly. Congratulations, player Mu Shen, for defeating Xiao Hua the Demonized. You have earned 500 gold coins, 1,500 experience points. Congratulations, player Mu Shen, for completing the Hero Saving Beauty special main quest and receiving 200 gold coins, 500 experience points. Congratulations, player Mu Shen, for completing the hidden quest Xiao Hoa Demonized and receiving 1,000 gold coins, 10,000 experience points. Congratulations, player Mu Shen, for leveling up to level 2. Su Mu couldn't help but laugh out loud. A stream of fire fell from the sky, triggered by a 10% chance just as he activated it. Xiao Hoa, you are always destined to fall into my hands. This hidden quest isn't bad. One task has already leveled me up. Let's see what reward I get for dealing with you. To his surprise, the Death God's arm bone appeared in his inventory. The item was of unknown quality at level 1, and its Death Chai Thrust attribute was still inactive. Description: when you stare into the abyss stares back at you. The Death God's arm bone seemed to level up alongside him. But why did it need activation? In his previous life, Su Mu had never heard of such an item, and its name seemed odd. While Su Mu pondered this, another notification appeared. Death God's arm bone has not been activated. Required materials: essence of the divine tree, 3,000 mummies icebreak, 3,000 blood of the frozen trace. Use these to activate the attribute. Is this a mistake? It needs so many materials to activate. Never mind, I'll level up first. These items can be gathered by hunting monsters in Newbie Village. If worst comes to worst, I'll just discard them, Su Mu thought. Meanwhile, Xiao Hoa slowly regained consciousness. Seeing Su Mu, Xiao Hoa gratefully said, I was possessed by that damned ghost. Thank you for saving me. Please accept my gratitude. Received Celestial Fire Staff. Undetermined. Received Xiao Hua's hairpin. Su Mu replied, I was waiting for your ghost to show up. Otherwise, how else could I complete my hidden quest? Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle quietly to himself as he admired his newly acquired Celestial Fire Staff. To his surprise, the staff was a rich shade of purple, and the hidden quest had turned out just as promised. When he later visited Newbie Village to assess its attributes, he guessed they would be impressive. At that moment, Xiao Hoa spoke up, offering a suggestion. Could you take me back to the village? My grandfather will surely be very grateful to you. Would you like to accept the main storyline quest of escorting Xiao Hoa back to Green Rain Village to meet the village chief and receive a reward of 100 gold coins and 100 experience points? The system prompted. So Mu agreed to take on the quest without hesitation. Upon reaching the village and meeting the village chief, the elderly man was overjoyed to see his granddaughter. Thank you, warrior. Allow me to introduce myself, he said. Please, no need for formalities. So Mu quickly interrupted. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the quest. From his past experiences, Su Mu knew exactly how this would play out. If I don't hurry along, this old man will start rambling on while snacking on sunflower seeds, saying all sorts of irrelevant things. The village chief, hearing Su Mu's impatience, chuckled warmly and continued, Xiao Hoa still has a ghost inside her. To cure her, we need the blood of a zombie possessed by a spirit. Only then can we completely rid her of the poison. I hope you, warrior, can help us. All right, I'll take the quest. I know exactly where to find what you need, Su Mu said. You accepted the quest for the blood of the zombie. Main quest details. Go to the Green Phoenix Forest to kill 30 spirit-possessed zombies and bring back their dried blood to the village chief. The reward will be 100 gold coins, 500 experience points, and a new beginner's green staff, the system confirmed. Su Mu thought to himself, if I'm going to fight monsters, I'd better prepare as a sorcerer. With that in mind, he decided not to rush into the quest just yet. He made his way to find the alchemist first. A moment later, Su Mu took a deep breath and stepped into the pharmacy. The kind-hearted female alchemist immediately greeted him. Come here, little brother. Su Mu quickly turned his head away and replied, I need 28 small blue potion bottles. In his mind, he calculated that each small blue potion bottle cost 50 gold coins, which was equivalent to real money. With only 1,500 gold coins in his possession, he couldn't afford to be too extravagant. He thought to himself, asterisk, if you're not wealthy, you should become a sorcerer, asterisk. Despite this, the female alchemist didn't give up. She attempted to tempt him with a discount, but Su Mu firmly declined her offer. As he turned to leave, the alchemist sighed and muttered, Suck, this little brat is no fun. He didn't fall for it. Doesn't know what's good for him with his older sister. Holding his items, Su Mu responded, I can't afford to tease that big-chested, clueless blacksmith. Just as he spoke, the blacksmith appeared, clearly hearing his words. Su Mu froze for a moment, then quickly stammered, I'm at the blacksmith, the mighty imposing one. Give me the certificate of appraisal, kid, the blacksmith said, his tone firm. Thank you. I hope you and alchemist Buck Nen have a good partnership. Looks like you know your place, the blacksmith added, handing Su Mu the certificate of appraisal. After receiving the items, Su Mu didn't stick around. He found a quiet corner to himself. Using the certificate of appraisal, he successfully examined the Death God's arm bone. Asterisk, asterisk, Death God's Arm Bone, asterisk, asterisk, purple grade quality, level 1. The combat skill attribute increases spiritual power by 40, adds 25. Special effect of Explosion Law, boosts magic damage by 3%. Special effect of Concentration gives a 30% chance to return consumed spiritual power when casting skills. Damn it, I've actually created the ultimate Dao technique, So Mew exclaimed, his excitement barely contained. This time, I'm really going to make a huge gain. Everything's ready. It's time to go. In the zombie forest, a fresh wave of undead fell victim to the barrage of fireballs. So Mew felt a rush of satisfaction. A 10% chance for fire to strike from the sky is pretty high for me. Could it be that the Death God's Arm Bone has changed me, or is it just because I'm too good looking? Either way, this is great. I gathered 6,000 dried blood, so I got enough materials to upgrade my arm bone. The server's going live at midnight, and soon enough, hundreds of players will be scrambling to fight over a single zombie. As time passed, the clock ticked closer to midnight. When it finally struck 12, the Apocalypse server officially launched. Hundreds, even thousands of players flooded in, filling the once quiet world with a buzz of activity. This game is so realistic, one player shouted. Seriously, try touching the alchemist, at least get him to level E. I got killed by a blacksmith just for barely bumping into him. Is that really how NPCs act? I tried a few times, and every time I ended up dead with my experience going negative. Also, why is the old village chief so good at eating sunflower seeds? He hasn't even given me a quest yet. Nearby, Sumiyu overheard the new player's complaints and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Newbies, enjoy your time in Newbie Village while it lasts. At the same time, the world chat was filled with players complaining about not being able to find any monsters for their quests. What they didn't know was that Sumu had already cleared all the monsters for this round. Wild monsters respawn every half hour. Just be patient, everyone, he typed, knowing the frustration they were experiencing. Sumu quietly mused to himself while setting up his stall to sell his items. It really seems like I've hit it big. After taking out all those monsters, I've accumulated 113 white items, 21 green items, and 6 blue items, along with over 100 red and green potions. If I say my hourly wage is 30,000, it's not much compared to a regular part-time job, but the experience and rewards are so much better. This is incredible. As he continued arranging his goods, Sumu, a level 4 sorcerer, suddenly remembered, I should probably hide my level and equipment info to avoid drawing too much attention. After hiding his details, he began calling out to passersby. Come take a look. The items may not be fancy, but the prices are high. Everything here is top quality, so don't miss out if you're passing by. His call quickly caught the attention of several new players nearby. Look at this guy. Instead of hunting monsters, he set up a stall. He could have sold all this for a decent amount when the server first launched. Yeah, it's Mushen. Looks like it's Mushen King, huh? Forget about him. Let's go hunt the substitute zombies. If we kill 30, we can make a nice bit of gold and recover some health. Sumu found their mockery quite amusing. With your current stats, even if you formed a team, you wouldn't be able to take down the zombies. You really think you're so clever, huh? Just then, a voice cut through the conversation. The items may not be beautiful, but the prices are high. The owner of the voice was an exceptionally beautiful young woman, Ting Waner. This ID. Yes, that's her. In the future, the top 10 sorcerers in our Nation H region will be promoted to lead the highest security zones once the apocalypse becomes a reality. Our guild, the Snow-Listening Little Bamboo, is backed by the massive and mysterious official company of Nation H. At first, the Apocalypse game didn't allow players to fully customize their appearance, so everyone's looks and body shapes were based on reality. It seems Waner's real-life appearance was just as striking. I never imagined I'd come across this goddess here, So Mu thought to himself. Ting Waner had originally approached So Mu's stall out of simple curiosity, but she was soon quite surprised. The server had only just started, yet he already had so many items, including zombie blood. How had he managed to gather such a large collection of dropped items in an area overrun by zombies? With this in mind, she asked, how much for all of this? Blood materials are 5 gold coins each, white clothing is 100 gold coins per piece, green clothing is 500 gold coins, and blue clothing is 3,000 gold coins per piece. The total comes to 54,800 gold coins, but I'll round it up to 55,000, Su-Mi replied. Ting-Su furrowed her brow and said, most people get a discount when buying in bulk. Why are you raising a price just because it's my turn? If you think it's too expensive, I can offer you a discount, So-Mi said with a mischievous smile like a rogue making a playful offer. How about this? If you let me touch your foot, I'll give you a 20% discount. The moment the words left his lips, Ting Su immediately retorted, pervert, shameless. Su Yu merely shrugged and responded, if you're not happy with it, then leave. I've already given you the opportunity. Once we pass this village, there won't be any more stores like this. Clearly, this fool wanted to take advantage of the situation. Although Ting Su was not lacking in money, she hesitated for a moment. Just then, a group of young men approached, arrogantly making their offer. I'll pay 100,000. I want everything here. When Su Mu recognized the leader as Battle God of Madness, he sighed inwardly, thinking, great, I've run into a bunch of troublemakers. The president of the Madman Guild might have lived through one life, but his memories remained sharp. In his previous life, Battle God of Madness was one of the top 10 warriors on this server. He was reckless and arrogant when it came to taking down bosses or attacking others. More than once, he had wiped out entire teams, leaving his enemies severely underleveled. It's a small world for old enemies, but in this life, I'm not afraid of him anymore. At that moment, Ting Su faced Battle God of Madness and said, Battle God of Madness, my boss and I have already agreed on a price. What's all this about? She's definitely attractive, but if you're trying to compete with me for the items, that's not going to happen, he thought to himself. Battle God of Madness grinned and replied, little sister, you haven't made a deal yet, right? Whoever offers the higher price gets the goods. That's only fair. Whoever offers more, huh? Then I'll offer 150,000, Ting Su retorted. Not one to back down, Battle God of Madness countered, I'll offer 200,000. Let's settle this quickly. Su Mu sat quietly to one side, observing the two of them. It seemed like Ting Su and Madman were at the heart of the action. Both sides had prepared carefully, and today, they showed no hesitation in spending a significant amount of money to buy supplies in hopes of being the first to conquer the dungeon that was about to open. Although the cost was high, these items would greatly enhance the strength of the core players in Ting Su Xiaoju. With this advantage, they would be able to dominate the guilds in the early stages. I can't let Battle God of Madness beat me to it, Ting Su thought. After all, it was just a game, but conquering the first dungeon was a must. She quietly weighed the options before a little shyly, agreeing to Su Mu's initial offer. You said it yourself, so don't back out now. Su Mu's eyes gleamed with a mischievous spark as he glanced at Ting Su, then waved his hand toward Battle God of Madness. Did you hear that? I'm selling it to this lovely lady. You can leave now. Battle God of Madness was fuming but powerless to stop it, so he reluctantly turned and left. Still, he marked the incident in his mind, vowing that when the time was right, he would show Su Mu the true meaning of a festival. Back to Su Mu. Even though it seemed like he was taking advantage of Ting Su, he can cross any boundaries. The transaction was simply about exchanging items and money. Is it just money you want? Ting Su asked. Su Mu smiled playfully, but kept it light. I haven't a grudge with Battle God of Madness, and I didn't want to sell it to him. Think of it as me helping you out, letting you take advantage of the situation. After the transaction, everyone went their separate ways. Ting Su watched as Su Mu's figure faded into the distance, a feeling of uncertainty settling in her chest. From the start, she had managed to secure such a large amount of supplies. She couldn't help but wonder where this Mu Shen had come from. Then she thought to herself, a man like him took on the Madman organization today just for this transaction. If he ever needs help in the future, I'll make sure to assist him. Back in the village, Su Mu handed over the zombie blood to the village chief and received 100 gold coins, 500 experience points, and a new green novice's staff. Thank you, warrior, the chief said gratefully. With this much dried blood, the curse on Xiao Hua will surely be completely lifted. There had been rumors of monster attacks on several villagers, and the supply of bandages was running low. Su Mu, however, just waved him off and said, enough talking. Go get more bandages. He then accepted a new task. These bandages can be washed and reused. The main goal is to go deep into the Green Phoenix Forest, kill 30 cursed mummies, and bring back their bandaged corpses to the village chief. The reward is 200 gold coins, 1,500 experience points, and 200 potential points. Su Mu paused, then added, right, I still haven't used the 400 potential points from reaching level 4. I'll put them all into combat skill. He opened his status page to check. Mu Shen, Sorcerer class, level 4, 41% experience, 120,000 gold coins, 230 HP, 180 spiritual power, 120 combat skill, 38 defense, 13 speed. Muttering to himself, Su Mu said, my experience and goal are already higher than most rookies. Just as expected of Su Mu. Enough thinking though. I need to complete this task and create even more distance. Curse mummies, huh? They might be a bit harder, but nothing I can't handle. At that moment, Su Mu suddenly remembered I almost forgot something important. I could have made a fortune from that old chicken thief. The saying is true. If you don't take advantage of a benefit, what is it for? With that thought, Sulu turned around to find a village chief and threw himself to the ground, writhing in pain. Oh, I was hurt while rescuing Seo Hua. Her hairpin, please. Help me return it to her. Sulu did this because returning the hairpin directly would reward him with 50 intimacy points. However, handing it to the village chief would grant him a hidden bonus. As expected, when the hairpin was returned, the village chief immediately said, "Warrior, rest assured, the path of awakening is long, and I won't let you leave. Congratulations, Mu Shen, you've earned the eternal favor of the village chief, which includes a 10% chance of landing critical hits, 10% increased movement speed, automatic recovery of 10 HP per second, an extra 50 points to bypass defense, and a boost in reputation." After receiving the reward, Su Mu left with a smile on his face. Some new players who didn't know about the hidden quest saw Su Mu rolling on the ground and receiving the village chief's blessing. They decided to imitate him, throwing themselves on the ground and pleading, "Village chief, I want golden light too." Hearing their words, Su Mu couldn't help but laugh. "You guys are really knave. I'm off to hunt monsters now. Tonight, I'm going to take down the first boss in the dungeon." With that, he made his way toward the demon swamp, deep within the Green Bay forest. As soon as he arrived, Su Mu's health began to drop steadily, and a notification appeared on the screen. The area ahead has been overrun by ghosts. Players should exercise caution when entering. In a ghost-invaded area, HP cannot be restored with medicine and will decrease by 5 points every second. You can use a purification potion to remove the negative status. Each second, you will lose 5 HP, and HP recovery items cannot be used. A regular player is unlikely to survive for more than 30 seconds. Each purification potion costs 200 gold coins. Only by using them repeatedly can you resist the ghost invasion and stay alive. Luckily, Su Mu had a blessing talisman for the village chief, which restored his lost health without costing him a single coin. After walking for a while, Su Mu heard a scream. A young couple was being chased by zombies. The girl was unlucky and got caught, while the young man, just a few steps away from Su Mu, was suddenly knocked back by a zombie. The creature had thrown a bandage tied to a sharp weapon, sending him flying. Su Mu quickly checked the information about the possessed mummy level 5. It was a ranged monster with an S-class attack power, essentially a rookie assassin. No wonder those two were taken out so easily. The possessed mummy's speed wasn't particularly fast, so Su Mu decided to take advantage of that. From a distance, he cast a fireball at one of the mummies charging toward him, sending it flying through the air. The others, seeing this, erupted in excitement and hurried after Su Mu. At that moment, a net was thrown over them, trapping them all. "You guys," a voice called out, "wasn't the mission material supposed to be delivered right to your doorstep? Come on, don't tell me you can't catch up with me." Su Mu deliberately led the mummies toward the swamp in the dead forest, then nimbly leaped to the other side, keeping his distance. He began launching fireballs at them, taunting them as he did so. "Why aren't you chasing anymore? Are you afraid?" he mocked. The mummies howled in frustration, launching their sharp spears towards Su Mu. Then, all of them charged forward to attack. But to their surprise, Su Mu was quick and skilled, dodging their strikes with ease. He also manipulated the webbing, firing it out to surround the mummies and trapping them within the swamp, preventing them from moving. Just as he was about to unleash a flame attack to burn the mummies, a system notification appeared. A special bounty order from the blacksmith had been activated because all the newbie villages on the server had triggered his anger. The blacksmith had issued a special bounty for the warriors to seek justice on his behalf. Quest description: eliminate 100 players who have interacted with the alchemist 3 times or more. Upon completion, you will receive a mysterious bounty reward. Special note: only the first player to complete the quest will be rewarded. All newbie villages have incited the blacksmith's fury. It seems the alchemist's emotions are rather irresistible. Su Mu thought to himself, "This is the draw of the apocalypse, showing that men, both past and present, except for me, are hardly the noble types. This special bounty order is exactly what I need to take down 100 arrogant male players at the current level of these amateurs. Once I finish skinning this mummy and hit level 5 with my experience in questing, taking out 100 of them will feel like picking on children." With that thought in mind, Su Mu quickly cast Fireball at the immobilized, possessed mummies. Thankfully, he triggered the Falling Flame from Heaven ability, causing a downpour of fireballs that scorched a large area. This meant Su Mu had to use fewer skills. He simply stood there, watching as the possessed mummies were burned away, earning waves of experience. Asterisk, asterisk, system notification. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Congratulations to player Mu Shen for killing a possessed mummy and receiving 69 experience, 4 gold coins, and the Star Shatter skill book. Details of the Star Shatter skill book. White grade, level 5. The item grants 10% spiritual power, 50% defense, a 5% boost to physical attack, and a chance for normal attacks to bypass 10% of the target's defense. Cooldown time, 15 minutes. Asterisk. Sulu examined the skill book and chuckled. I can't even use this. The skill's too basic, but it'll still fetch a good price, probably a few thousand gold coins. At that moment, a system notification flashed up, grabbing his attention. Asterisk, player kills a disruptive player, alchemist, ranking above 100. Asterisk. Sulu glanced at the ongoing firestorm in front of him and laughed. Tough luck for that player to wander into this area. While I'm here farming monsters on one side, I'm casually taking out those cowards on the other. This is too easy and way too much fun. Soon after, several players started complaining on the chat channel. The little mushroom was taken by the girl. Uncle, I spent 1,000 gold coins on a purification potion, and before I could even use it, a fire spell destroyed the corpse. I have 3 wives and I'm the same. What kind of setup is that? Little Rabbit, anyone kind enough to give me some purification potion? The ghosts in the embalming zone are draining my health. It hurts so much. At the same time, a group from the Madman Guild, led by the battle god of madness, arrived at the edge of the demon swamp. A bunch of amateurs complaining about the game's settings. This quest is tough, but leave it to me. My Madman brothers, let's push ahead toward the embalming zone. With that, the battle god of madness and his evil members shouted together and charged into the demon swamp, catching the attention of nearby players. The Madmen certainly had spirit, and from the looks of their name, it was clear they were bound to form a strong guild in the future. Of course, look at the white light around them. That's the effect of the purification potion. It's really expensive, so they must be generous. When we reach level 10 and unlock guilds, I bet the Madman Guild will be the strongest on our server. We better level up fast and join them. Hearing a chatter from players around him, the battle god of madness sneered and said with disdain, a bunch of poor souls watching the madmen. How do they expect to get through these quests? At that moment, he noticed a possessed mummy lurking nearby. He immediately pointed at it and shouted, "Everyone follow me." But before they could react, a fireball suddenly streaked in from an unknown source, completely destroying the possessed mummy. The battle god of madness gasped in shock. A fireball. Even a weak sorcerer can stand their ground here. Is this sorcerer from another faction? But girls like Ting Sulu are still farming level 3 mobs. Could someone have paid to advance the game just like we did? Just then, a guild member pointed up at the sky and shouted, "Everyone, watch out. It's fire rain." The group looked up, confused, and was stunned to see a downpour of fireballs heading straight toward them. Someone screamed in panic, "What's happening? Run, hurry!" The others in the Madman Guild were equally terrified and scattered in all directions. But the firestorm's range was so wide that no one could escape unscathed. Then cries of pain echoed through the air. "Damn it, it's so hot, help!" System notification. Battle God of Madness defeated Gold Progress 8 100ths. Mad Overlord of the Sword defeated Gold Progress 15 100ths. As the notifications kept popping up, Sulu, who had unwittingly caused the chaos, was hiding behind a large tree. He laughed mockingly and said, "I just wanted to deal with some monsters. Why do there always have to be people looking for trouble like this? This team really doesn't know fear." The newly unlocked skill at level 5 of Flower Rainbow is truly impressive. This ability inflicts brute damage and has a freezing effect, which is highly useful. Flower Rainbow deals ice damage to all enemies within a 50-meter radius and applies a slowing effect. It consumes 50 spiritual power, has a casting range of 40 meters, and a 30-second cooldown. There's a 50% chance to apply a freezing debuff to the target. The next wave of zombies will be spawning soon, so I'll just take a moment to rest and organize my inventory. With over 100 pieces of equipment and 12 skill books, I'll make a substantial profit. Oh, right. I need to send a trade message to Waner. Whenever I come across something valuable, I immediately think of that kind-hearted girl. It feels like spring has returned to my life again. With that thought, Sulu sent a message to Ting Su Waner. He then leaned back against a tree, smiling to himself as he pondered, "I'm really looking forward to this. I wonder if Waner is as excited as I am. It's a shame that I still need to eliminate a dozen more to complete the task of killing 100. If another group of those foolish madmen shows up, I should be able to take them down in 2 or 3 rounds, just enough to finish the job." As to the skill book that dropped from them, it was a valuable item for sorcerers. Sulu pulled it out to examine it closely. Item details: Wind Shadow skill book, blue quality, level 1 for sorcerers. Description: consumes 50% of current spiritual power, increases movement speed by 30%, and provides a 10% defensive shield with ongoing spiritual power consumption. Increase movement speed by 30% whether you're running away or chasing someone. Everything will feel incredibly smooth and fast. Learn it quickly. Having made his decision, Su Mu immediately used the skill book. The system chimed, "Congratulations, player Su Shen has learned the skill Wind Shadow." Su Mu then muttered to himself, "I'll go offline to eat once I reach level 6. The first kill in the first dungeon of the Apocalypse game is still waiting for me." Meanwhile, in another part of the mist-covered swamp, a 4-person team was grinding monsters. After defeating the last one, Yu Lu spoke up, "I've collected enough quest items. We should retreat." Seiji responded, "Sister Yu Mu, don't go yet. Let's team up and keep gathering experience." Chant of the Undead and Wounded White Phantom joined in. "That's right, beautiful Yu Mu." Zaiji is right. Men and women together, life is easy. "Yes, beautiful Yu Mu, your healing was perfect. Without it, we couldn't have taken down those undead." Zaiji laughed, "Sister Yu Mu, you shouldn't always look so serious." Chant of the Undead added, "Exactly. Beautiful Yu Mu is the best." Yu Mu didn't show any outward reaction to their words, but inside, she couldn't help but scoff. Asterisk, all men are the same, except for him. Asterisk. When Yu Mu still didn't respond, Zaiji suggested, "Sister Yu Mu, I'm starting a guild soon. How about joining and becoming the vice guild leader?" Chant of the Undead laughed again, "Yes. With a beautiful vice guild leader like you, we'll definitely become the most famous guild on the server." Yu Mu suddenly spun around and shouted, raising her staff high. A beam of light shot out, grazing past Zaiji and leaving a small wound, before continuing its path and obliterating the newly spawned monster. Zaiji gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly as he glanced behind him, cursing inwardly, "Dan, when did a new mummy appear? How did she even notice it? And why am I losing health from her attack? Isn't this supposed to be a team game?" Yu Mu spoke coldly. "You can't even remember the monster spawn points and you're acting like you're the guild leader." Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked off, her thoughts racing. Getting hit by me must be embarrassing for him. Typical. He's just another scum who's been bothering the alchemist. I can't waste time on people like this. I need to level up fast. Where can I find him? With so many Apocalypse servers, will Su Mu be in the same one? Behind her, the 3 of Zaiji's followers whisper among themselves, "Zaiji, don't let it get to you. She's just a girl. Let's go talk to her and introduce her to the boss. After all, this game is so realistic." "Ha ha, yeah, she's just a pretty face. Does she really think she's that strong? Let her see what a real man is like." Seiji shook his head and muttered, "What do you know? Yu Mu has a strong will. I'll make sure I get her on my side in the future." Zaiji, the charming older brother, is sure to make every girl swoon. In the future, our guild will have Zaiji, the elder brother, and Yu Mu, the stunning woman, leading us. Within at the helm, we will definitely rise to become the top guild across all servers. Zaiji clenched his fist, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "She's no mere decoration," he said with a malicious smile. "She memorizes the spawn locations and times of monsters so quickly. Her instincts are razor sharp." Outside the Demon Swamp area, players from the Madman Guild, having respawned, immediately rushed back and started shouting, "Mushin only kills monsters. Why is he killing players? I was just passing by, and he killed me for no reason. I need to find him and get an explanation. Why is Mushin randomly killing players when he's supposed to be focused on monsters?" Meanwhile, the Battle God of Madness, burning with fury, ground his teeth in frustration. "Our entire team was wiped out. How humiliating. There must be some hidden trick in the ghost area of the swamp that I don't understand. When he comes out, if I don't kill him 10 times, I'll no longer be the Battle God of Madness." He immediately went to the World Channel and raged, "World Channel, Battle God of Madness gear. You coward Mushin, if you've got the guts, come out and face me. I'm waiting for you outside the fog. Battle God of Madness, coward. Battle God of Madness, coward," he typed repeatedly. Seeing the Battle God of Madness flooding the World Channel with his messages, some players sighed. What a waste of 100 gold coins on a loudspeaker. Who is this Mushin? Is he really worth all the money Battle God of Madness is spending just to curse him? At that moment, Ting Waner led her guild members forward and said, "Battle God of Madness, if you think you can handle it, come inside and find Soshen. What's the point of shouting from out here?" Furious Battle God of Madness shot back, "Ting Waner, do you really intend to defend that Mushin guy?" He cursed inwardly, thinking, asterisk, "Damn it, I've already wasted so much time. If we lose, we'll lose experience points. At our current level, we're no match for these girls, asterisk." Ting Waner responded, "What's wrong with that? As long as Ting Su is here, we'll protect him. You madmen can try fighting us first." In her mind, she thought, asterisk, "Mushin has sent over a batch of new equipment for trade. I have to secure them for Ting Su Xiaoju. Every opportunity to grow stronger must be seized. Above all, Mushin can't let these madmen push him around, asterisk. Battle God of Madness knew he couldn't initiate a guild battle, as his side was at a disadvantage in terms of levels. He seethed with anger as he thought of the one responsible for all this, then shouted toward the cursed swamp, "Turtle Shell Mu Shen, still need a woman to protect you. If you're a real man, come out and face me." In the world chat, Battle God of Madness typed again, "Turtle Shell Mu Shen, still need a woman to protect you. If you're a real man, come out and face me." He repeated it one more time, "Turtle Shell Mu Shen, still need a woman to protect you. If you're a real man, come out and face me." At that moment, Sulu stepped out of the cursed swamp and said, "Oh ho, is that you, my dear grandchild?" The Battle God of Madness pointed angrily at him and shouted, "Mu Shen, stop with the nonsense. If you dare show yourself, be ready for the consequences." Sulu didn't bother to argue. He simply snapped his fingers, clearing all personal information and equipment effects, allowing everyone to inspect him freely. Character attributes: Mu Shen profession, sorcerer, level 7. The people around him gasped in shock and started pointing at him. God, a level 7 sorcerer? Where did this lucky player come from? He even has a purple weapon. Does he have concentration and spell burst too? Look at his buffs. What's that blessing from the village chief? With this gear, his level, and these buffs, there's no way he's playing the same game as us. Report him now. The Battle God of Madness was equally stunned, his face frozen in disbelief. He thought silently to himself, "This Mu Shen isn't even from the same dimension as us. How are we supposed to fight him?" Sulu smiled at him and said, "Madmen's descendant, your grandfather is here. Now what? Keep telling yourself not to be afraid." The Battle God of Madness gritted his teeth, pointing directly at Sulu and shouting, "Mu Shen, you've recklessly killed innocent people. Let us deal with it, and we'll let it slide. Otherwise, we'll make sure you can't even leave Newbie Village." The nearby players quickly grabbed their weapons and shouted, demanding an explanation. Exactly, Battle God of Madness thought smugly to himself. So what if this kid is at a higher level? He can't win 10 battles in a row. The advantage is still mine. So you casually flicked his ears and replied, "I'm not attacking innocent people. You all chose to target alchemists for the mission's reward. How can you blame me?" The nearby female players whispered among themselves upon hearing this. It turned out they had all targeted alchemists as well. They found it repulsive. "Exactly, it's too much," one of them murmured. Mu Shen believed that if he did end up taking action against them, it would be for the greater good to eliminate the threat they posed. Battle God of Madness's face turned bright red as he shouted, I didn't. Don't listen to Mu Shen's lies." Inside, he cursed, "Damn it, Mu Shen. You've embarrassed me in front of the girls. I won't let this slide." Fuming with shame and anger, he drew his weapon, glared at Sulu, and barked, "Stop talking nonsense, Mu Shen. If you've got the guts, come fight me, madman." Sulu wasn't fazed. He drew his own weapon with a grin and said, "Come on, old man, I've been itching for a fight." Ting Waner watched the exchange, sensing that they were about to gang up on him. She spoke up, "We'll help you this time as a thank you for selling me those items." Sulu smiled and replied, "Thanks, Sister Waner, but it's better if you keep the favor for now." In his heart, he thought, Waner isn't as cold as she seems, Sulu then turned to Ting Waner and gently reminded her, "Please lead your people back a little and stay out of the way." He then shifted his focus to the group of madmen and shouted, "Activate full combat mode." Inwardly, he couldn't help but sneer, thinking, do they really believe that numbers alone will win this fight? That only works when the strength is evenly matched. Ting Waner spoke up, "Then it's up to you." She thought to herself, I honestly don't know if Mu Shen is just being overly confident, or if he truly has the strength to back it up. I'll wait and see for now. With a smile, Sulu began to gather his energy. The system notification chimed, confirming that combat mode had switched to full engagement. These rookies will only cost me a little bit of money, he mused. Without hesitation, Sulu swung his staff. In an instant, not just one, but several fireballs appeared, streaking toward the Madman Guild players. "Follow my command," he shouted. The warriors quickly raised their shields, and at the command of the Battle God of Madness, several warrior players advanced, positioning their shields to create a defensive barrier, successfully blocking the incoming fireballs. Battle God of Madness called out once more, "Sorcerers, archers, fire! What are you waiting for?" At once, a hail of fireballs and arrows flew through the air, all aimed directly at Sulu. He remained unfazed, a smile playing on his lips as he calmly asked, "Is this really all you've got, madman?" He drew on the extensive experience from his previous life, along with his title as the fastest man, to enhance his speed and evade the incoming attacks. His body moved with remarkable lightness and agility, dodging each strike effortlessly. The Battle God of Madness, a complete fool, had already exhausted all the skills of his subordinates. With their abilities still on cooldown, weren't they just waiting for him to crush them? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Sulu swiftly disappeared from view, leaving the Madman Guild players searching frantically. Go ahead, where's Kiddo Mushen? Boss, his speed is insane. We can't even see him. They shouted, their eyes darting about, oblivious to the fact that Sulu was hiding just behind a large tree in front of them. Outnumbered, Sulu knew the best strategy was to use a group control ice skill. It would be even better if a specific control effect could trigger, providing a perfect opportunity to test his new skill on these madmen. With that in mind, Sulu unleashed the Flower Rain Bone skill on the group. Before they could react, his attack hit, exploding like an ice flower in full bloom. The blast dealt damage and applied a buff within a 50-meter radius. Damn it, it's freezing. I'm frozen. The warrior's shield is up. We're all going to die. What's the mage doing? Heal us. Battle God of Madness, the shield's still on cooldown. Boss, our healing's on standby. As their health bars plummeted, the air was filled with their desperate cries. After Sumu's devastating strike, most of the players were frozen in ice, while the few fortunate ones who survived were granted temporary buffs. Battle God of Madness pointed at the warrior standing next to him and shouted, everyone's already dead. What are you still holding up your shield for? The warrior hesitated before answering, sorry boss, I wasn't paying attention. In his mind he thought, Mushen's attacks are terrifying. Isn't it normal to use a shield? I'm not ready to die just yet, Hidden behind a tree, Sulu smirked to himself and muttered, how foolish. The shield was up, but it only delayed things for a few seconds, letting the great fireball hit. After mentally counting the time, he called out loudly, hey, guys look up, surprised. The Madman Guild players instinctively looked up at the sky. A second later, their faces turned pale with fear as another barrage of fireballs rained down on them. As each guild member was consumed by flames, Battle God of Madness stood frozen, letting out a helpless sigh. It's over, he thought. The warrior's shield and the mage's protective spell are both gone. We're finished this time. With no other option, he began desperately using healing potions to save himself. Meanwhile, he cursed silently, what kind of damage does this idiot Mushen deal? Didn't he exploit some bug in the demon swamp before, Just as he prepared to retreat, Sulu stepped out from behind a tree, blocking his path, and grinned. Why are you running? Weren't you the cocky one? The Battle God of Madness, his voice tinged with fear, shouted, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll fight for real. In his mind, he thought, everyone's already dead. Hong Yi couldn't hold on any longer, but just moments later, his anger flared up once more as he recalled that more than 30 elite members of his team had just been taken out by Sulu. I'll fight you. The Battle God of Madness roared, raising his weapon and unleashing the swift wind slash, sending a flurry of sharp wind blades towards Sulu. Sulu assessed the situation and thought to himself, the Gale Slash skill of an early-stage fighter has a 40-second cooldown. After using it, he can only rely on regular attacks for a while. I just need to keep my distance, He smoothly dodged each wind blade, and, in the blink of an eye, moved behind the Battle God of Madness. Sulu then cast a fireball at his back and chuckled. Hey, Madman's descendant, you're too slow. Looks like your grandpa's here. Enraged, the Battle God of Madness spun around and swung his weapon at Sulu, shouting, are you trying to provoke me? Sulu quickly shot another fireball at him before jumping backward, laughing. Come on, Battle God of Madness, you can't be serious, right? Can't a guy just have some fun? Seething with silent fury, the Battle God of Madness cursed inwardly. How can Mushen be so agile? How can a sorcerer move like that? Just as he was about to continue his attack, Sulu suddenly raised his hand and called out, wait! The Battle God of Madness halted mid-motion and burst into laughter. I've been waiting for you, you little monkey. Do you really think I'm that foolish? My cooldown skills have reset. Ha! Just as I thought, your speed couldn't keep up for long. Want to try again? Come, take another hit from my true strike. In his mind, he thought that Mushen, being a sorcerer with low health, wouldn't survive even a few of his blows. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Sulu disrupted his thoughts with a question. Do you need to check your HP bar? As he spoke, Sulu launched another fireball. Hearing Sulu's words, the Battle God of Madness glanced at his HP bar, his eyes going wide when he saw that it was nearly empty. A second later, a small explosion sounded, and the fireball hit his head, draining the last of his health. Sulu waved his hand with a smile. Oh, sorry about that. Got a little carried away. I actually wanted to play around with you for a bit. Mushen, just you wait. You haven't seen the last of the Battle God of Madness. With those words, the Battle God of Madness's body slumped, his soul departing as he returned to the respawn point. Meanwhile, the surrounding players began to talk amongst themselves. Are we even playing the same game as Mu Shen, a sorcerer taking down the entire elite team of Madman? I wish I could hug Mu Shen's leg. He's a sorcerer too. Do you think he'd accept me as his disciple? Mu Shen is my future idol, so strong and handsome. Yep. Grand Minister is so handsome, my legs just gave way. Ting Waner stood quietly among the crowd, her thoughts heavy with questions. She wondered herself, Mu Shen, is he really the strong ? A system notification broke through the moment. Congratulations to player Mu Shen for completing the blacksmith's reward posting quest and receiving a mysterious reward. The announcement was repeated 3 times across all servers of Apocalypse drawing the attention of players everywhere to Mu Shen's name. On the Hidden Kingdom of Asatang server, players began to comment, Mu Shen, never heard of him. Killing 100 people? That's terrifying. Who is this Mu Shen? A god? Meanwhile, on the Misty Reign of Jiangnan server, a young man who had just wrapped up some business saw the notification while checking his alchemist. Frustration overtook him as he clenched his sword, shouting to the sky, damn it, I'm still half a life away. Why did Mu Shen beat me to it? Mu Shen, I'll catch up to you someday, Over on the Great Imperial Capital server, Xiao Soi from Team Z, speaking during a live stream, said, what a shame. We were only 20 kills away from completing the 100-man Slayer. Hey, would anyone like to send me some small gifts to cheer me up, But in his mind, Xiao Soi couldn't help but think, Mu Shen is interesting. He managed to complete the quest before someone like me, an esports player. Looks like Team Z isn't the strongest after all, On the Thamthean Ingo Long server, a group of players stared at Su Mu in front of them, astonished. Mu Shen, you've already completed the task of killing 100 people. Meanwhile, in a different location, Yu Yu's progress stood at 91 hundredths. Yu Yu sighed softly. Mu Shen, I thought I'd be the first to receive the reward order, but someone else got there first. Su Mu glanced back and replied, Mu Shen, is that you, Mu? Just then, Su Mu sneezed, muttering to himself, who's thinking about me right now? With a smile, he turned to Ting Waner and said, Sister Waner, we've already settled the trade. This is the second time you're checking it. He motioned toward the side, suggesting she follow him to find a quiet spot. Ting Waner nodded in agreement and followed, silently thinking to herself, Mu Shen must be offering some strange terms again, A moment later, Su Mu spoke. Here's what I have. 152 mummy bandages, 151 white gear, 51 green gear, 19 blue gear, and 10 white skill books. He paused and continued, the mummy bandages are worth 10 gold each. The white gear costs 50 gold. The green gear is worth 500 gold. The blue gear goes for 3,000 gold. And the white skill books are valued at 1,500 gold each. Ting Waner was taken aback. You managed to collect all these items? Su Mu flashed a playful grin, glanced at Ting Waner's legs, and replied, that comes to a total of 11.6 gold coins. But I'll give you a discount of 110,000 this time. What do you think? Sister Waner? Ting Waner blushed and quickly replied, no, there's no need to mention that kind of discount. 110,000 years is still 110,000 years. In her heart, she thought, this jerk, I knew it, Su Mu let out a sigh and said, what a shame. I was planning to make a small gesture and give you a surprise for free. Curious, Ting Waner immediately asked, what surprise? Su Mu pulled out a skill book and offered, what do you think? I'll sell it to you for 10,000 gold coins. It's a friendly price. Do you want it? Ting Waner was stunned. The wizard's life leech skill book, she exclaimed. In her mind, she thought, how lucky is Mu Shen? Life leech skill books are incredibly rare. Even if you have the money, they're nearly impossible to find, Flustered, she nervously brushed her hair and asked shyly, what's the catch with this friendly price? Su Mu grinned and replied, from now on, you'll have to agree to let me touch your feet once. Ting Waner fell silent, her thoughts racing. If Mu Shen is going to be like this in the future, will we even be able to meet again, Su Mu handed the skill book to her and said, I'll take that as your agreement then. Enjoy the transaction, Sister Waner. By the way, here's a little tip for you. I haven't agreed yet. What tip? The tree people in Green Phoenix Forest are weak, but they give a lot of experience. You could focus on hunting them to level up. Ting Waner narrowed her eyes. Why are you telling me this? Do you have some hidden agenda? Su Mu laughed and replied, Sister Waner, you're being too suspicious. If I told you this is tied to a hidden quest, would you help me out? Ting Waner replied, perhaps, but I won't help unless there's something in it for me. In her mind, she couldn't shake the confusion. A hidden mission? How does Mushin know things that even the company hasn't figured out? Sulu extended his hand toward her and said, then it's settled. Sister Waner, don't worry, you won't lose out on this. Ting Waner hesitated for a moment, glancing at Sulu's hand. It seemed she had a good relationship with Mushin. Mushin, you're really making me more curious with every passing day. With that thought, she smiled freely and shook hands with Sulu. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point in Newbie Village, the group of underperforming players had let Mushin handle all the fighting alone. Next time I run into that kid, I'll make sure to deal with him myself. Battle God of Madness, we know we messed up. Boss, don't worry. We'll level up hard. Next time, Mushin will be the one who's scared. As he scolded his subordinates, Battle God of Madness suddenly received a notification about a private message. Who's messaging me now? He grumbled before opening the chat. Mushin, that crazy map man, bring your people and clear the trees for me. I won't stop until you do. Battle God of Madness, that Mushin is so annoying. How could I listen to you? Mushin, if you don't go, I'll hunt you down until you're forced to make a new account. And every time I attack, I'll screenshot it and post it for everyone to see. I'm heading over to your house now. Let's go, let's go. Mushin, my big brother, gave me a mission, and I'll make sure I finish it properly. Closing the chat window, he reassured himself, muttering softly, brother, you won't get away without facing any consequences. Just wait until I'm strong enough. Then you'll see what I'm capable of. Meanwhile, Sulu was resting against a peculiar tree in the death swamp, his chin resting in thought. Even with the help of Ting and Madmen, it still wasn't enough. To unlock the hidden dungeon, all the tree enemies had to be eliminated. The only solution was to open the world channel so that everyone could join in. With this in mind, Su opened the world channel. World channel, Mushin, all our old comrades, let's focus on eliminating the treants in the Green Phoenix Forest Palace. If not, I'll invite him to experience the ice and fire double heaven. Ting Waner, Ting we're pushing toward the battle god of madness. Huff, I originally planned to take down the treants, but now, my madmen brothers and I will deal with them together. As he glanced at the chat box, Sulu smiled to himself and said, with Waner looking out for me like this, it's not so bad. After a long moment, Sulu looked up at the tree he was leaning against. These people had been fighting for so long. If he calculated the time, the treants should be nearly finished off. By the way, is it really possible to find rare equipment here? He'd been sitting here for a while now. In his past life, the Grand Minister's secret techniques had mentioned that just gazing up at a tree could lead to strange thoughts. After seeing it with his own eyes, he was convinced that this must be the right place. It couldn't be a scam, right? He wasn't the fool here, was he? This area was so desolate that not even birds came by. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a single drop of something suddenly fell onto his face. A moment later, Sulu pointed angrily at the oddly shaped tree and yelled, did a bird just drop something here? Why bother equipping something if you're not going to use it? It's just taking advantage of honest people, full of lies and deceit. System notification. All new players in Village 818 in 30 minutes unite to face the Tree God's wrath. Successfully enduring will grant all players a mysterious reward. Failure will result in a loss of 100,000 experience points for all players. Tree God's Wrath countdown. Mission time remaining 29 minutes and 57 seconds. Seeing this, Sulu grinned and said, the final hidden mission has been activated. He then spat and muttered angrily, what's with this mysterious Grand Minister, that damn scam artist? If I ever meet the person who posted this, I'll make sure to take care of them. World Channel, Madman Little Tiger, the Wood God, you told us to clear the tree enemies and now look at this. Madman COU, this mission seems impossible. Mushin tricked us. Mountain Pass Vigil, failing this will cost us 100,000 experience points. We're done for. Reading the discussions on the World Channel, Sulu smiled to himself before saying, let's head back to town first. We've got half an hour. Might as well grab something to eat, then go hide. Sounds like a perfect plan. A few moments later in Newbie Village, Sulu had just teleported back when a group of frustrated players surrounded him. Mushin, you need to explain yourself regarding the Tree God's revenge, one of them demanded. Exactly. Our levels aren't high enough to earn any deduction points. Do you even realize what you've done, Mushin? Hiring mercenaries at such a high cost? Another player added. Sulu was a bit taken aback and replied, what? I didn't expect this much of a reaction. You think the mission will fail? You're being too pessimistic. The players began to doubt. Could it be that Mushin was actually confident about completing the mission? His confidence seemed unshakable, almost blinding in its certainty. Sulu then said, a full stomach makes work easier. Where's Nai? Go cook something. The players exchanged puzzled glances before one spoke up. Odd. Why do I feel hungry after hearing him say that? Is this the aura of a true expert? If Mushin says so, then we'll eat and get back to the mission. Mushin, I've got your back. Meanwhile, in the real world, Apocalypse was the talk of the town. Ads were everywhere, and people couldn't stop discussing it. Have you guys played Apocalypse? It's so realistic. The NPC's emotions feel just like those of real people. Haha, not only have I played, but I also got in trouble because of Physician Zuo. I set up a stall, sold materials, and made a few thousand credits. But all these NPC beauties kept slowing down my earnings. At a fast food restaurant, Su was eating while scrolling through his phone, lost in thought. The delivery for the game chest should be arriving soon. Once it gets here, I'll get back to the game, catch the Slayer Tree God, and claim the essence of the Tree God to level up the Deathbone. It feels like more and more people are joining Apocalypse now, and public interest is higher than in my previous life. I just hope humanity can change the outcome this time. At that moment, a girl with the New account walked into the store with a few friends. As soon as she entered, Yu spotted Su sitting alone and walked over to him, calling out, Su? Hearing his name, Su looked up. When he saw Yu, she smiled and said, I knew it was you. Nearby, a group of young people were quietly talking about Yu. Look, a pretty girl who's a pharmacist doesn't seem so attractive anymore. Don't you know? She's the campus beauty from the nearby school. Don't even think about it. Wow, that guy's lucky, dating the campus beauty. Is he as good looking as me? What's his secret? Yu sat down next to Su and asked, Su, I heard you rushed straight from the exam to get here today. Did your teacher get mad? Su simply nodded. Yu thought to herself, it makes sense. He would be the type to do something like that. Su was a bit taken aback, thinking to himself, the campus beauty, Kangzi Yu. I don't really know her, so why is she coming over to talk to me, Kangzi Yu spoke up, offering, Su, would you like to join me and a few friends for a meal? My treat. Su replied, I'm not free. He thought to himself, it's not like I'll have much to do with Kangzi Yu in the future. Might as well just head home and get back to my game, So Su finished his meal and stood up to leave. I'm done eating, classmate Kangzi Yu. I'm heading out, he said. Kangzi Yu immediately asked, Su, are you on the Azure Crouching Dragon server too? Su acted as if he hadn't heard and kept walking. Kangzi Yu frowned, feeling confused. Why is he being so cold to me, Her friends soon gathered around her, eager to pry. Yu, who's that guy? Why does he seem so distant? Could it be that you're interested in him? Let me think, isn't he the weed of your school? Su, isn't he the one who just finished the high school graduation exam and left your school today? He's planning to dive into competitive gaming, right? Yu likes someone like that. The school beauty paired with the school idol. The top student versus the gaming addict. That's quite the match, huh? Kangzi Yu quickly responded, stop making fun of me. Competitive gaming isn't just a regular game. At that moment, her heart was filled with confusion as she thought to herself, Su, you crossed my path several times, so why does it feel like you're avoiding me now? Meanwhile, Su had just stepped out of the store, lost in thought. Kangzi Yu, the memories from my past life tell me that I should keep my distance from her. I'm not some hero here to save the world, but I can't afford to risk my own safety. Soon after, Su returned to his room. The gaming pod had been delivered. After setting it up, he lay down inside with a contented sigh. Ah, this is the way it should be. This feels so comfortable. Now that I have the gaming pod, playing Apocalypse is going to be amazing. This was definitely money well spent. In my past life, it took me forever to get something like this. This time, I'm going to take it slow, step by step, exploring this deep and mysterious path of fate. With that, Su activated the Apocalypse ring to enter the game. The system's voice announced, entering the Apocalypse world. We wish you a pleasant gaming experience. Wrath of the Divine Tree countdown. 1 minute remaining. As soon as the character Mushin appeared in Newbie Village, other players immediately noticed him. Worry and concern filled their expressions as they spoke. Mushin, there's only 1 minute left until the Tree God's revenge begins. The official website says the Tree Gods are level 5 monsters, and we can't defeat them. The Tree God boss is a level 10 monster. Even if you tried Mushin, you won't be able to handle it. You've really put us in danger. Su let out a heavy sigh and muttered under his breath. These newcomers are so loud. They haven't seen enough of the world yet. Then he addressed the group. It's just a hidden mission, so don't overreact. The players quickly responded, we don't want the mission to fail. This is urgent. Mushin immediately began thinking of a solution. What was all the fuss about? If Mushin said it could be done, then it could. Meanwhile, in the real world, many people were watching the live broadcast streamed directly from the scene by Apocalypse. In an office, a man in a suit was watching the stream while speaking to the secretary next to him. Keep a close eye on the actions of Azure Crouching Dragon number 818 in Newbie Village. If they pass the trial successfully, we'll send our team to another Newbie Village to activate this instance dungeon. At an internet cafe, two young men were watching the broadcast and chatting. This is a large-scale mission, and one member from Nation H wants to secure the first kill. That's a joke. Even the top players from our Nation D's strongest team aren't bold enough to challenge it right now. Back in the world of Apocalypse, the countdown finally reached 0. A heavy, oppressive force instantly fell over Newbie Village. This is terrifying. The 100% simulation effect of Apocalypse is just too real. Don't worry, babe, I'm here. I'll head to the first defense line. I can't take it anymore. I used to be able to handle this, but now I'll wait for my friends to finish the fight, and then I'll join in. Let's pull back too. I can't take it either. Let's get out of here quickly. Amid the shouts of the players, Su Mu suddenly noticed the presence of NPCs, such as the blacksmith and the alchemist. To his surprise, the boss map for this quest had activated NPCs to join the battle. He vaguely remembered that this had not happened in his previous life. It was odd. As he pondered this, the village chief stepped forward and spoke. Brave warriors, for the village, for the battle ahead. With those words, the village chief raised his hand, and the book he held glowed brightly. The light then split into numerous small strands and entered the bodies of the players. Asterisk, asterisk, system notification. Asterisk, asterisk, village chief's blessing. Plus 10% attack, plus 10% critical hit, plus 20 defense, plus 100 health. Duration, 30 minutes. Moments later, the players and NPCs arrived at the first defensive line with the blacksmith at the front. They didn't have to wait long before a large number of treants appeared from the forest ahead, charging straight toward them. I've got this, a blacksmith called out, raising his hammer and smashing a treant in front of him. Following his lead, the other NPCs and players joined the fray. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of battle, and flashes of light from skill effects lit up the area. However, since it was only the first day of the apocalypse, most players were still below level 5, making them no match for an entire army of treants all at level 5. The players were quickly dealt with and sent back to the respawn point. However, that was far from the end. The tree people, no longer obstructed, poured into Newbie Village and surrounded the respawn point. Each time a player respawned and the 15-second invincibility wore off, they were immediately overwhelmed by the tree people's vines. This relentless cycle continued, causing the players to break down, shouting, I can't take it anymore, don't come here. Mu Shen had a plan, as he had mentioned earlier, but the fiery island had exceeded his expectations. Who could have predicted that his legendary abilities would fail right at the respawn point? I'm done seriously, one player exclaimed. Phew, after the invincibility wears off, I'll just be grabbed by the tree people again. This is too much. There's no way we can fight Mu Shen here. This braggart, come out and face your punishment. The live viewers also witnessed this unfolding chaos. At Newbie Village 526, players watching the live stream shared their thoughts. Wow, this quest is terrifying. Thankfully, we don't have to deal with this kind of problem on our server. Oh my god, 818 Newbie Village is completely ruined. The players' levels must have dropped to level 1 by now. Meanwhile, in a conference room, the secretary remarked, the sheer number of these tree people makes it nearly impossible to defend. Even if our team tried to complete this mission, it would be extremely challenging. The man in the suit responded, make sure to record all the details for future reference. Suddenly, his expression changed as fireballs began to rain down on the tree people, bursting into flames and setting them alight. Back at Newbie Village No. 818, the players were left in shock, their eyes wide as they shouted in disbelief. This is the sorcerer's asterisk, falling flame from heaven asterisk. What kind of insane damage is this? Is this for real? They stood speechless as they watched ice flowers bloom, releasing a wave of freezing cold that encased a large group of treants, only to shatter like glass, breaking into countless pieces. Flower rainbow. It really is the great sorcerer coming to our rescue. It's Mu Shen. It has to be Mu Shen. He used this skill before when he fought Madman alone, and the team also used it then. Amid the cheers of the players, Su Mu made his entrance. He drank a potion to restore the mana he had just spent, then spoke. I was planning to let you all train a little longer. With those words, Su Mu immediately charged forward. His staff flared to life with flames, and wherever he went, the fire spread, burning everything in its path. The treants were much weaker than Su Mu, and their attacks were ineffective against him, like hitting thin air, but he paid no attention, pushing onward into the heart of the treants as though drawn to the flames. Outside, the players watching couldn't help but cheer. Father Mushen's gear is so powerful, and he's making the treants run for their lives without even losing a single bit of health. Inside the battle, after delivering his blows, Sulu glanced at the treants, raised an eyebrow, and grinned as he said, "Hey, what are you standing here for? Come at me all at once." As soon as you finished speaking, the players were immediately energized, their excitement surging as they charged forward, beginning to take down the divine trees. Outside the game, everyone was stunned by the unfolding battle. A wave of confusion and admiration spread through the crowd. At the respawn point, Ting, Waner, and the others had just returned to the game and couldn't help but be surprised. Ting squinted from a distance and murmured, "All the tree people have been taken down." Water nodded slightly, agreeing it must have been that person. With questions in their minds, the group moved forward and soon saw a group of players rushing ahead, shouting excitedly. Ting companion CO2 sighed, "I'm a sorcerer too, but my damage output is nothing compared to Mushen's." At that moment, Ting furrowed her brow from a distance and asked, "What should we do now?" Everyone had lost a significant amount of experience. After a brief pause, Waner suggested, "Let's take down the tree people and recover the experience we've lost." Meanwhile, Sulu was leading the charge, shouting, "Everyone get ready. Sorcerers, prepare to clear the status effects." Following his command, 2 men and 2 women moved forward, using their abilities to sweep across the battlefield. Waner cheerfully called out, "Mushen, we're joining the fight too." Sulu glanced at her and saw her smiling as she raised her staff, announcing, "Sorcerers, sign up to join the team and cooperate with the main forces for this operation." Sulu gave a slight nod and commanded, "All right, sorcerer, archers, prepare to follow my orders. Attack from the greatest distance." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of sparks rained down from the sky. The players below, not wasting any time, rallied and attacked the sacred tree with renewed determination. Outside, watching the unfolding scene, people started to talk amongst themselves. "Look, Newbie Village 818 is actually starting to fight back." Gasps of surprise rippled through the busy square. "Who is this Mushen? He just cleared the respawn points. Could Newbie Village 818 really complete this mission?" Elsewhere, the battle god of madness was watching the battle closely. His brow furrowed as he muttered angrily, "I need to get the Madmen Guild members back online. Otherwise, we've been wiped out too many times for nothing." He quickly called the Madman Guild members back online, a faint smirk forming on his face as he added, "Killing a tree creature grants 100 experience points, and the support attacker gets 20. Perfect timing for them to do something useful, like fixing the roof." Meanwhile, at the research headquarters of Nation defies, a man, after watching the battle unfold, spoke quietly, "The tree god's vengeance? It's nothing special. Did they really think it's that powerful?" He then turned to the person beside him and ordered, "Johnson, analyze the data from Newbie Village 818's Azure Crouching Dragon and have our people go and kill the tree creatures to activate the tree god's vengeance." Upon hearing these words, Johnson's face flushed with embarrassment. He hesitated before replying, "Chief Officer, this mission is extremely challenging. Our current average level is only 3. I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat it." The Chief Officer scoffed, his voice cold and dismissive. "Say that again? We have the best in the world. Our Nation D will undoubtedly do better." Johnson's expression grew even darker. Starting this mission now was indeed a daunting task, but the chief officer simply couldn't understand the doubts weighing on his mind. With a glare, he barked, "Activate the tree god countermeasure, or I'll replace you with another deputy officer." Reluctantly, Johnson nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at Newbie Village 818, under Sulu's leadership, the group had successfully driven off the tree god, and the air was filled with cheers of victory. However, their celebration was short-lived as a deafening sound suddenly shook the ground, startling everyone. They turned to see massive tree roots slithering through the forest, quickly converging to form a giant tree god. Its red eyes glowed ominously at the center of its forehead, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who looked at it. It roared with terrifying force, "Become my nourishment, humans." As soon as the words left its mouth, it swung its arm toward the crowd. The people, caught off guard, were tossed aside. But it wasn't over yet. Another arm shot out. Upon seeing this, Ting Waner's expression darkened. She gasped in alarm. "It's over. Another arm is coming. We can't avoid it." In an instant, the tree god's massive arms slammed into the ground, sending rocks flying in all directions and filling the air with thick dust. Despite the chaos, both Sulu and Ting Waner emerged unscathed. At the last moment, Sulu had swiftly pulled her into his arms, shielding her from the impending danger and narrowly avoiding death. Ting Waner looked up at him with gratitude, her voice soft as she said, "Thank you, Mushen." Sulu barely acknowledged her thanks, instead urging her to stay alert. His mind was elsewhere, deep in thought. It seemed as though the Divine Tree Overlord's attack was specifically targeting him. Meanwhile, the players continued their frantic assault on the tree god, but their efforts were largely ineffective. The damage they dealt was minimal, and frustration began to spread. Disgruntled voices echoed through the crowd. The attributes of this boss, the tree god, are absurd. 30,000 HP, crowd control abilities, and resurrection skills. How are we supposed to defeat this thing? At that moment, smaller tree creatures started emerging beneath the Divine Tree Overlord. They appeared to have been strengthened, and now they were aggressively charging at the players, their mouths wide open in menacing threats. Seeing the situation unfold, the players immediately pulled back, their attention shifting entirely to Sulu. Ting Waner was no exception. She murmured quietly, "Mu Shen, do you have a plan?" Unfazed by the looming danger, Sulu remained calm, his face breaking into a confident smile as he reassured them. "Stay calm. Just handle the tree people like before, and I'll take care of the big one." Upon hearing this, Ting Waner immediately replied, "Be careful. I'll manage the battlefield here." Sulu gave a small nod of acknowledgement. Understood. Without wasting any time, she called out loudly, "Everyone stay calm and gather quickly. Warriors and assassins, follow Ting Shosha. Sorcerers, archers, and Ting Xiao too. Form up together. Mages, stay with me." As soon as her orders were given, the group quickly split into 3 teams. She wasted no time in directing. The tree people are at 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock. The soldier responsible for suppression, stationed at the 3 o'clock position, stood within a tight formation alongside the expeditionary fire mages. Mu, observing from behind, watched as everyone worked in perfect unison, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, Zhang Wan, you've proven your ability to defend a safe zone, and now you're eager to show off your skills, Sulu thought to himself. At that moment, the Divine Tree Overlord shifted its focus toward him. In an instant, a series of vine-like tendrils, sharp as daggers, shot towards Sulu with lightning speed. He couldn't help but click his tongue in frustration. "Why is it that the leader of Mushin always targets me?" he muttered. Although the creature was a powerful boss with high damage and substantial recovery abilities, Sulu was well aware of its weakness. The Divine Tree Overlord, once an ally of humanity, had now become the source of the demonic energy invasion. Its greatest vulnerability was its heart. "It's deliberately coming after me," Sulu thought as he moved swiftly through the air, closing in on the Divine Tree Overlord. He launched a fireball aimed directly at its heart. Unlike the others, Sulu's attacks caused far more damage. One of the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, "While we're only dealing a handful of damage with each hit, Mushin is landing devastating blows. It's not normal." However, he didn't realize that Sulu was far from satisfied with his progress. He muttered under his breath, "The skin of this tree deity is ridiculously tough. I had to cast 50 fireballs just to bring it down. This is exhausting, but at least the damage to its heart can't be healed by any recovery skill." Thinking of this, Sulu immediately activated Wind Shadow to soar into the air. Without hesitation, he launched a fireball directly at the heart of the Divine Tree Overlord. As long as he wasn't interrupted or drained of spiritual power, he was confident he could defeat it in a one-on-one confrontation. However, he couldn't let the Lord of the Territory engage in battle and disturb Ting Waner's strategy. So Mu decided to lead the boss away. With that in mind, he called out to her, "Waner, I'll leave this place to you." Upon hearing this, Ting Waner nodded, then resumed giving orders to her team. She sent a group of wizards to the resurrection point for healing and status recovery. Once she had issued her instructions, she glanced at Mu, her expression tinged with concern. Meanwhile, the Divine Tree Overlord continued to attack Sulu with its vines. To his surprise, the vines were growing at an alarming rate. However, they proved largely ineffective against him. Thanks to Wind Shadow, along with the speed boost granted by the blessings of the village chief and the fastest man, the vines couldn't touch him. At the same time, Sulu noticed something important. The new thorny vines were thinner, but still connected to the heart of the tree deity. Without wasting any time, he cast a fire array, setting all the vines ablaze. The intense heat sent waves of pain through the Divine Tree Overlord, causing it to scream in agony. But the creature did not fall so easily. Sulu was well aware of this, so he stepped back several meters to avoid getting too close. At the same time, he summoned Asterisk, Falling Flame from Heaven Asterisk, and the entire body of the Divine Tree Overlord was consumed by flames. It seemed to struggle, attempting to escape, but its feet were trapped by 2 layers of thick ice, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Sulu spun the spear in his hand, a smirk forming on his lips as he taunted, "How does it feel to be caught between ice and fire?" Not far below, Ting Waner was still leading the players in their efforts to defeat the minions of the Divine Tree Overlord. She noticed with some relief that the boss's health had dropped to a third. It would likely take another 2 minutes to finish it off completely. With a determined glance at her team, Waner called out, "We're the final stretch, everyone. Stay strong and get your formations ready for the last push. Don't let any minions slip through." Thanks to the support from the players, Sulu had no trouble on his end. He successfully froze the Divine Tree Overlord, leaving it with very little health, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He nodded with a smile. The freezing effect from Flower Rain Bone arrived just in time. One final strike. The moment the words left his lips, a brilliant flame erupted from within his spiritual core, surging directly toward the Divine Tree Overlord. It barely had time to shout, "Damn humans," before being engulfed by the fire. The flame shattered its body into countless fragments, which then dispersed into the air. Even if it realized its mistake at that moment, it was already far too late. In an instant, the Divine Tree Overlord collapsed, and the Divine Trees on the ground followed suit, falling swiftly. The players, who had been locked in fierce battle only moments before, now stood frozen, shocked by the scene unfolding before them. At the same time, the system announced, "Sulu has completed the world's first individual elimination for the revenge of the tree deity and received the personal treasure chest for the world's first kill." Not just Sulu, but the players in Newbie Village 8 also earned rewards for completing the quest. In the blink of an eye, cheers of joy erupted from every direction. Ting Waner smiled pleased. He did it. Those watching the battle from the sidelines were also left in awe. 200 potential for all members. Doesn't that mean we'll have 2 extra ranks for free attribute distribution compared to them? Not only that, but the internet was buzzing with excitement. A flood of comments, filled with admiration, flooded the online feeds. The topic of the day was entirely claimed by them. Sulu, of course, remained unaware of all this. He was focused on examining his reward, and after a while, a smile spread across his face. The essence of the tree deity was now complete, and the materials to activate the Death God's arm bone had finally been gathered. Immediately after that, he advanced to the next level, quickly reaching level 9. The next step was activating the Death God's arm bone. He was eager to uncover the secrets hidden within it. As soon as the Death God's arm bone was activated, Sulu had to sacrifice 3,000 drops of dry blood and 3,000 wet corpses to drain the essence of the tree god. A purple light began to swirl around the arm bone, causing it to levitate. However, the true change was yet to come. Suddenly, the lights expanded, surrounding Sulu as well, and his body stiffened. In shock, he exclaimed, "What's happening? I can't move." Sulu suspected that the hidden mission wasn't over yet. Just then, something strange appeared from the other side of the Green Phoenix Forest, an ominous mist of demonic energy. The players nearby were experiencing the same strange sensation, and to make matters worse, they noticed an additional death curse marking them. Ting Waner quickly called out, "Everyone, check if there's anything strange on you." At her command, everyone looked up at the same time, and sure enough, they noticed it. They gasped in surprise, saying, "I can't move. Damn it, I can't move either. This is horrible." A sense of confusion spread quickly. Before anyone could make sense of what was happening, a powerful gust of wind swept through. Darkness fell over the area, and they felt their health rapidly decreasing. With just a few sheets of paper, their blood was entirely drained, yet they didn't die and simply returned to the resurrection point. Ting Waner, listening to the panicked voices around her, wore a slightly worried expression. It seemed that once the bloodline was erased, death was not inevitable. Everyone patiently waited, reasoning that the server might still be debugging the parameters. Many found this explanation reasonable, and so they fell silent, waiting. But Waner remained deeply concerned. She still didn't know why Sulu hadn't returned. Was he in danger? Meanwhile, Sulu was deep within the Green Phoenix Forest, surrounded by a thick, gluey darkness. He furrowed his brows and muttered, "What's going on? What kind of trick is the god of death's disciple pulling this time?" As Sulu was lost in confusion, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the shadows. As soon as he spotted them, fear gripped him, and he gasped, "Those eyes!" The eyes slowly moved closer, and it seemed their target was none other than him. Sulu's face went pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His voice shaky, he whispered, "It's the god of death. Isn't the god of death a boss who appears in the most difficult dungeon, god of electricity when the apocalypse is near? No one has ever cleared god of electricity. The apocalypse must be approaching, and soon after, the god of death will descend into the real world. Could it be that activating the death god's arm bone caused him to appear early? Sulu knew very little about the god of death. In his previous life, he hadn't even been qualified to enter god of electricity. As Sulu was lost in thought, a deafening sound suddenly erupted, and he instinctively flinched. Fear deepened in his eyes. The sound was unmistakable. It was the god of death. This was the same sound he had heard before dying in his previous life. Moments later, a figure with bloodshot eyes and an unnaturally wide mouth appeared before Su-mu. The dark energy around him was so thick that it weighed down on anyone nearby, making them feel suffocated. Su-mu's fear escalated, and his body trembled as he spoke. That massive scythe, the god of death, has truly arrived. Is this it? Is my life really going to end again? Rebirth? Is it really going to be this miserable? I've barely even begun. The memories of his past life flooded back, causing Su-mu to shudder uncontrollably. He wanted to move, but his body wouldn't obey. In frustration, he bit his lip and cursed under his breath. Damn it, I can't escape this cage. I can't move. At that moment, the god of death's voice echoed again, deep and ominous. The light fades, darkness falls, the gods crumble, and I, the god of death, reign. Su-mu involuntarily looked up, locking eyes with the figure, whose intense stare sent chills down his spine. The creature's mouth continued to move, the words it spoke laced with an overwhelming fear. Young sorcerer, do you wish to live? I offer you a chance. The god of death urged Su-mu to join the god of electricity, promising to help him become the great sorcerer of death, the ruler of the apocalypse, and to lead the world under his banner. From pure fear to utter disbelief, Su-mu's mind raced. What is happening? Are you serious? The god of death is speaking to me. And what is this apocalypse? Some strange new profession, the great sorcerer of death. When did that even exist? This is an overpowered ability. The system presented Su-mu with two choices, one to accept, the other to refuse. After reading them, his eyes widened in disbelief. It felt like some kind of scam had fallen right out of the sky. In truth, both options were incredibly difficult. The first would make him an enemy of humanity, while the second would lead to his immediate death at the hands of the god of death. The reward for eliminating his first target and the dark dragon armor, which he had fought so hard to obtain, were not things he could afford to lose. As Su-mu hesitated, torn between the choices, the low, commanding voice of the god of death echoed once more. Young sorcerer, choose now. In a panic, Su-mu blurted, wait, this choice is too difficult. Let me think it through. I need a moment. Betraying humanity, aiding the enemy, and falling into eternal darkness. He couldn't even consider that. His only option was to delay for a little longer. If he could just wait until the death god's arm bone reached 100% activation, then he could make a decision. But the god of death was not giving him any time to think. You must decide now. At that moment, the death god's arm bone had only reached 95%. Frustrated, Su-mu bit his lip. His rebirth had come with far too many challenges. After a moment of deep thought, he finally looked up and met the god of death's gaze. He pressed his lips together, then said clearly, all right, I've made my choice. I refuse. The god of death's expression darkened immediately. With a furious roar, he shouted, what? You insignificant insect protected by the light, and yet you dare to refuse my invitation? Without realizing it, Su-mu let out a soft grunt. Coldly, he spoke. So what if it's an ant? An ant can still possess great wisdom, and despite its fragile life, it carries an indomitable spirit. How could I, a person of honor, bow my head and surrender to the killer of my kin? A true gentleman would rather die than endure such humiliation. If you think you're so powerful, then kill me again. Forget about fate, and let's start over from the very beginning. The god of death sneered, fury evident in his voice. Then die, ant. In the next instant, the sharp tip of his spear lunged towards Su-mu, but he remained unfazed. 3 seconds passed, and Su-mu stood resolute, his courage unwavering. Just as the spear was about to strike, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up with it, and it collided directly with the god of death's spear. The unexpected turn of events startled Su-mu. A voice rang out from within the light, a mere illusion of a divine projection dares to cross boundaries and kill. Do you truly think my divine temple has no one worthy? Upon hearing the voice, the god of death instantly recognized the newcomer. He let out a chilling laugh. Michael, do you really believe you can save him? At that moment, Su-mu could no longer hide his astonishment. The figure before him, with angelic wings, was nothing short of unbelievable. It was none other than Michael, the supreme leader of the angelic temple's legion, one of its highest-ranking elders. Go back to hell. Michael's voice was cold as he spoke, and a surge of divine power materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, he launched a strike at the god of death. In an instant, the figure of the god of death vanished, though his chilling laughter lingered in the air. He is the cursed one. Sooner or later, he will become part of our god of death's temple. The scene shifted so rapidly that Su-mu couldn't hide his astonishment, murmuring to himself, is this the power of the highest commander of the angelic temple's legion? One strike, and the god of death's illusion is gone. The Divine Temple stood as one of the two major factions in the Apocalypse world, a heart of the Divine Realm, with the Angelic Legion being its most respected fighting force. In contrast, the God of Death's Temple was the central hub of the evil faction. You only activated the Death God's arm bone, and not only did it summon the God of Death's projection, but it also brought the great Michael here. As Sulu pondered this, Michael's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. Young warrior, your decision was wise. Sulu was taken aback and glanced at him. It was then that he realized he could move again. Quickly, he bowed and said, "Greetings, great Michael." He wasn't entirely sure if his greeting was appropriate. In his previous life, he had never interacted with beings of such power. Michael offered a warm smile, his demeanor pleasant as he replied, "Your decision is worthy of praise from the Divine Temple. If you can succeed in my trial, I will grant you the title of Sorcerer of the Divine Temple." Sulu stared in astonishment at the title in front of him. Even at level 100, it remained the primary title in use. Moreover, it was only by acquiring this title that one could unlock the hidden quests of the Divine Temple. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Finally, unable to contain his enthusiasm, he spoke eagerly. "I accept your trial." The man nodded in approval, and Michael, with his usual calm demeanor, said, "These are the rewards I have earned, and now I give them to you. I trust you will succeed in this trial." With that, he pulled out a necklace and handed it to Sulu. As Sulu took it into his hands, his eyes widened in disbelief. This was the shattered necklace of the evil dragon. Still in a daze, Michael spoke again. "I hope it will guide you toward greater strength. May the light of the apocalypse shine upon you." As soon as he finished speaking, Michael's figure faded into the air, and the area was once again bathed in brilliant light. Sulu stood still for a moment, gazing up at the sky before tightly clutching the necklace in his hand. Then, with a joyful leap, he explained, "I know exactly what this is. In my past life, only one top-tier player had the full set of this armor. It's unbeatable. And now I have the necklace from that set. If I can purify it into a legendary item, this entire reincarnation will be worth it." Having the necklace meant that eventually, the rest of the armor would be his too, and once he had it all, he would be invincible. After a brief moment of joy, Sulu decided to examine the Death God's arm bone, the item that had nearly caused him to reset his character. By this point, the item had already been activated. Sulu had received numerous skills and pieces of equipment, and he was so overwhelmed with happiness that he nearly cried. He muttered to himself, "It's worth it. It's worth it. My reincarnation as a human wasn't in vain. Apocalypse isn't just toying with me." However, his celebration was short-lived when he saw the leveling requirement, a staggering 5 million experience points. Fuming with frustration, he cursed aloud. "This is blatant bullying. The experience needed to level up is the same as a single full level." Annoyed, Sulu pushed this aside and decided to open the treasure chest from the tree god to see if there were any rewards within. "You must reach level 10 quickly and claim the first 9 kills in the Mushin Ancient Temple dungeon." A new objective appeared. Without delay, deep in the Green Phoenix Forest, Sulu began sorting through his items. After reviewing them, he decided to examine the tree god's wish first. Upon opening it, the faint figure of the tree deity materialized, speaking in a solemn tone. "Warrior, thank you for freeing me from my torment. I was once the ruler of this land, but now I am on the verge of vanishing. There is something I hope you can fulfill in my stead." At that moment, a quest was issued. Sulu didn't hesitate and accepted it immediately. He exhaled deeply, realizing that this quest perfectly aligned with the Divine Destruction core trial mission. In the vast expanse of the universe, Earth continues its quiet journey through space. Yet, after hundreds of observations, it has been confirmed that on April 14, 2129, at 4:49 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time +8, the planet will come closest to the eastern hemisphere of Earth. At approximately 5:20 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time +8, the chance of a collision is 2.7%. If the collision does occur, it will release 6.4 quadrillion Ks, which is equivalent to over 1 ton of TNT's energy. While a collision is not certain, once the apocalypse becomes reality, Apophis will be the first adversary of the God-slaying Legion. Before humanity's future can be considered, one must first face Apophis, the final boss of this dungeon raid. Even though it has significantly weakened, it remains a difficult challenge, with a strong desire to die. There are also 3 smaller bosses before it, each still formidable in their own right. In a previous life, they were part of a professional team from Nation D, level 15, and secured the first 9 kills. Sulu couldn't help but click his tongue at the thought. This game is more complicated than I thought. Pushing that aside, he turned his attention back to the treasure rewards from the tree god. This time, Sulu received a generous haul, 50,000 gold, 300 potential points, the Windfire Triple Strike shoes at level 10, a common purple skill book, and 1,000 prestige points for the Divine Temple. Seeing the rewards, he couldn't help but smile. Nice. A common purple skill book for all classes, plus the Divine Temple prestige. And these Waner triple strike shoes are solid equipment too. I've definitely made a good profit. Sulu wasted no time and quickly studied the purple common skill book, acquiring the ability to activate spiritual energy. This skill boosted his attack power by 100 for a duration of 5 minutes. He stared at the skill in surprise, his voice filled with amazement. I can summon a peak-level clone during combat. As for the prestige of the Divine Temple, increasing his intimacy points with the NPCs there was essential for gaining powerful allies. It wasn't something that could be easily earned through regular quests. The higher the reputation, the greater the chance of success. In addition, as a reward for his first personal achievement in the world, Sulu received a variety of items, including the guild's blessing rights. This was a highly valuable item, granting significant advantages to players. When he later created a guild, it would give him a crucial head start, along with the title of Monster Slayer. This title was designed specifically to aid in the defeat of demonic creatures. The more he examined his rewards, the more pleased he became. Filled with excitement, Sulu cheered, then began allocating his points. As a sorcerer, he focused on boosting his offensive power, investing all of his potential points into magic attack. The violent sorcerer class was all about casting fireballs and showing opponents their place. After activating the accessory quest, he knew he would need to find time to work on it, as the extra attributes from the equipment were also quite valuable. For now, he decided to return to the city to appraise the gear. Meanwhile, at the respawn point in Newbie Village, a group of players were eagerly gossiping about the recent events. Just then, Sulu respawned and appeared. As soon as they saw him, everyone rushed over to thank him. Their enthusiasm took him by surprise. Quickly stepping back, Sulu smiled politely and said, "Everyone, stay focused on leveling up. Newbie Village no, 818. Let's make sure we're the first group to reach the main city." At this moment, no matter what he said, they all listened intently and nodded in agreement. On the other side, the chief officer of VSA was furious. He shouted in anger, "Damn it, the credit for this should belong to our nation. The glory is ours." Johnson, who was reporting the current progress, spoke quickly. But the more he said, the angrier the officer became. He snapped, "If you can't defeat them, then you might as well stop trying." Johnson felt helpless. The difficulty of the mission was simply too great. Meanwhile, inside the game at the pharmacy, the beautiful alchemist stood at the door and waved at Sulu. This time he had come to buy 100 bottles of purification potion and divine elixir, but the prices were steep. Sulu winced at the thought of his dwindling gold. The purification potion was 200 gold per bottle, and the divine elixir cost 100,000 gold each. Though his recent rewards had provided him with a lot of gold, the cost of purifying the evil dragon bone transmission was still heavy. The shopkeeper quickly handed over the items to Sulu and said sincerely, "Thank you for dealing with those troublesome male players, and thank you for protecting the village." Sulu smiled at her. "No need to thank me." Soon after, Sulu found a place to purify the necklace. As he worked, he muttered to himself, "It has to be of legendary quality. I've never even seen a legendary tier item in my past life." Before long, the purification was successful. Seeing the necklace glow, Sulu couldn't help but feel joy. The golden hue was unmistakable. It was indeed legendary quality. After being reborn, he never imagined he would be this lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a card, smirking as he said, "This perfect appraisal card. Isn't it time to put it to use? Go ahead, use one and see. I'm hoping for an attribute explosion, especially for me." In an instant, the T-long pendant was bathed in a soft golden glow. The appraisal was successful, confirming that the pendant was of transmogrification quality with excellent attributes. Sulu couldn't help but feel pleased. The pendant's effects were even better than his purple weapon, offering both elemental enhancement and solid resistance to elements. Additionally, his own attributes had risen significantly, making it clear that clearing the shrine of the ancient tree god would no longer be an issue. The only remaining challenge was completing the hidden quest to clear the dungeon without taking damage, which would require a bit more effort. So Sulu decided it was time to level up. The forest was soon cleared by his efforts, but just as he was finishing, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. He frowned and muttered to himself, "It's here, the Divine Destruction Core." Moments later, the light descended, catching the attention of nearby players. They were stunned and began discussing the unusual event. "What's happening? Why is it so hot all of a sudden? What's that? Something's falling down. Is it a meteor?" In the blink of an eye, the entire forest was engulfed by an unbearable heat, surrounded by a brilliant flame. The temperature soared to such extremes that players scattered in panic, while the animals in the forest fled, desperately seeking shelter. At the same time, Sulu stood at the edge of the cliff, watching the scene unfold below. This was still only a simulation of the apocalypse world, with the destructive power significantly reduced. If the simulation were to turn into reality, everyone would be instantly killed. The flames quickly spread towards Newbie Village 818, and the players in the town hurriedly fled, shouting in panic, "Run! The fire is coming this way. Newbie Village isn't safe." Just as the situation reached its most critical point, a figure appeared, stepping onto the scene. Upon closer inspection, the figure was revealed to be the village chief. In that moment, waves of water materialized in his hands, swirling gracefully through the air before crashing down onto the approaching flames. The players were left stunned by the sight. The village chief was remarkably powerful. He was a dual-class player, skilled in both wizardry and water magic. Within moments, the flames in Newbie Village were completely extinguished by the chief's water currents. The players, now relieved, cheered and showered him with praise. "Village chief, you're incredible. You must be some kind of legendary master, right? Could you give us a hidden quest?" The village chief glanced at them, paused for a moment, then let out a soft chuckle. "The Apophis god has invaded," he said. "To protect the apocalypse world, we must not let him leave the Green Phoenix Forest. I've come here to offer my blessings to all the warriors fighting against Apophis." As soon as the man finished speaking, the system promptly issued the task. The players, brimming with excitement, cheered. "Look, a mission just popped up above our heads." From a distance, Sulu also noticed the mission and was somewhat taken aback. The first dungeon of the apocalypse world had been unlocked. In the game, Apophis was exploring the ruins of the Mushin Temple in the Green Phoenix Forest, searching for ancient artifacts. In his past life, Apophis had been caught up in a frenzy, relentlessly hunting for a specific material needed by the Divine Destruction Corps Legion. Deep within the Amazon rainforest, there was indeed a place that resembled the ancient Mushin Temple. In the world of Apocalypse, many environments and rare items existed in reality. Some of them hadn't been discovered yet, while others were hidden in dangerous areas. Even if the knowledge from the previous life were passed on to the country now, it wouldn't be much use. Humanity's current strength was simply too weak to resist the impending invasion. As someone who had been reincarnated, Sulu knew he had to grow stronger when the apocalypse became a reality. He had to seize every opportunity to fight back. But for now, this dungeon, the ancient Mushin Temple, could not be conquered with money alone. He needed to understand its mechanisms and be powerful enough to face it. Nevertheless, the appearance of this dungeon would undoubtedly mark a new turning point in the game. The players, eager to explore, would need to summon all their courage. So Mu decided to let them face the challenges for a while he logged off to take a brief nap and recharge his energy. Outside, the world moved through a quiet night, and the city's lights slowly began to flicker on once more. Inside an apartment building, Sulu awoke after a long sleep. He stretched and yawned before saying, "That was a great sleep, way more comfortable than in the game cabin. Let me check the forum and see how the newbies are handling the dungeon." The Apocalypse forum was alive with activity as everyone discussed the ancient Mu God Temple. Sulu casually scrolled through the posts before scoffing and saying, "What's all this? The strange events in the future are going to scare the life out of you. Countries are all strengthening their forces for the ancient Mu God Temple, and the team from the great imperial capital's Nation H is making the fastest progress, but they still haven't even beaten the first boss." After a brief pause, Sulu logged into the game again. He quickly appeared in Newbie Village. Waner walked over a little surprised and asked, "How are you still only level 9? Sulu pouted, laughing as he replied, "Looks like you've been using a lot of experience potions." Then a thought struck him, and he quickly asked, "I've still got some green gear and white skill books. Do you need them?" Without a second thought, Waner nodded. "Of course. It's good that you're sharing resources. Even though we've been making good progress, we plan to hit level 10 before we tackle the ancient Mu God Temple. Are you joining us?" "Did you touch my foot?" Sulu raised an eyebrow, looking at her with curiosity. "Honestly, I was just teasing. You're still thinking in terms of Waner's special status. It's natural to have direct access to information," she explained. But Waner took it seriously. She nodded and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, Ting Su. We're all beautiful girls here. Just see what you can do." Sulu couldn't resist teasing her. "But I'm only interested in you." Waner shyly lowered her head, speaking softly, "As long as you cooperate, I can get the information and share it with you. The reward can be 3 parts for you." Sulu instinctively frowned. Waner's confidence suggested that the power behind her company was indeed strong. She had clearly spent a lot of resources to recruit him and wasn't hesitating to share all this information. After a brief pause, Sulu spoke in a serious tone. "The news about the dungeon that everyone is desperate for is definitely valuable, but it doesn't seem to interest me." Waner was slightly surprised and asked, "Why?" Sulu gave her a brief glance and calmly replied, "Sister Waner, I recommend you focus on leveling up for now. Even when you reach level 10, don't bother with dungeons. They'll be too hard for you. I'm going to hunt some monsters now. Goodbye." With that, Sulu turned and walked away. Water stood there, watching his retreating figure, feeling speechless. This guy really, I got both intelligence and strength. My team is full of beautiful and well-equipped people, yet he still turns me down. An hour later, the global chat in the game erupted into chaos as players flooded it with mentions of Sulu. He saw the frenzy and, with a relaxed smile, casually replied, "I'm on my way to take down Demon's Garden." The players were instantly confused, and many of them quickly began to steer clear of the areas he passed through. However, Sulu paid no attention and continued hunting monsters as if nothing had happened. By then, he had reached level 10 and unlocked new upgrade features. With excitement, he announced, "Brothers, I'm level 10 now." Soon after, Sulu returned to Newbie Village and headed straight to the village chief's house. With a confident tone, he said, "Village chief, I want to start a guild." The village chief gave him a calm and approving look before responding, "Warrior, you've truly exceeded my expectations. A player of your caliber should definitely have your own guild. You've reached a level of significance. The cost is 300,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this, Sulu's face twitched slightly. He pursed his lips and replied, 300,000? Are you trying to rob me?" The village chief smirked and said, "Warrior, to become a true powerhouse, you must make an investment at the start." Sulu fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. This time he decided not to rely on anyone else. He was determined to create his own guild, recruiting capable players who would become his strength. Soon after, Sulu chose to establish the guild, naming it Majestic Wind God Valley. With a sense of pride, he walked out of the village chief's house. Fengshen Valley was destined to become the powerful force that would protect Nation H when the apocalypse came. At the same time, players around him received the notification that he had founded a guild. Waner, surprised, couldn't help but say, "Mushin already started a guild? He's ahead of us. I didn't expect Mu Shen would want to be the boss himself." Zayu was also taken aback when she saw the notification, as if she were trying to calculate something in her mind. Meanwhile, a group of hunters tracking monsters received the news. One of them quickly shouted, "Boss, I didn't expect this kid to get ahead and start his own guild first." The boss snorted in response, saying, "Our Madman guild is still the strongest." Before long, many people had applied to join Sulu's guild. He frowned when he saw the number of requests, muttering to himself, "I'll use the level 1 blessing reward from the guild that the system gave me earlier." Sulu then began granting the blessings. The attributes provided by the guild's blessing were random and lasted for 24 hours. The first use each day was free, but any subsequent refreshes would require either diamond currency or contribution points. Once everything was done, Sulu headed to the blacksmith. "Give me 2 regular identification charms." The blacksmith snorted coldly, replying, "That'll be 200 gold coins." Sulu, feeling a bit helpless, said, "Isn't it just the alchemist who enjoys chatting with you?" Despite his frustration, Sulu accepted the 2 charms and proceeded to identify the belt and the Windfire triple strike boots. After examining the attributes of both items, he couldn't help but sneer. Does this little guy really need to run away? What kind of useless special effect is this? However, despite his dissatisfaction, the attributes had still improved significantly, so he decided to collect the Windfire triple strike helmet to further enhance the effects. Without wasting any time, he posted a message in the world chat, saying he was looking to buy the Windfire triple strike helmet. Afterward, Sulu checked his chat box for the day and let out an exasperated sigh. Everything was a complete mess. It seemed unrealistic to expect these rookies, who hadn't even reached level 10, to drop a level 10 purple item, but there was something even more startling waiting for him. A topless photo of a man, which made Sulu feel deeply unsettled. "What is this? I'm a decent guy," he muttered in disbelief. A moment later, he received a message from an unknown sender. The person claimed to have the Windfire triple strike helmet. Sulu quickly replied, but the response only irritated him further. "I don't want to sell it. I plan to use it myself." Frustrated, Sulu gritted his teeth and muttered, "If you're not selling, why even bother messaging? What's wrong with you?" The more he exchanged messages with the person, the angrier he became. "This assassin is even worse than me. So bad they might as well disappear entirely." Blocked. Just as he was about to block the stranger, another message came through. "Can I join your guild? I want to give you this equipment." Sulu couldn't help but scoff. "A purple item, and you think you can join the Valley of Wind and Cloud." But in the end, he decided to accept the person into the guild. A real man adapts and makes things work, he thought. However, not long after, his suspicion began to grow. "I've never heard of this dark god before. Maybe I'll get the equipment, let him feel grateful, and then kick him out. Just then, Dark God appeared in front of him, repeatedly calling out, "Boss." Sulu lowered his head, lost in thought. Asterisk, why do I feel so embarrassed? If that's the case, I should just kick him out quickly. On the other hand, he can't even beat me, asterisk. At that moment, Dark God ran over and asked, "Boss, why does our guild only have 2 members now?" Sulu did respond right away, but silently chuckled to himself. Asterisk, just wait a little longer, soon it'll be down to just 1 member. Little one, the world is tough. Don't blame me for limiting you, asterisk. However, Sulu's plan was quickly disrupted when Dark God made a smart decision. Dark God cheerfully said, "Why is our guild's funds so low? Let me add a bit more." That bit more turned out to be 10 million gold coins, nearly making Sulu lose his mind. But Dark God wasn't done. He added, "Boss, could you add another 10 million first? If it's not enough, just let me know." Sulu's eyes widened in surprise as he replied, "Go ahead and claim the guild's blessings first. You can unlock your attributes." Dark God quickly agreed and also handed over the Windfire Triple Strike helmet to Sulu. Now, Sulu had 4 purple tier items and 1 orange tier item, which meant he was ready to take on the ancient Mushen temple dungeon. While Sulu was deep in thought, Dark God sent him the message, "Boss, I prayed over 100 times and finally got the attack and speed boost attributes, followed by a long series of messages." Sulu felt that Dark God was rambling on, but he could only grit his teeth and bear it. He replied, "Don't rush, I'll take you with me. This dungeon is pretty tough and I want to prepare a bit more, but you need to level up first. Level 6 is too weak right now." After dismissing the previous player, Sulu sent an invitation to Waner. When she saw the notification, she was slightly taken aback and exclaimed, "Mushen invited me for a dungeon run with a ticket worth 200,000 gold. A moment later, Sulu arrived at the designated meeting point. He waved at Waner and, with a grin, asked, "Sis with the long legs, have you made up your mind? Are you ready to hop on?" She glanced at him, her expression filled with uncertainty. "Are you serious? Do you really think we can clear the level?" Waner asked, her brow furrowing. "Everyone's stuck on the first stage. When the monster is nearly defeated, it enters a berserk state, and no one can survive it." Sulu shrugged casually and replied, "That's because you're all too weak." With a confident gleam in his eyes, he smirked and added, "Anyway, if you join my team, just bring the ticket money by 9 o'clock and come find me for a guaranteed clear." Waner still seemed unsure, pressing further, "What if we can't clear it?" He shook his head and smiled. "There's no what if. If we don't clear it, I'll refund the full amount. But if we do, I'll take the loot." Water's temper flared at his words, but realizing she was overreacting, she quickly turned to leave. Before going, though, she teased, "I was just joking, sis Waner. Don't be mad. I'm heading out now, waiting for you." Half an hour later, they were both waiting in an open area. After some time, Dark God appeared, rushing over and shouting, "Boss, I leveled up." But as he got closer, he noticed someone else was already there. He exclaimed in surprise, "Your sister is so punctual, and she's one of our teammates. How lucky. Boss, should I get a quick introduction? Hello, beautiful. Since we're fighting together, it makes sense to get to know each other first. If you have time, could you grab a couple of speakers for me so I can make some business announcements?" Sulu shot him a warning look before turning to Waner with a smile. "Sister Waner, welcome to the team." Waner simply nodded, offering no response. At that moment, Dark God quickly grabbed a speaker and shouted, "Mushen is coming to take down the sub-boss, leader minus 20,000 gold. Only 2 spots, first come, first served." Sulu couldn't help but feel a bit speechless at the scene. But to his surprise, it worked. People began to discuss the offer, though the recent disaster was still fresh in their minds, and most decided against joining. After a short while, Water spoke up, "Both of these spots are for me. I'll bring a friend along. Do you think anyone else can join except for those in the Madmen Guild?" It's settled. Moments later, Ting Su Xiaoxia and Ting Su Xiao Tu arrived swiftly. Even though Ting Su Xiaoxia didn't believe Sulu could clear the level, they joined because of Waner. Ting Su Xiaoxia walked over quickly, and Dark God immediately laughed, saying, "My boss is amazing. You guys can just relax." She couldn't help but scoff. "This little assassin is interesting. Lie back and wait to die." Dark God smiled as he looked at the two of them, then turned to Sulu and asked, "Boss, I can pretend to be a little confused with the Mu, but what exactly are you planning to do?" The guy was acting all mysterious, and then without warning, he made a bold announcement on the world channel that caused a huge stir. Sulu and the others were left speechless. 1,000 gold for a single megaphone, and this guy actually used 1,000 of them at once. This move was truly unbelievable. So you couldn't help but think, asterisk big bro, if you got so much money, Why not just take me straight away, asterisk? Moments later, a crowd of curious players had gathered at the dungeon's teleportation gate, skeptical about whether the five of them could pull off anything significant. Mushen paid little attention to the crowd, leading the group into the dungeon. Before long, they successfully entered the ancient Mushen temple. Dark God's eyes widened in excitement. This place is enormous. Ting Sha, overhearing him, immediately whispered, "Quiet." Dark God quickly took the hint and fell silent. The group moved deeper into the temple, stopping in front of several doors. Dark God was the first to speak up. "Boss, I've heard that the first level is a maze. How should we handle it?" Ting Sha from behind added, "Do you want me to guide you? If you're serious about leading us to take down the boss, we can go straight to the first level boss. What do you think?" Mu heard this and let out a cold laugh. "Why don't you go your way and I'll go mine?" Sha, clearly frustrated, raised her voice. "So, you're charging 200,000 gold per spot, and that's it. If the team leader hadn't personally invited me, I wouldn't have even bothered to join." He shrugged indifferently, a casual smile on his face. "If you're not happy, you can leave the team anytime." He paused for a moment, then added, "Just so you know, if you leave on your own, there won't be any payment." Waner's dissatisfaction grew as she heard this, and Dark God, standing next to her, eagerly joined in. "Girls," he said with a grin, "my boss has said that if you can take out the leader, you can take whatever you want. All you have to do is lie there and play. If you're unwilling to curse and complain, then you're the ones overreacting." The argument was finally cut short by Waner, and Sulu led the group deeper into the area. As they moved forward, the atmosphere grew more unsettling. On either side of the path were streams of blood-red liquid, and the sharp, metallic scent of the air was overwhelming. Dark God grimaced and covered his nose, gagging. "This smell of blood is way too realistic. Why has the whole environment suddenly turned so creepy?" Waner, ever cautious, spoke up. "Watch out. There's a blood demon behind that waterfall. It moves quickly and is hard to hit. Even Team Z struggles to deal with them." Mu, walking ahead of the group, remained calm and unshaken. "Don't worry. As long as you don't provoke them, this passage will be a breeze." Ting Xiao 2, still uncertain, asked, "Is that really true? You wouldn't be lying to us, would you, Mushen?" Waner, not fully convinced, raised an eyebrow. "The blood demons might look terrifying, but they don't seem to attack players unless provoked. How can you be so sure it won't be different this time?" As Mu had predicted, they reached another door without facing any resistance. Dark God let out a triumphant laugh and said, "Well, do you believe me now, sisters? When my boss speaks, it's always spot on." Mu ignored him and walked through the door, leading them into a dimly lit basement filled with human bones. Dark God Atag shivered involuntarily. The place seemed to have been the site of a brutal battle in the past. Were these skeletons going to rise up? No sooner had he spoken than the bones beneath them began to tremble. In an instant, they fell into battle formation. Ting Sha scolded, "You idiot." Dark God, shocked that his careless words had come true, muttered, "It's my fault." Soon, a group of skeletons emerged from the shadows of the basement. They were all level 7 skeleton soldiers, long buried beneath the earth and starved for fresh blood. They began to advance slowly. Xiao scoffed coldly and muttered, "Ting Xiao 2, we're not here to play." Without missing a beat, she unleashed a burst of energy. The skeleton charging at her crumpled to the ground in an instant. But it didn't stay down for long. Its eyes suddenly turned blood red, as though it had been injected with a fake vitality. It lunged at Ting Xiu with ferocity. She quickly formed a protective shield, but the monster's thick blood and high defense made it a tough opponent to deal with. Waner called out urgently, "Xiao 2, provide fire support." Without hesitation, Xiao 2 rushed forward and cast a fireball. Taking advantage of the opening, Xiao managed to sever the arm of one skeleton. However, just as she did, another one swung at her shoulder. Witnessing this, Water quickly rushed to her side and began healing her, while Xiao 2 charged forward, launching an attack on the group of skeletons. A barrage of bone ice beams shot towards them like lightning, but the damage was minimal. Realizing this, Xiao 2 called out, "These skeletons have too high of a defense. I can't seem to hurt them." Her bone ice had no effect on them, and Sha, growing more frustrated, shouted, "What's wrong with these monsters? Didn't Mushin say we could get past this level? We were supposed to be heading to the Fiery Island." As soon as she finished speaking, a fireball streaked in from a distance, striking and burning several of the skeletons at the front. The caster was none other than Sumu, who calmly said, "Don't worry, I got this." He immediately swung his staff, and a thick layer of bone ice appeared, freezing the skeletons in place, but he didn't stop there. He then cast a fireball matrix, combining both ice and fire to burn the skeletons to their doom. The others watched in stunned silence. Shosha couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, "Is this damage really fair? At that moment, Waner began to believe if he could kill one of their leaders, perhaps, just perhaps, they could actually succeed. On this side, Sulu had wiped out the skeletons and with calm composure said, "These skeleton soldiers don't have elemental resistance. They're not too hard to defeat. Please collect the dropped items." The four of them hurried to collect the items, managing to gather quite a few, but at the end, they all ended up in Sumu's hands. This left Shoshui feeling frustrated. "So these items are for the captain? That's not fair." Sumu simply shrugged, his expression indifferent. "I'm short on cash. By the way, your fight earlier was pretty impressive. You showed a lot of courage." Shoshui scoffed in response, "Don't think I can't tell you're just making fun of me." Sumu barely acknowledged her, his lips curling slightly as he turned away and started walking. Dark God let out a quick laugh and urged, "Come on, ladies, stop stalling. Let's go. This money is worth it." Annoyed, Shoshu muttered, "I spit on you, idiot." A short time later, their group reached a cliff where the elements seemed to split between ice and fire. Waner looked surprised. "Isn't this the path Team ZA took?" CO2, visibly nervous, stammered, "If we go left, we'll freeze like rabbits. If we go right, we'll roast like rabbits." Shasha, still uncertain, asked, "You want to jump? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Sumu, however, remained calm. "I'll go down alone. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Waner, can you lend me your shield?" Without hesitation, Waner created a shield and handed it over. Dark God, still puzzled, asked, "Boss, what are you planning to do?" Sumu didn't answer. He swiftly leaped into the fire pit, moving with grace and agility. Despite a few obstacles, he managed to avoid them without difficulty. Up on the cliff, the others were left to wait. Shasha, her curiosity growing, asked, "Where does Mu Shen want to go?" Waner shook her head lightly, unsure, but it seemed like Sumu already knew where the monster had appeared. At the same time, Sumu reached the spot he'd been heading for and paused. Raising his staff high, he shattered a block of ice that had been trapping a flame in the distance. Moments later, he returned to the cliffside. Waner asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice, "What did you find?" Shashel crossed her arms, pouting. "Always so mysterious. It's probably some treasure he's planning to keep for himself." Sumu chuckled softly and pulled a small chicken from his bag. Waner spoke vaguely. "This item wasn't mentioned in the report. What does it do?" He replied calmly, "We'll find out soon enough." They moved on, stepping into the snow-covered area. The temperature was brutal, and they could feel their stats dropping sharply. After a short while, the ice beneath them suddenly trembled violently. Yu quickly called out, "It's here." A sharp, pointed tail broke through the ice, followed by the enormous body of a centipede. It was a human-faced centipede, level 10, an elite monster. Without warning, the creature let out a deafening roar. The sound was so harsh that the group had to cover their ears to avoid being overwhelmed. Once the noise passed, Sumu urged them, concentrate to resist the disturbance and spread out quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled a fireball at the centipede's face, dealing considerable damage. However, the creature's health was so high that it barely seemed affected. In response, it spat a thick liquid toward them. All four members of Waner's group took damage, except for Sumu, who swiftly used Wind Shadow to dodge and managed to escape unscathed. Without missing a beat, he rushed toward the centipede and called out loudly, "I'll take the aggro." The boss is immune to water-type attacks, so sorcerers avoid using Flower Rain Bone. Warriors look for a chance to strike its belly. Dark God, noticing that he wasn't included in the plan, hesitated before asking, "What should I do?" Sulu replied, "Little assassin, stay on the side and don't get in the way. Your HP is too low." By then, Sumu had already positioned himself in front of the centipede. As he glanced up, he saw its enormous mouth open, preparing to spit something at him. Reacting quickly, he dodged to the side. Even with his current HP and defense, being hit by that attack would still cause significant damage. Avoiding harm was crucial for the tree deity. He couldn't afford to let the monster land even a single hit. With that in mind, he raised his staff and shouted attack. Everyone unleashed their skills at the centipede at once, causing its health to steadily decrease. Mu nodded in approval, landing a decisive blow that froze its belly for 3 seconds. Taking advantage of the moment, the group attacked together, and its health dropped by more than half. As the freezing effect began to wear off, they launched another round of attacks before quickly retreating. Just then, the human-faced centipede launched a counterattack toward them. Dark God panicked, turning to flee while shouting in fear, "Wait, I haven't even hit you yet. Don't let me run into your grandfather." Waner quickly warned everyone, "Be careful." In that instant, Sumu leaped forward, his body shifting sideways. "Get out of the way quickly. The creature's focus is on me," he called out. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished, reappearing in a blur, swiftly dodging the whirlwinds the centipede created. As he moved, he unleashed a fireball, stunning everyone around him. They couldn't help but watch in awe. Mushen, is that some kind of speed boost? No wonder he's my boss. His movements are so graceful. As Su Mu relentlessly attacked, the centipede's health dropped to 750. Suddenly, its eyes turned blood red. Realizing the danger, Waner shouted urgently, Mushen, the human-faced centipede, is about to self-destruct. At that moment, the centipede let out a deafening, frenzied screech. Its body twisted violently in the air before it curled into a massive circle. Xiao Tu screamed in panic, "It's over!" It's speeding up and going berserk. Shasha, clearly anxious, said, "The human-faced centipede in its berserk state is immune to all damage." Dark God, however, remained unfazed and smiled confidently. "What's there to fear? My boss can take it down in just a few minutes." Just then, the centipede's body began to glow with eerie green light. In an instant, the sky was filled with beams of energy it released. Xiao Tu, now even more terrified, shouted, "With this barrage of attacks, we're finished." But Su Mu was completely unafraid. He tossed something into the air and called out, "Go Pikachu." What he had thrown was the chicken he had found near the bottom of the cliff. In that instant, the chicken blazed with a brilliant light, forcing everyone around to shield their eyes. When the light faded, the tiny chick had transformed into a massive golden rooster. Its enormous wings spread wide, creating a protective barrier around Su Mu and his group, completely blocking the centipede's attacks. Witnessing this, Waner couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is the hidden surprise of the first dungeon boss." The others were equally stunned, unable to hide their surprise. At the same time, the centipede's berserk state ended and its health was nearly depleted. Seizing the moment, Su Mu cast a fireball spell, instantly finishing off the creature. A large number of items scattered from its body. Su Mu stared in shock and shouted, "It dropped a purple item!" Water's excitement was palpable. She quickly suggested, "That's a purple item for a wizard. I want it. I'll offer 50,000 gold." Shasha nodded in approval. Not bad luck. The first boss already dropped something Waner can use, so the price seemed reasonable. Su Mu was about to agree when Dark God interrupted, "Wait, I'll offer 100,000 gold coins." Shasha immediately snapped, "Do you even know how to play? Why are you fighting for a wizard's item?" Waner nodded in agreement. "Brother, you can't use this equipment. Let me take it instead." However, Dark God pouted and said, "I met a very cute female wizard yesterday. I will heave this equipment to her." Su Mu sighed softly. "I'll set up an auction, and you can bid on it yourselves. The starting price will be 100,000. Immediately, the bidding began. Waner added 20,000, Dark God added 10,000, and after a few rounds, the price reached 200,000. Dark God glanced at Su Mu and asked, "Boss, does the money from the equipment auction go to you in the end?" Su Mu nodded slightly. "The equipment is mine, so the money naturally belongs to me as well." Dark God smiled. "Got it." Turning to Waner, Dark God added, "Sister, we only met a day later than you, and I feel like you and your sisters don't show enough respect to my boss." With that, he raised the bid to 500,000 gold coins. Waner sighed in resignation. "Forget it. This is already the lowest price. If you're willing to spend the money and time, you can still get the equipment later." Shasha muttered angrily, "You're definitely out of your mind." But Dark God didn't mind, as long as Su Mu was happy. Nothing else mattered. To Waner and the others, Dark God seemed like nothing more than a fool. Su Mu felt helpless. He never imagined the female equipment would end up in the hands of an assassin. The auction was just a small prelude as they ventured deeper into the dungeon. In the dark pit, the sounds of Dark God and Shasha arguing echoed, with Shasha mostly losing her temper. Su Mu paid no attention to the others and continued forward, his hand reaching for the next door. As soon as he touched it, a brilliant light exploded, revealing a vast forest before them. With a deep, steady voice, Su Mu addressed the group. "The forest ahead is the boss area. There are no minor monsters here, but the boss has a special mechanism. Everyone find a stone pillar and stand under it. Don't move and don't attack." While he gave these instructions, he triggered the boss mechanism and added, "Remember everything I've said. Wait for my signal to act. Waner and her group of 4, follow me. Each of you find a pillar and stand by it." With that, Su Mu alone entered the small building ahead of them. This hut had once been the residence of the workers who had built the temple and also served as the entrance to its inner sanctum. On the day the temple was finished, the workers had celebrated there. Su Mu opened the door and an icy, ominous presence filled the air. The system's voice rang out, seemingly warning them that they had triggered something they shouldn't have and were now cursed with dark, malevolent energy. Inside the hut, 48 workers had been trapped. No one knew how much time had passed, but those 48 souls had merged into one. The moment Su Mu stepped inside, dark tendrils of energy reached out, encircling him, accompanied by unsettling sounds. Outside, Dark God Tai shuddered and asked, "Did you hear that strange noise?" Shasha couldn't resist teasing, "Is the little assassin scared?" Dark God gritted his teeth, biting back his frustration. "Who's scared? I'm not scared." She clicked her tongue in annoyance, thinking to herself that someone as timid as him could actually be frightened. Then why are you even playing Apocalypse? Apocalypse was a hyper-realistic game. Just moments earlier, she had scared him with the sight of hanging ghosts in one of the maze's corridors, sending him into a frozen panic. As the two of them continued to argue, Waner interrupted. "Enough with the noise, I just heard something." "Be careful, this is no joke. The system just announced that the 48 workers have merged." Inside the hut, Sulu remained still, staring at the swirling dark miasma around him for a few moments before cautiously stepping forward. Suddenly, there was a noise from the door. His brow furrowed instinctively. The monsters at this level were surprisingly intelligent and their appearances were unpredictable. If not for the need to pass the level without injury, he wouldn't be so careful. Before long, Sulu faced a giant, a cursed worker, who charged at him with terrifying force. He narrowly dodged the attack. "That was close. I almost got hit." He quickly cast a fireball at the monster, eliminating it instantly. However, no sooner had the cursed worker fallen than others appeared, rushing toward him. The sound of heavy footsteps grew louder as their numbers multiplied. Sulu's expression turned grim. What's going on? Aren't these monsters supposed to come out one at a time? Sulu had no choice but to rely on his ice abilities to freeze the mutated creatures. However, their numbers were far greater than he had expected, catching him off guard. Why are they all coming out this time? He thought, confused. The space within the house was too limited, yet leaving the wooden structure would reset the monster's spawn. While his attacks were powerful enough to eliminate them, being surrounded could lead to an attack that would cause him to fail the hidden mission. There was still one option, though, the skill he had learned earlier. With that in mind, Sulu focused his spiritual energy, boosting his attack power by 100. Almost instantly, a clone of Sulu appeared. The two of them immediately began attacking the creatures. In the blink of an eye, fireballs flew nonstop. Sulu could take down the monsters with a single fireball, but his clone needed two to do the same. Even though the damage was halved, it was enough to slow the monster's advance, if just barely. However, this skill drained his spiritual power rapidly. It wasn't long before Sulu felt his energy waning. Yet, to complete the mission, he had no other choice. After a brief moment of thought, he glanced at his clone and said, almost to himself, "Sorry, brother." Without hesitation, Sulu kicked his clone forward. As the clone was torn apart by the monsters, Sulu quickly drank a potion to restore his spiritual energy. Once his power was replenished, he swiftly summoned bone ice to freeze the monsters in place. With enough creatures frozen to trigger a kill, Sulu was now ready to move on to the next phase. At that moment, the remaining monsters turned and fled through the door. In an instant, dark energy began to pulse from within. Sulu immediately furrowed his brow. It's beginning to emerge. Once the fusion process starts, it's irreversible. If we interrupt it, the mutated worker we just killed will revive right away, and we'll have to fight it again. Only once the fusion is complete can they be fully eliminated. But if there are enough workers within the next 10 minutes, they'll keep respawning endlessly and overwhelm us. Without wasting another moment, Sulu turned and started walking out. Dark God noticed this and quickly called out, "The boss is heading outside. Don't leave your positions. Even if a monster comes after you, don't run." Waner hesitated, then asked, "What if a monster kills us?" Dark God raised an eyebrow and smirked. "That you don't run. Just stick to the plan, no matter what. Follow the boss's orders. Stop asking so many questions, newbies." At that moment, Shosha couldn't keep quiet and snapped. "Can you just be quiet for a second? You're clearly the lowest level, the least useful, with the worst gear, and yet you talk the most." Before their argument could continue, an explosion shook the ground, filling the air with a deafening roar. Amidst the thick smoke, arms began to writhe and twist, and in an instant, the grotesque form of the monster emerged. It was a mutated fusion creature, at a late level 10 monster. The four of them immediately froze. Waner's face darkened, and Shasha gasped in horror. "Is this really a monster? It's so disgusting." Waner quickly shouted, "Look at its resurrection state." At that moment, the monster unleashed a deafening roar, its massive form lurching forward. Sulu, caught off guard, quickly dashed to the side of a large tree to evade the attack. As he did, he hurled a fireball at the creature. Despite his high explosion rate, the boss's incredible resilience made it difficult to land a critical hit. While Sulu was lost in thought, an arm shot toward him, resembling a vine. Dark God shouted in alarm, "Boss, look out." His voice snapped Sulu back to reality. He immediately turned and launched another fireball at the arm. The flames scorched it, causing the severed section to hiss loudly as it burned. So Mew instinctively moved out of the way, nearly forgetting that the monster's blood was both poisonous and decaying. It was crucial to guide the monster to the pillar quickly, or its ability to resurrect would render all their efforts meaningless. Just then, more of its arms lashed out. So Mew continued to unleash fireballs, warning his team, be cautious of its blood. The poison damage can't be healed. Over by the pillars, Waner's group was also engaged in battling the advancing arms. Only Dark God, frightened, had climbed up the pillar, but the creature's claws managed to reach him. Just in time, So Mew arrived to intervene, preventing a fatal blow. Dark God sighed in relief, saying, I'm staved. You got here just in time, boss. No need to thank me, but don't turn me down next time. So Mew nodded, his staff still spinning smoothly in his hands. At that moment, the monster's feet were charging toward him. Dark God panicked and yelled, Boss, it's coming. But before he could finish, So Mew activated Flower Rainbow, freezing the monster's arms that were reaching for the 4 pillars. Yet, they couldn't afford to relax. A shocking sight unfolded before them, causing their eyes to widen in disbelief. Even though So Mew had frozen its arms, the monster still had countless others, all of which continued to move, now aiming directly for him. Seeing this, Waner immediately shouted, Mu Shen, get out of the way. But So Mew didn't retreat. Instead, he surged forward at full speed, determined not to back down. The monster, though weakened with only half of its blood left, relentlessly pursued him. So Mew ran straight for the 4 pillars, urgently calling out, now's the time, attack. As soon as his words left his mouth, the others, Waner included, quickly placed their hands on the pillars, sending out a burst of purple light. In an instant, the 4 pillars were surrounded by the glowing energy. So Mew continued running, but he still shouted, stand in the light, don't move. Moments later, a formation appeared in the sky, formed by the purple light. In the blink of an eye, it shot down toward the monster. Lightning crackled and struck the creature, causing it to scream in agony. Witnessing this, Dark God couldn't help but exclaim, this special effect is so realistic. I can't believe this is just a game. Shasha nodded in agreement, never expecting to witness something like this in the game. Just then, Waner suddenly shouted, quick look, the boss has grown another horn. Sulu noticed the new horn too, but didn't focus on it. Instead, he immediately gave the command. The boss's resurrection skill won't work under the Seal of Light. Let it use its abilities. Victory is within our grasp. Got it? Let's go. The 4 of them responded at once and rushed forward together. Shasha and Dark God landed 2 powerful blows on the monster, while Waner and Xiao Tu unleashed fireballs, setting the creature ablaze. Under the relentless assault from all 4, the monster's health quickly dwindled and its enormous body began to dissolve. Dark God cheered, Boss, you're amazing. Shasha laughed excitedly. We got the first kill of the second boss. However, before they could fully celebrate, Waner suddenly cried out in alarm. Wait, something's wrong. The corpse is moving. At the sound of her voice, Dark God turned around quickly to check, but instead of seeing the monster's body on the ground, the workers had returned to their original forms. They immediately bowed their heads in gratitude to So Mew. Thank you for saving us from the darkness. We know we committed unforgivable sins, but we've accepted our punishment. Please allow us to offer the wealth we carry as a token of our thanks. As they spoke, a large pile of jewels began to fall from their hands. It wasn't just a small amount, but 2 large chests filled with an enormous quantity of gold and silver, far more than could be counted easily. Upon seeing this, So Mew nodded with satisfaction. The outcome of the battle was certainly rewarding. Dark God, equally thrilled, exclaimed, a purple item has dropped again, and this time, it's 2 pieces. So Mew hurried over to open the chests. Inside, he found the Crystal Frost Belt and the Crystal Frost Boots. Xiao Tu's face instantly changed, and she gasped in disbelief. No way. Dark God, equally stunned, sighed in admiration. The boss is really lucky. I'll collect these 3 items and give them to that little sister. So Mew, feeling a bit awkward, quickly replied, I think it's better if I just sell them at auction. Without hesitation, he listed the items for auction. Dark God, eager to buy, immediately placed a bid of 500,000 gold for each item. He glanced at Waner with a smile and asked, Sis, do you need them? Waner shook her head right away. I don't need them. Upon hearing this, Dark God's expression shifted to one of smug satisfaction. Well, that's good. I was thinking, if you had wanted them, I'd have raised the price even higher. The 3 members of Ting, Su, Tiu, Truk overheard this conversation and felt as though they were surrounded by crows. Xiao muttered, clearly frustrated. This guy treats money like it's nothing. So Mew, standing off to the side and watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but sigh. I heard there's a wizard and by coincidence, a female wizard, but none of these 3 items are for her. Waner must be feeling pretty down by now. I really don't know where this guy came from. I tried to recall anything from my past life, but he doesn't seem to have any reputation at all. Forget it, Sulu said, continuing to lead the way through the next area. This time they faced a dark staircase. As they moved, Sulu couldn't help but glance at the decorations on either side and sigh. The mysterious ancient azure blossom is truly frightening. Dark God nodded in agreement, replying, "Maybe the stories recorded here are all based on real events." Just then, the system's voice echoed through the space. "You have entered the front hall of the shrine of the ancient tree god. Devotees wishing to offer prayers must complete the challenge in the front hall. Failure to do so will result in death." The system added a warning. "Do not look directly into the serpent's eyes. Dying here will lead to infinite respawns with no items or experience being dropped." Dark God frowned at the mention of infinite respawns. Even this level had such a rule. CO2, on the other hand, looked excited. "Isn't that just an amazing perk?" "Shusha," clearly annoyed, scolded, "Stop being so naive." Dark God, unwilling to lose face, shot her a glance and pouted. "You're acting like you know everything. Even a chicken could talk more sense. Boss, do we need to position ourselves before entering this time?" Solu's expression turned serious as he replied, "You all need to look out for yourselves on this level. I can't help you here." Dark God, a little confused, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Sulu glanced at the new mats, which had never been used before, and raised an eyebrow. "Do you know what infinite resurrection means?" he asked. He paused for a moment, then explained slowly, "Infinite resurrection means you have to experience infinite deaths first. You've been following me so far, but you haven't really experienced any of the gameplay. Now is the time for you to get involved and give it a try." The other four members immediately began to panic, but they still bravely pushed forward, only to fall directly into a group of level 8 dust serpent monsters. At that moment, Waner quickly spoke up and launched a wide area damage skill, attacking with full force. However, Dark God responded with a shiver. "I don't have a wide area skill, and honestly, no one cares about you." The four of them activated their abilities at the same time, attacking the approaching swarm of serpents. But as the battle continued, their strength grew and their bodies began to mutate. Sulu frowned in silence. Unless he landed a critical hit, he couldn't take them down in one strike. This resurrection skill was proving to be difficult to manage. After a brief moment of thought, he activated Falling Flame from Heaven. The fireball matrix appeared instantly, engulfing the dust serpents within the surrounding area in a blaze of flames. On Dark God's side, lacking a wide area damage skill, he could only rely on melee attacks. "Damn snakes, I'll take you on," he shouted. However, his attacks weren't very effective, and the serpents retaliated, striking him back. Just as he was in danger, a green light suddenly enveloped his body. It was Waner's protective shield. He felt a wave of relief and, with a laugh, said, "Thanks, long-legged sister. You're really too kind." Time passed swiftly, and they had finally dealt with the snakes. Their lifeless bodies were scattered across the ground. However, their relief was short-lived. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind appeared, sweeping the carcasses of the dust snakes away. As the gust subsided, a massive serpent emerged. Sulu gave a smirk. Here it comes, the faceless serpent, the boss of the third checkpoint. At that moment, the serpent's eyes glowed with a sharp blue light. "Don't look," Sulu warned quickly. But it was too late. The others had already fallen victim to the serpent's attack. Their bodies froze, their vision blurred, and their blood began to drain continuously. It was as though they had been thrust into an endless nightmare, unable to fight back. Minutes passed, and their health bars emptied. Dark God was the first to scream in agony, followed by Xiao Tu and Shasha. Only Waner managed to hang on for a bit longer. The toxic damage was excruciating, but as a character with the highest health, she could endure for a while. However, it wasn't long before her health also ran out and she fell. At the same time, Dark God revived, only to die again shortly after. The cycle of death seemed endless. The four of them endured an eternity of suffering. Meanwhile, Sulu stood by watching. When he felt they had suffered enough, he finally spoke. "All right, now close your eyes and step back." With Sulu's protection, they slowly returned to normal. Sulu raised an eyebrow, a grin forming on his face as he asked, "So how does it feel to experience the joy of the apocalypse?" The Dark God shuddered, his voice shaking as he said, "Boss, I know I talk too much and mess things up, but next time, just pull me along, all right?" Sulu let out a soft laugh, finding some humor in their current situation, but his expression quickly turned serious. "The boss is almost done burning the body. Get ready to open your eyes and shift into combat mode." At his command, all four of them immediately opened their eyes. However, the sight before them made them freeze. The serpent, which had seemed ordinary just moments ago, had transformed into a terrifying faceless serpent, its form now monstrous. Sulu's voice probed through the silence again. "Stay at a distance and use ranged attacks when you can." The Dark God muttered, "I don't have any ranged abilities." He paused, then added, "But no one cares anyway." Without hesitation, they all charged toward the faceless serpent, but it quickly dodged. A fireball, however, struck its body. CO2 cheered, "I hit it." Furious, the faceless serpent opened its massive mouth and spat venom at them. "Watch out for the snake venom," Sulu shouted, grabbing CO2, who was closest to him, and pulling her away. He barked out orders. "Sha, protect her." "Assassins, fall back 30 meters." The group moved swiftly, following his commands. Sha raised a protective shield in front of Waner, shielding them from the venom spraying in their direction. At the same time, Sulu was sprinting with CO2 trailing behind him. His speed was incredible, and the venom barely grazed him. Dark God, having gained a head start, had already covered a bit more ground and quickly ducked behind a wall, where the venom couldn't reach, finding temporary safety. In that moment, Sulu threw CO2 behind him, and then sparked a flame. Without hesitation, he launched it toward the serpent. Almost instantly, he summoned his clone while giving an order to CO2. CO2, apply auxiliary freezing, increase attack, and drain health. She nodded in agreement, her expression blank. Without delay, she conjured a piercing shard of ice that trapped the faceless serpent's legs. Seizing the opportunity, Sha and Dark God rushed forward. The three of them launched a combined attack, quickly hounding the faceless serpent's health. At that very moment, its eyes suddenly flashed, then merged into a single massive eye. Tiny blue specks began to appear within it. Seeing this, Sulu immediately shouted, "Watch out," is about to use the serpent swarm venom curse. No sooner had he spoken than thousands of green snakes erupted from the faceless serpent's mouth. The damage they caused wasn't massive, but their sheer number was enough to strike fear into anyone. The snakes slithered across the ground, rushing toward the group. The team recoiled in horror, their faces twisted with disgust. Sulu's expression grew more serious. In his past life, he had battled the faceless serpent over 100 times, but the activation of this skill was rare. Why was it triggered now? Without overwhelming firepower from the entire team, there was no way to eliminate them all. Sulu knew he had to come up with a plan, and fast. An idea suddenly struck him. Sulu turned toward his clone, a sinister smile spreading across his face. A small sacrifice would be necessary. Without hesitation, Sulu stepped forward and kicked his clone ahead. "Rather, it's all up to you. Even if we fail, at least we'll have given it our all," he shouted confidently. The clone was flung directly into the mouth of the faceless serpent, successfully blocking its attack. The sight left Waner and her companions stunned and speechless. Is it even possible to play like this? How did he do that? Sulu didn't pay attention to their shock. Instead, he immediately yelled, "Now's the time. Take it down while it's weak. Attack!" His words snapped the group out of their daze, and they quickly launched a coordinated assault on the faceless serpent. The clone could only hold out for a few more seconds. Its health was nearly gone. Soon, it vanished. Sulu shouted urgently, "Ignore the small snakes. Keep hiding and focus all your efforts on the boss." The serpent was close to death, but Sulu's acceleration skill was still on cooldown. If he got bitten, even by just a single drop of poison, it would ruin everything. However, the small snakes were swarming him, and evading them was no longer an option. He had no choice but to take a risk. With that in mind, he quickly cast Fireball, and the flames surged, burning the small snakes one by one. The faceless serpent was also caught in the flames, leaving it with barely any health remaining. Sulu called out, "It's almost finished. It's got barely any health left." However, before he could finish his sentence, a small snake suddenly darted toward him. It hissed, revealing its long tongue and sharp fangs, preparing to strike, which sent him into a panic. The others on their side also grew anxious, but fortunately, CO2 reacted swiftly, using Flower Rain Bone to freeze the snake in place. Before it could bite Sulu, it was completely frozen. At the same moment, the fireball finally reached the faceless serpent, draining its last bit of blood. The creature's body collapsed rapidly, and with it, the 7 smaller snakes also disappeared without a trace. Sulu let out a soft sigh of relief, feeling that the risk had paid off. Just then, a flash of light appeared, and the system sent out a series of notifications. You have received the Chain Forging Crystal. Upon use, you will obtain 10 Chain Forging Essence Crystals. A smile spread across Sulu's face as he realized his good fortune. Waner, still somewhat confused, asked, "Is it really over? Earlier, we all thought your mission had failed." Sulu chuckled lightly, his voice calm as he replied, "Sorry for worrying everyone." He then walked over and patted CO2's head, offering praise. "Thank you, CO2. You were a great help. Now let's check out the rewards." Not long after, they gathered around the crystals. Dark God gave them a quick glance, still unsure, and asked, "What exactly is the Chain Forging Crystal used for?" Sulu explained slowly, This is an item that boosts the chances of enhancing equipment. It's a rare find, something you couldn't even buy if you tried. Just then, a sudden noise came from above, startling everyone. Waner, alarmed, shouted, "What's that sound?" Sulu didn't respond immediately. He glanced at the door ahead, which was creaking open. A cloud of white mist spilled out. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. The door to the Temple of the Gods has opened. Offering tribute to the statue of the god will earn the highest reward. Dark God frowned and asked, "Boss, is this the final door?" Sulu gave a small nod and answered, "This is the last one." Behind the stone door awaited the mastermind of all the destruction, Divine Destruction Core Apophis. A figure would cause untold fear, leaving behind a trail of ruin with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At that moment, Dark God spoke again. "Boss, haven't you gotten tired from fighting through 3 doors alone?" Sulu shot him a glance and replied, "What's the problem? You can take the 4th door if you want." Dark God quickly waved his hand in refusal. "No way. We couldn't even get through the 1st door." Sulu simply pursed his lips and said, "This door doesn't have a time limit. Everyone, take your time and rest while your skills recharge." As soon as he finished speaking, he sank into a seat to rest. Seeing this, Dark God quickly turned to Waner and said, "Massage my shoulders. My brain's tired." Shasha immediately responded with disapproval, raising her voice, "How rude. You're asking her to massage your shoulders?" Dark God simply shrugged, his tone indifferent. "What else? Or would you rather smash the 4th door yourselves?" Waner hesitated for a moment, and Xiao too quickly intervened, saying, "No, you can't let Waner do it." Sulu, overhearing their conversation, couldn't resist commenting, "This Dark God really knows how to show off. He's definitely not the sharpest, but he's wealthy and a bit funny." Actually asked Waner to massage him out loud. He chuckled at the thought of it. However, before anything else could happen, Dark God would first need to survive Shasha's anger. She was chasing him, threatening to beat him and even kill him. After some time resting, they finally approached the last door. Beyond it was a vast stone area. Water looked around, confused, and asked, "What's going on here?" Dark God smirked and replied, "The 3rd door cuts down a giant statue, and now we're hearing talk of those who are disrespectful will be killed without mercy." At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly filled the air. The Dark God, startled, quickly hid behind Sulu. With a sneer, he scoffed, "Your sister isn't even scared, yet here you are, shaking like a leaf. How pitiful." They stood motionless, waiting. A few moments later, a massive clawed arm shot up from the ground, causing the earth to crack and crumble beneath it. Before them now hovered a gigantic dragon, its 2 pairs of wings spread wide. It hovered in the air, its blood-red eyes locking onto them. Strikes of lightning had struck its body, and fresh blood streamed from the wounds. It was the earth-profound black dragon. Water's expression turned serious. She realized that the ruined statue of the god had once represented the master of the Black Dragon Temple, and this creature was its mount. Then, in a deep, gravelly voice, the earth-profound black dragon spoke, "You are the followers of my master." Without hesitation, Sulu nodded and replied, "Yes, we are indeed followers. Heaven and earth bear witness to it, and the gods can attest to our words." Upon hearing this, the earth-profound black dragon spoke again, "You must avenge your master. Those who disrespect him shall be punished. The descent of the mystic star must not allow the mascot from the abyss to be taken. Prepare yourselves to face my wrath." With a mighty roar, the dragon unleashed beams of green light from its mouth. In the blink of an eye, the beams engulfed all 5 of them. The earth-profound black dragon, with its enhanced attributes, presents a significant advantage. However, its shutdown mode is incredibly complicated, making it a nightmare to explain to beginners. A simple mistake could lead to being controlled, causing the dragon to turn its immense power on teammates, destroy the idol, and ultimately bring about the black dragon's death. The mascot of the Temple of Gods plays a crucial role in the survival of the continent, and completing the hidden mission leaves no room for error. It seems the only choice is to rely on oneself in battle. Suddenly, a sword descended from the sky, striking the earth-profound black dragon directly. With one swift blow, it severed the dragon's head. The immense power of the strike drove the sword deep into the ground, shaking the earth beneath. The black dragon, which had been floating moments before, now lay motionless, its severed head crashing to the ground. Shortly after, another towering figure appeared from the shadows, stomping down on the black dragon with terrifying force. Blood sprayed everywhere. The expressions of Sulu's group were filled with shock. The figure responsible was none other than the Divine Destruction Core Apophis. Dark God, standing nearby, couldn't help but tremble as he gazed at the massive form of Apophis. If it hadn't been for the black dragon's shield, I would have been killed just now. At that moment, Sulu spoke, reminding the group, "Do not stray from this light column." Waner paused for a moment before responding. Our attributes are very strong right now. Let's fight together. The others, agreeing, nodded, ready to follow her lead. Upon hearing those words, Sulu couldn't help but smile brightly. He thought to himself, if, after the apocalypse descends, people can still unite like this in the face of life-threatening danger, stepping forward without hesitation, that would be truly wonderful. But right now, it's impossible. Their strength just isn't enough. With that, he charged forward on his own, commanding, stay here. Don't go outside. This is the captain's order. Dark God saw his actions and quickly called him back. But Sulu remained resolute, his voice cold as he reprimanded, stay quiet. If anyone dares to take even a single step outside, I'll kick them out of the team. If you want to clear this stage without taking damage, you'll have to rely on me. Please, just trust me. Without waiting for a response, he rushed forward, heading straight for Apophis. As he approached, its attribute panel appeared before him. Upon seeing it, the four behind him couldn't hide their shock. They gasped, attack. 2.8 million health, 5 million defense, 5,000, is this for real? At that moment, Waner suddenly shouted, wait, look, it's in a heavily injured state. It took a critical hit from the Earth-profound Black Dragon. All its attributes are weakened by 90%, and this effect will last for 30 minutes. Hearing this, their spirits lifted, and they cheered. But not long after, Waner's voice rang out again, look over there. Apophis has another status effect. True damage fully recreated the sensation of injury at 100%. Dark God immediately screamed in panic. This meant that while fighting this boss might not result in actual death, the pain would be felt at its full intensity. At that moment, Apophis spoke in a low tone. Human sorcerer, why do I sense the presence of the god of death on you? Sulu smirked and responded, I was just about to ask why this god of death feels like a restless spirit that won't find peace. Upon hearing this, Apophis let out a disdainful grunt and said, where are your foolish teammates? Come out and face your end. In front of me, you humans are nothing but prey. Sulu pointed his staff at him, his voice cold, to deal with you. I don't need anyone else. These words infuriated Apophis. He gritted his teeth and spat, weak, arrogant, foolish, and mindless. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sword in his hand was surrounded by a faint purple glow. Growing impatient, Sulu scoffed, cutting off any further chatter. Let's go. Almost instantly after Sulu spoke, Apophis swung his sword down with fury, sending rocks and debris flying in every direction. He growled, destruction is the fate that humans like you deserve. At the same time, Sulu used Wind Shadow to swiftly dodge the incoming rocks. With a swift motion of his hand, he launched several fireballs in Apophis's direction. Apophis lacks elemental resistance, and with your current combat skills paired with elemental damage, you're inflicting significant pain on him, a voice observed. Apophis struggled to match Sulu's speed, continually striking at thin air, which only deepened his frustration. Why won't humanity face me head-on? He growled. Sulu silently cursed under his breath. Face him directly, he wasn't stupid. Before Apophis could shift his next form, Sulu decided to use the hidden techniques from his past life to steadily wear down Apophis's health, opting to strike from the shadows with Flower Rainbone. The Ice Bones dealt substantial damage, landing several blows that each caused over 9,000 points of damage. Apophis's rage grew even fiercer, and he roared in fury. Cowardly, devious humans. Without warning, he drove his sword into the ground with all his might. In an instant, blood-red streaks swirled around the blade. Seeing this, Waner and her team grew tense. Xiao Tu quickly called out, wide area attack. Mu Shen, unable to escape, pressed his lips together and remarked, if you can't dodge, you'll have to endure the full force of that 100% pain. At the same time, players outside, battling monsters at other gates, received a notification. The team led by Mu Shen was engaged in a fierce battle with Apophis, the divine destruction core at the shrine of the ancient tree god. The announcement shocked everyone. No one could believe that Sulu had made it all the way to the final gate. All of the initial missions in the game were assigned to Nation H. Regardless of whether Sulu could defeat Apophis and secure the first achievement, Nation H could already stand tall with pride. Meanwhile, at Nation D's VSA research department, Alexia saw the notification and couldn't help but comment, someone from Nation H has finally made their move. Johnson nodded in agreement, adding, and it's Mu Shen. The chief officer, who was visibly angry at that moment, cursed under his breath. It's that Mu Shen from Nation H again. This is a real blow to our pride. You useless people, we've given you so many resources, and yet you're all still failing. The chief officer then issued a command, Alexia, immediately coordinate with our operatives in Nation H, have them locate Mu Shen, and bring him in to join the VSA team. Alexia quickly acknowledged, yes, Chief Officer Kelvin. With a tight-lipped frown, Kelvin gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, it's just someone from Nation H, a mere child. He will inevitably bow to the power of Nation D. He thinks he can only serve Nation D obediently. At the same time, leaders from other countries were also considering the same course of action. They were determined to recruit Su Mu for their own cause. Unaware of their plans, Su Mu was still engaged in a fierce battle with Apophis. Although his attack had a wide area of effect, it also had a built-in countermeasure, water. Once the shockwave spread across the ground, it would not affect anyone submerged in water, so Su Mu quickly jumped into a nearby stream to avoid the damage. The group outside, including Waner, couldn't help but feel anxious. Dark God called out urgently, is the boss okay? How long has this skill been going on? Why hasn't it stopped yet? Just then, Waner's eyes widened as she noticed something and quickly said, look, Mu Shen's health bar is still full. He's fine. They could hardly believe it. Mu Shen had somehow managed to avoid the shockwave of the demonic sword. After the skill was used, Apophis's powerful Mu had temporarily frozen. Seizing the moment, Su Mu activated another skill. Without hesitation, he surged up from the river's depths and launched Falling Flame from heaven, unleashing a series of relentless attacks on Apophis that cut his health in half. However, just as they thought they had the upper hand, something unexpected happened. Apophis suddenly swung his sword again, and within 2 seconds, he struck down once more. A blood-red glow erupted. Su Mu, watching in disbelief, shouted, what the hell? How can Apophis use the demonic sword shockwave twice in a row? He quickly dived back into the water to avoid the attack, muttering angrily, is the damn system messing with me? Can't win, so it's secretly making it harder, huh? At that moment, Apophis's deep, rage-filled voice echoed across the battlefield. Die, you foolish human. Afterward, he made his way to the edge of the stream where Su Mu was hiding. The boy quickly swam a bit further away, trying to avoid being attacked. Meanwhile, in the game room, Su Mu was shaking uncontrollably, struggling to breathe. He forced himself to hold his breath, knowing that if he inhaled now, he would drown in the game and lose health. The mission wasn't fatal, and Tam and Guyan had already come this far. Even in this situation, he couldn't give up. He had to keep going. Su Mu couldn't give up. He wouldn't give up. However, it wasn't long before he couldn't hold his breath any longer and had to surface. Su Mu turned his head to look at Apophis, who was angrily smashing the ground. A sense of panic rose within him. This is too dangerous. This time the situation was different from his past life, but there was no way he could summon the demon sword to attack anymore. Realizing this, he immediately leaped out of the water. The demon staff in his hand unleashed fireballs, each one triggering a special lightning effect. This blinded Apophis for 5 seconds, during which physical attacks could land. With a shout of fury, he yelled, filthy human insects, how utterly annoying. In that moment, Su Mu felt no fear. A true man would face him head-on for those 5 seconds. But that wasn't Su Mu's way. Instead, he dodged behind a small rock, and once the 5 seconds passed, he avoided direct confrontation and continued fighting in his own clever, indirect way. Outside, Waner and her group watched Su Mu battle, utterly stunned. Sha couldn't help but speak out in amazement. Mu Shen is incredible. I really want to know how he managed to dodge that terrifying shockwave. Waner shared the same thought. She was determined to rise to the peak of Apocalypse in the future. This wasn't just a game. Apocalypse would shape the future. So, what role would she play in that future? Su Mu used his speed to dart behind Apophis, then unleashed a devastating falling flame from heaven, causing Apophis's blood to spill. Seeing this, a 4 of them outside erupted in cheers. Boss, keep going. Mu Shen, you can do it. Meanwhile, within the battle, Apophis roared in fury. Foolish human, do you really believe you can defeat me? He declared that he would reveal his ultimate form. As soon as the words left his mouth, flames tinged with a blood-red hue surrounded him. He then raised his sword to the sky and bellowed. World destruction, thunder fire. In the blink of an eye, bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, quickly striking Apophis's sword. The ground cracked open beneath the fury of the lightning. Apophis's power was so overwhelming that the very earth seemed on the verge of being consumed by his fire and lightning. Even the 4 of them, protected by the Black Dragon, felt the effects, though they were not in immediate danger. However, it wasn't long before the blinding light around them began to corrode under the thunderfire. Dark God couldn't help but exclaim. So that's why the boss didn't want us to leave the light column. They all watched anxiously, deeply worried for Su Mu. Waner quickly opened the blood bar to check, her eyes widening in shock as she gasped. Nu Shen's health bar is still fluctuating, she exclaimed. Sha, struggling to believe it, speculated slowly. Could Mu Shen still be alive? Maybe he was teleported out. But Waner shook her head firmly. No, Mu Shen's name is still glowing. He hasn't died. He must have dodged the attack. On the battlefield, Apophis stood surrounded by swirling thunder and fire. His voice rang out coldly. Foolish humans daring to challenge an alien being. At the sound of his words, the four of them, including Waner, froze. Dark God quickly called out, "Where's the boss? Is it over?" But no one responded. They could only wait. Just then, Apophis's body seemed to collapse, his health dropping dangerously low. He gritted his teeth, muttering through them, "Damn Black Dragon, if it weren't for you injuring me." Before he could finish, a mocking laugh echoed through the air. "Apophis, you pitiful creature, you're already finished. What kind of alien lord are you? You're nothing." Apophis's head snapped up in shock. Meanwhile, the four of them, including Water, heard the voice and felt a rush of hope. Their faces lit up with joy as they started to cheer. Mu Shen was still alive. He had managed to avoid the devastating attack. Where was he? Everyone quickly shifted their gaze, only to find Sumu standing at the base of Apophis. He seethed with anger and shouted, "How is it that you're not hurt at all? No one could have predicted you'd hide beneath his feet." Paying no attention to the crowd's reactions, Su Mu summoned his clone. He then roared fiercely, "Die already!" In the same instant, Su Mu activated the God of Death's arm, amplifying all damage by 100%. Without a moment's pause, he launched a fireball and a spear straight at Apophis. Both struck with devastating force, rapidly draining his health bar until it hit zero. The sword in Apophis' hand dropped to the ground as he knelt, trembling, and said, "You humans don't understand. We are the rulers, the true kings." With a disdainful snort, Su Mu stepped on his shoulder and coldly responded, "Rulers, huh? You can rule over your own world, but what gives you the right to invade ours? Are you some kind of fool?" The moment the words left his mouth, a deadly intent flashed across Su Mu's face. Without hesitation, he drove his weapon deep into Apophis. Before vanishing, Apophis managed to utter one final word, "We will meet again." Then he collapsed, lifeless. The sky instantly cleared and a beam of light descended from the heavens. Amidst the ruins, fire and smoke fading away, the invader was no more. Su Mu stood tall in the light, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. The Dark God, standing outside the worship area, exclaimed loudly, "My boss is incredible." Water, deeply moved, was brought to tears. She was completely convinced that Mu Shen would, without a doubt, become a powerhouse in the future, one who would leave all of humanity in awe. Apophis's body was quickly eaten away by the purple light, and soon, various items began to spill out. Su Mu's eyes lit up as a total of 12 purple-gray pieces of equipment dropped. He immediately began inspecting them and then turned to the others, saying, "This glass welding tape set finally dropped its last two pieces. As usual, I'll auction them off." The Dark God gave a slight nod and responded, "I'll buy those two pieces right away for 1 million gold." At that moment, the system broadcast another announcement. "Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the Divine Destruction Core Apophis, foiled the alien race's plans, and safeguarded the Apocalypse world. You have each earned 100,000 gold, 2 million experience points, and 1,000 potential." Then the system displayed individual ratings. Everyone received a D grade except for Su Mu, who earned the coveted SSS rating. The Dark God cheered with joy. "We're lucky to get D ratings, and of course the boss deserves the SSS rating." At the same time, an announcement was made across all global servers. Under the leadership of Mu Shen, the 5-person team has successfully defeated the Divine Destruction Core Apophis, earning the first skin reward on the server. Meanwhile, players at various checkpoints were still locked in intense battles with monsters, respawning continuously, but unable to progress. When they received this announcement, they were stunned, never expecting that any team had made it past the final checkpoint. At the Azure Crouching Dragon server, the group of players continued their lively conversation. Some expressed doubt, others voiced regret, but overall, the reactions were varied and full of different emotions. Meanwhile, within the shrine of the ancient tree god, the Dark God spoke with enthusiasm. "Boss, I'm heading back to the city. I can't wait any longer. I need to open my first achievement chest." Su Mu gave a small nod and replied, "All right, we're finished here. Disband the team, everyone log off and get some rest." Soon after, the group exchanged quick goodbyes and scattered. Later that night, in the imperial capital of Nation H, Water awoke from the game pod. She exhaled in relief, sat up, and as soon as she stepped outside, her phone began to ring. Back at the battlefield of Apophis in the shrine of the ancient tree god, Su Mu remained stationed. Beneath this area lay the life source mascot, which enabled the invasion of foreign creatures. He was eager to investigate further, but at the moment, he still lacked the strength to do so. Just then, a voice echoed in the air, interrupting his thoughts. The lingering spirit of the earth-profound black dragon materialized and joyfully said, "At last, someone has avenged me and my master." Su Mu was taken aback. He hadn't expected there to be an additional storyline after completing the dungeon. The voice continued, "For 10,000 years, I've stood by my master's side, battling those who try to stop the invasion of dark creatures. I fought beside him to defeat the fallen evil dragon, and from its body, he forged armor for the warrior." As the voice fell silent, a set of armor appeared in front of Somu, the legendary damaged evil dragon armor. Immediately after, the black dragon spoke one final sentence before disappearing, "May the light of apocalypse shine." Somu, grateful for the reward, waved his hand in farewell. Safe travels, Earth Profound Black Dragon Sr. With everything settled, Yu quickly logged out and returned to the real world. The eternal light of apocalypse would be carried forward by them, fulfilling the legacy, and humanity's journey would continue. He let out a long yawn and mumbled to himself, "Still, the real world is more comfortable. The future holds a bloody war, so I might as well enjoy this moment. Now time for a good sleep. Tomorrow, I'll open the treasure chest of the game." The next day, after a long rest, Su-Mu returned to the game. He began to open the treasure chests from the main quest, gaining several valuable items. Su-Mu nodded in satisfaction. The equipment inside the chest was indeed top-notch, featuring an equipment expansion skill and Divine Temple fame, both rare and hard to find. At that moment, Dark God sent him a message, an annoying bulk message. Su-Mu frowned, muttering under his breath, "This guy is so noisy." As for the gossip and rumors, Su-Mu, being from Nation H, wasn't too concerned. He decided to ignore it. Su-Mu then checked the attributes of the 9-star staff and reviewed his own stats. This time, he had also picked up a shard of a mysterious divine item. There was surely something incredibly valuable hidden in these types of secret realms. Su-Mu planned to seize the opportunity to collect all the shards and fully explore it later. The thing that made him the happiest, however, was the second legendary piece of equipment. He took out the perfect appraisal talisman he had kept for so long. Su-Mu quickly examined the set of armor, and its attributes appeared immediately. According to legend, the armor had been forged from the bones of the Long, with each scale made from dragon bone. He donned it, feeling a surge of satisfaction. The stats were extraordinary, far surpassing those of purple tier gear, even exceeding regular equipment in strength. From this point forward, I won't be the fragile sorcerer anymore. I will even fear close combat. Just then, Su-Mu received a message. It was from the player Wan Shen, asking to join the guild. He frowned. His curiosity piqued. Who is Wan Shen? A second message from Wan Shen arrived moments later. "Mu Shen, are you waiting for me?" To his surprise, the message was from Waner. She stood in a quiet corner of the mulberry market, her heart heavy as she parted from her sisters in Xeo 2, feeling a sense of reluctance. What could she mean by this message? Was she referring to last night? As soon as she had stepped out of the game pod, her phone rang. She answered it quickly, whispering, "Boss, is there something you need?" The voice on the other end was low and serious. "The company has an important mission for you. It concerns our position in the Empire. You must complete it. You have some connection to Mu Shen." Water's face tightened as she heard the words. As she had suspected, what she had anticipated had finally come to pass. The boss continued, outlining the instructions. "From now on, you are to leave Ting Su and join the Valley of the Wind God. Of course, you will still oversee Ting Su from a distance." He remarked that Su-Mu was no ordinary individual. The company had taken notice of him, and even various teams and countries had extended their offers. He insisted that she do whatever it took to keep him on their side. In the present moment, Su-Mu had just replied to her message. A former top-tier sorcerer from Country H in his past life was eager to join his guild. It seemed that the influential forces behind Waner had shown interest and sent her to convince him. Su-Mu couldn't decide if this was a blessing or a burden. After some consideration, he decided to send a serious warning to Waner. "Although my Valley of the Wind God Temple may be small, I won't allow myself to become a pawn in anyone's game. Your sister should think carefully before making any decisions." Upon reading these messages, Waner quickly responded without hesitation. "Don't worry, I'll work with Ting Su to contribute to the Valley of the Wind God. Joining the Valley of the Wind God is my own choice." The negotiations went smoothly, and Waner officially became part of the Valley of the Wind God. The one most affected by this, of course, was Dark God. His messages flooded Su-Mu's inbox, becoming so frequent that they began to annoy him. However, Su-Mu remained unfazed and simply issued an order to gather everyone in the guild hall. Soon after, Dark God and Waner appeared in the guild hall. He looked at her, a grin spreading across his face as he greeted her. "Welcome, sister. Don't you think my boss is elegant, handsome, charming, and generous? You've got excellent taste. Stick with my boss, and you'll never lack for anything." Caught off guard by his enthusiasm, Waner wasn't sure how to respond, but Dark God continued without pause. "Now that we're all family, Mu Shen is the boss. I'm second brother, and you're the little sister. Su couldn't help but speak up. Stop. From now on, we need to focus on contributing to the guild. It's time to decide which main city to head to next. Has everyone made up their minds? The structure of the Apocalypse world closely mirrors the real world, with the continents reflecting the geographical divisions we see on Earth. The scale and number of main cities in the Apocalypse world are directly linked to the size of the national borders in the real world. In the H-Nation region, there are many grand and mysterious main cities scattered throughout. At this moment, Waner eagerly spoke. I'm planning to go to Donghuang City, but Dark God is more unpredictable. Dark God replied calmly, Boss, you know me. I don't have any fixed plans. I'll follow wherever you go. Right now, I'm thinking of heading to Lindong City. Sulu responded indifferently. Water looked surprised. You're going to Lindong City in Kunlun Mountain. Dark God, looking puzzled, asked, What's that? The name of the city sounds nice, though. Water took a moment to explain, in our H-Nation region, there are different levels of main cities. Lindong City is classified as an SSF-level dangerous city on the official Apocalypse website. She turned to Sulu and continued. The route to an SSF-level city is extremely risky. It's a constant danger zone. Once you pick a main city, you can't change your choice until you get there. Sulu gave a slight nod. I understand everything you just said. Water grew more anxious. You understand, but you're still going. Some people, eager to level up quickly, gave up on the shrine of the ancient tree god. Now, all the teams that chose an SSS-level city are stuck on their journey and regretting their decision. Sulu remained composed and said, Don't worry. Just because others can't use something doesn't mean I can't. There are plenty of rewards and resources out there. If you're frustrated and giving up, then you're just being stubborn. With that, she turned to leave. Sulu couldn't try to stop her. Instead, he addressed Dark God and said, Make sure you're fully prepared. Tomorrow, we head to Lindong City. Dark God gave a quick nod, not giving the matter much thought. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways. Sulu then went to see the village chief. The chief smiled warmly and said, I never imagined that you, warrior, would become a participant in the demon trial. Truly, the strength of youth knows no limits. It seems the time has come for you to move on. He thanks Sulu for his invaluable contributions to Azure Rain Village. Perhaps this will be useful to you. Go explore a broader world. He handed Sulu a magic teleportation stone. After receiving the stone, Sulu left. Along the way, he picked up the main storyline quest and made his way toward the main city. The main storyline. Sulu thought resolutely, this time I must observe closely what lies within Kunlun Mountain. The apocalypse is coming, and the stronger I am in the game, the stronger I'll be in the real world. Every step I take, Sulu, must reach the very end. The Valley of the Wind God will be a force that helps the world, continuing to fight through desperate times. As for the world factions recruiting, with that thought in mind, he sent a message to the World Channel, announcing that he would not be joining any factions, nor would he work for any country. After finishing everything, Sulu logged out of the game and returned to the real world. Tomorrow marked the start of a new chapter in his life, and he realized he hadn't even checked in on his parents yet. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a new message. He smiled and said aloud, Dad sent me a message, and he even transferred some money. He didn't mention anything about skipping the exam. It seemed his parents' way of showing love for him was somewhat different from what he expected. In his previous life, Sulu hadn't understood why his parents were often away, leaving him to fend for himself. He even blamed them for not loving him enough. It wasn't until the apocalypse arrived and they sacrificed their lives to protect him that Sulu truly understood the depth of their love and the selflessness of their actions. Later, during his break, he turned on the TV to watch the news about the apocalypse. When a report about the A-level city lord came up, Sulu couldn't help but comment aloud. The team was busy moving bricks and the craftsmen were evaluating the territory. It seemed the military-industrial system was starting to take shape. Meanwhile, in a nearby apartment, a slender hand reached for a wine glass on the table. The person brought the glass to their lips and took a sip. It was Zayu. She sighed, contemplating, the world of the apocalypse is vast. Where should I go? The next day, Sulu logged back into the game. As soon as he entered, a series of notifications appeared on his screen. Having completed the quest, he received a number of rewards, including a random purple skill book. Sulu nodded in satisfaction. It was all worth it after the effort he put into clearing the levels without sustaining any injuries. The rewards from hidden quests were incredibly valuable, and the chance to learn this beyond-class skill was truly extraordinary. There was no amount of money that could buy such a skill outside of one's class. Without wasting any time, he eagerly examined the purple skill book to see what it contained. After reviewing its properties, he was overjoyed. He quickly activated his disguise magic. If he didn't change his appearance soon, he feared the real-world forces would track him down. In an instant, the orb began to break apart. Blue light surrounded Sovnu's body. By the time the process was complete, a new, handsome face had taken shape. Just then, a voice came from behind him. "Boss, are you online?" It was Dark God, who smiled broadly and said, "Come check out my gear. I gathered enough purple equipment like you suggested, and I've enhanced it all." However, as Sulu turned around, an unfamiliar face greeted Dark God, who stared blankly and asked, "Are you really my boss?" Annoyed, Sulu responded with irritation, "I just washed my face. You can do the same later." Before he could finish, Dark God exclaimed again, "Boss, this set of armor you're wearing looks amazing. Where did you get it? How much did it cost? Tell me. I need to get a set too." "No, you can't buy it," Sulu replied, shaking his head with a touch of pride. But his pride was short-lived when he saw Dark God's gear, all with +9 enhancements. This time, it was Sulu who was taken aback. "Wait a minute, your entire set is +9, and it has a divine aura. How much did you spend on this?" Upon hearing those words, Dark God paused for a moment, trying to work through the calculations before sighing and saying, "I'm not going to bother with the numbers anymore. It's not much, just a few hundred, not even 10 million. Just keep going, you're all over the place." Sulu, however, wasn't interested in the details and cut him off. "All right, enough talk. Let's head to the teleportation array." Dark God's interest immediately piqued. "Are we leaving now? I've been eager to test how strong my combat skills have gotten." Sulu walked ahead, glanced back at him, and asked, "Are you really sure about following me to the SSF-level main city?" He responded nonchalantly, "If it weren't for how boring my life is, just inheriting the family fortune and living an uneventful life, I wouldn't be." Sulu felt a pang in his heart upon hearing that, a mix of sadness and a little sting. Why did he have to say so much? The two continued walking and talking, soon crossing paths with Waner, who had just logged in. She looked surprised and asked, "Waner, can't you just teleport straight to Donghuang City?" Before she could elaborate, Dark God quickly interjected, "Come on, third sister, this is fine. Our guild has only 3 members. We need to stick together." "Exactly," he continued. "Hurry up and come look." The boss's expression just changed. Waner replied calmly, "To me, he's just Sulu. Besides, Dark God gave me the glass welding tape, so how could I not go with him?" Upon hearing that, Sulu glanced at Dark God and gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive. I don't get what you're doing, but I'm honestly impressed." Dark God raised an eyebrow and smiled. "No big deal. We're all family." After finishing their conversation, Waner once again asked to join the team. Sulu laughed warmly and replied, "Welcome back. Now we're complete." The 3 of them set off together, heading toward Lindong City. Soon after, a series of notifications appeared. They entered the teleportation array and were swiftly transported to Lindong City. Before long, the scenery shifted, and they found themselves surrounded by snowy mountains. Dark God shuddered instinctively and muttered, "Damn, it's freezing." The mechanical voice of the system echoed, warning that this place was full of danger. It had been the site of countless battles between gods and demons throughout history, with many warriors and demons from the Divine Temple falling here. The 3 of them listened quietly to the system's message. Dark God skimmed through the details and sighed. The environmental effects and temperature are so realistic. Even the sensation of breathing feels different. Waner nodded in agreement, while Sulu paid little attention to these details. He was focused on observing the Death God's arm bone. He had initially thought that the first activation would be enough to draw the attention of the god of Death's shadow and Michael, but to his surprise, there was a second skill. Sulu had planned to level up first, but activating the second skill required upgrading the first one to level 2. The experience required for that was far more than he had anticipated. Moreover, the materials needed for the upgrade were significantly more than he had thought. Just then, Dark God spoke up. "Boss, there are people nearby. My detection skill has been triggered." Waner sighed upon hearing this. "We've only just arrived, and we're already being targeted." As soon as the woman finished speaking, a level 13 snowy ground leopard charged toward them from a distance. Dark God gasped in alarm. "I can't believe there's a snowy ground leopard waiting right next to the teleportation point." But before he could finish his sentence, the beast was struck down in one blow, its health entirely depleted by a single slash. His eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Who did that just now?" At that moment, a teasing voice rang out, "Isn't that Mu Shen, the guy who always gets the first kill?" The voice belonged to Blade of Massacre, a level 14 player. He sneered and added, "Why is he only level 13? Did I get that wrong?" Sulu shot him a cold look and replied, "Yes, it's me." Hearing this, Blade of Massacre smirked. "Well, I must have hit the jackpot, running into a top player like you." Sulu crossed his arms and retorted, "Did I say I wanted you tagging along?" At his words, Blade of Massacre burst into laughter. He shrugged and said, "You're still thinking this is a newbie village, huh? Whether you want me here or not, you're not just gonna talk about it. Come over here." No sooner had he spoken than a group of ambushers appeared out of nowhere, quickly surrounding the three of them. Waner frowned and spoke up. Most players who didn't choose an SSS-level main city have already teamed up. Dark God cursed under his breath. How are these guys leveling up so fast? She explained calmly. The experience from hunting monsters here is incredibly high. Sulu remained calm, his voice cold as he asked, "Are you all sitting here because you plan to rob us?" Without realizing it, Blade of Massacre scoffed lightly, curling his lips as he replied, "Everyone's just trying to reach Lindong City quickly. There's a monster here that hasn't been dealt with yet, so we need a death squad to clear the path." Sulu chuckled softly, his tone still icy. "I see. So, you want us to deal with the monsters so you can make it to the resurrection point of the second stage, Phoenix Radiance Road, but what if I refuse?" A hint of dissatisfaction flashed across Blade of Massacre's face as he replied, "This is my territory. You should know your place. I guarantee you won't make it to Lindong City. However, if you let Wan Shen come, I might consider letting you join us." At these words, the players around them burst into loud laughter, voicing their approval. They mocked the others, thinking only with their lower minds, clearly believing they deserved whatever fate awaited them. Sulu glanced at the people laughing around him, a teasing smile on his lips. "So, what do you think? You two want to make a small sacrifice?" Water cursed, "Get lost," with a shrug of indifference. Sulu casually replied, "All right then." He then conjured a fireball and said, "This is just a basic fireball. If you can survive without getting killed, I'll admit you have some skill, and we'll consider helping you as pioneers." The expression on Blade of Massacre's face froze instantly. His subordinates, however, couldn't stop talking, urging him to step forward and accept his fate. Blade of Massacre, trying to save face, spoke confidently. "Do you know who I am? Don't talk about one fireball. Even if it's 100, if you can kill me, I'll stay right here." Before he could finish his sentence, the fireball shot straight from Sulu's hand and struck Blade of Massacre squarely in the face. A single powerful attack instantly knocked him unconscious, and he died on the spot. The events unfolded so rapidly that everyone around him was left in stunned silence. They couldn't stop murmuring, "He's really dead. One fireball spell took down our leader." Sulu pursed his lips and let out a sigh. Taking someone down in an outdoor map raises the crime value. Once you hit 500 crime points, you become a red name. A red name guarantees a 100% drop rate. What about that guy? 2 seconds later, Blade of Massacre respawned. Frustration filled his voice as he yelled, "It was a mistake. I couldn't dodge in time. That kid Mu Shen must be hacking. I'm going to report him." Before he could finish, Sulu had already grabbed his face with one hand. The man trembled in fear, realizing too late that the respawn point and teleportation point were the same. He had revived right next to Sulu. Unfortunately, it was already too late for regret. Sulu cast another fireball, and the man saw his life flash before his eyes. The nearby players quickly backed away, whispering nervously among themselves. None dared to get any closer. In that moment, Sulu shot bone spikes at them, killing a group of players instantly. Once those players were dealt with, Blade of Massacre revived again. The others who had just died followed suit. However, this time they respawned much closer to Sulu. And so the cycle continued, revived, killed, revived again, and killed once more. The endless loop went on and on. They knelt, unable to endure any longer, and pleaded, "I give up, I give up. Great Lord, I was wrong." A group of onlookers outside watched in shock, murmuring, "Isn't that the leader of the Blade of Massacre from the Whale Dance Squad, the one who tormented us before?" They stood by, gossiping, while Sulu raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "What did you just say? If I could kill you, what would you do right now?" Blade of Massacre, now panicking, stammered, "Mu Shen, I was just talking nonsense. Please don't kill me anymore." He continued to sob, insisting he was forced into this situation, that he, too, was a victim, and that he had been trapped here for 3 days, even having to escort a female player. Upon hearing this, Dark God understood and nodded in acknowledgement. No wonder all these hundreds of people are men. Sulu frowned, glanced at him briefly, and coldly said, "Tell me everything you know." Blade of Massacre quickly nodded. He tried to rise, but Dark God stopped him. Trembling, he knelt again and began to explain. "I was in the first group to reach Feng Ming Street. There are currently 14 teams of 2,000 people who have passed through the Fox area." Sulu frowned, deep in thought, remaining silent. "If there are more than 2,000 enemy players ahead, I'm not sure," Blade of Massacre continued. "Some threats to Waner and Dark God might be unavoidable, but guiding these people will keep them safe. After a moment of thought, Sulu nodded and said, "You give me the position of the leader and I'll lead everyone through the map." Lay of Massacre, relieved to have found someone to rely on, quickly led Sulu forward. Before long, they reached the territory of the Snow Python. However, his intentions were far from good. Every time, the Snow Pythons attacked in groups of dozens, and in those moments, they would strike down Sulu and his companions, leaving them defenseless. Meanwhile, he stood by, eager to see how the young man would react to such a challenge. At this point, Sulu spoke again. "I know you regret choosing Lindong City, but if you meet the conditions I've set, I promise I'll make it happen." The group was clearly uncertain. He remained calm and continued, "First, you must follow orders. Second, anyone who is killed on the road for any reason will be immediately expelled from the team. Third, if someone faces danger and hesitates to flee, I will also kick them out." Despite murmurs and complaints, Sulu pressed on. "You've all seen the blessing buff of my guild. Plus, there are numerous purple tier equipment rewards, and those who contribute the most will receive a commission. There's also another benefit, but you'll need to work hard for that yourself." He even used Waner as a means to persuade them. After a brief pause, they finally agreed. Sulu nodded in approval. Who else could lift morale and improve skills in this way? But then again, it seemed he was just gathering a group of misfits. It wasn't surprising that other teams saw them as a nuisance. Setting that thought aside, he immediately called out, "Reorganize the teams by profession. Dark God will lead the 6 attack squads. Wan Shen will be in charge of the mage team, and the rest will follow me." The sorcerers took the lead as they headed toward the Shuhu area. Sulu led the way further, and along the journey, they encountered numerous snake skins. He cursed under his breath. No matter how many times he saw them, the sight of those skins always made his skin crawl. The Snow Pythons were experts at covering their tracks. In the past, every time they passed through this area, many lives had been lost. After a moment of thought, he immediately gave the command to halt. Sulu quickly issued the order, "Sorcerers, use Fireball to target the path ahead." Someone was about to object, but Dark God interrupted sharply. "Enough talk. The leader has given the order. Attack now." With that, there were no further protests, and they began their assault. As the smoke and flames cleared, the snakes emerged from the ground. Sulu, worried about a potential breakdown in formation, hurried to reassure them. "Hold steady." Archers used violent arrows on the Snow Pythons and pushed them back as I instructed. A volley of fire arrows was launched, but Sulu didn't allow them to stop there. He continued giving orders. "Sorcerers, keep using fireballs on the other snow mounds. Archers, continue breaking their armor. Don't let them have time to regroup." At his command, both fire and ice attacks hit the snakes in front of them. After a while, the icy armor protecting the snakes was finally shattered. Sulu continued, "If your mana is low, regenerate it quickly." Everyone kept attacking relentlessly, following his orders without hesitation, fighting until the last breath. On the outskirts of the battle, Dark God couldn't help but ask, "Boss, do you place our assassins at the outer edge on purpose so they can deliver the final blow?" Sulu nodded with a smile and replied, "They're easy to teach." With Sulu's guidance, they managed to navigate through the snow snake's lair successfully. The players cheered in victory. Sulu glanced at them and commanded, "All right, that's enough for today. It's getting late. Everyone should rest. We'll be online at 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you're late, we won't wait." They were immediately ordered to leave, but before they departed, Blade of Massacre approached Sulu, offering a smile that was both ingratiating and insincere. "Mushin Sr., there's something. Did you happen to see my waist sheath?" he asked. Sulu pretended not to understand, then instructed that the man be sent away. Soon, only Sulu remained in the area. He wandered, guided by the memories of his past life, and moved in a specific direction. Sure enough, after a short walk, he encountered someone. A woman dressed in purple stood on the edge of a cliff, her eyes filled with worry. She looked at him and asked, "Warrior, had you seen a man carrying a long sword?" Sulu thought for a moment before replying, "I haven't seen him, but I might be able to help you search for him." The woman's face softened in relief as she thanked him. "That man is my husband. He was taken by the Snake King while trying to protect me," she explained. "The Snake King leads the Snow Python, a creature far stronger than an ordinary snake." Then she asked him, her voice desperate, "Are you truly willing to help me?" Sulu fell silent for a moment before nodding his agreement to take on the dangerous task. He knew that if he refused, the NPC would distrust him, and the hidden storyline would fail to trigger. Refusing would also result in an immediate failure of the quest, so he chose to play along. After a brief pause, he hesitated slightly, then said, "The leader of the Snow Python is very powerful." Before he could finish his sentence, the woman interrupted him. "I know it's dangerous, but if you help me, I will reward you generously," she said. Sulu smiled softly, realizing that he had successfully navigated the conversation. After that, Sulu handed him a scroll for the performance, and he could only pretend to decline. However, Sulu eventually cleared his throat and said the scroll might contain an important clue. I'll take it and look into it for a while. If there's something useful, make sure you tell her, and don't let it be delayed. With that, Sumu's task was completed. The two of them continued on their way and stopped when they reached the edge of a cliff. Sulu spoke slowly. It's right there. They both jumped off the cliff and headed toward the cave entrance, only to discover a sword lying on the ground. Sulu gasped in shock. That's Lai Yang's sword. Yu quickly tried to comfort her. Don't worry, he might still be. Before he could finish, something caught his attention. He suddenly shouted, "Look out, behind us." At the sound of his warning, Sulu spun around and saw a massive snake charging toward them. It was the Snake King, a level 20 elite monster. Fury flashed in Sulu's eyes as she yelled, "Beast, give my husband back to me." With that, she drew her sword and rushed forward, striking twice. In that moment, a small purple snake shot out of the Snake King's mouth. Sulu was momentarily taken aback, raising her sword to block, but the snake swiftly changed direction. Realizing where it was heading, she shouted in alarm, "Watch out, it's coming straight for you." Sulu, however, stood unflinching, his expression calm as he said, "Bring it on." In that moment, the vast mouth of the serpent seemed to close in on him. Fireballs erupted from his hands, striking the creature and inflicting some damage. Yet, just as Sulu had recalled in his strategy, the damage from regular attacks was insignificant against the Snow-Fierce King. If only he could land a fireball directly in its mouth, it would shatter its icy armor in an instant. While Sulu was lost in thought, the Snake King suddenly released a blast of freezing ice. Sulu's body stiffened and his expression darkened. He had forgotten that the Snake King's icy attack could freeze its target for 3 seconds, leaving them completely immobilized. In that critical moment, Sulu charged in from a distance, her sword intercepting the Snake King's attack on Sulu. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had narrowly avoided death. Quickly, he thanked her before rushing forward and calling out, "Sulu, hold on. This is our chance." Without hesitation, Sulu began attacking the Snake King, warning her as he did, "I'm looking for the right moment to break its armor, but your strikes are being blocked." He paused briefly, then scoffed coldly, "I have a backup plan." With those words, he activated his clone and used the God of Death's arm to double his damage output. In the blink of an eye, a great fireball shot straight into the Snake King's mouth. As Sulu had anticipated, the icy armor shattered. He immediately shouted, "Now." The moment his words left his lips, Sulu unleashed the falling flame from heaven, and the Snake King's body was consumed by flames. Under Sulu's attack, the Snake King's health bar rapidly dwindled. Seizing the chance, Sulu charged forward. "Beast, perish," she cried, driving both swords into the Snake King's eyes. The creature let out a piercing scream as pain shot through it. Its enormous body thrashed violently, but within moments it collapsed, lifeless. As the massive form of the Snake King crumpled to the ground, Sulu exhaled deeply, relieved that it was finally over. But Sulu, filled with anger, shouted, "No, I haven't found Lai Yang yet. It's not over." Without hesitation, she rushed forward again, plunging a knife into the Snake King's flesh. She slashed a deep wound running from its head to its belly. It wasn't until Sulu's blade met something solid that she stopped. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked closer. To her shock, a blood-soaked arm emerged from the Snake King's open wound. Sulu collapsed to her knees, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Lai Yang." In that moment, a memory flashed before her, one where Lai Yang had once pushed her away, only for her to find him again. Lai Yang was the one person she had always refused to give up on. As the pain washed over her, she blamed herself for being a mere shadow in the human world. She wondered why they had lived but never died together. Sulu stood nearby, his heart heavy. He couldn't help but mutter, "It's a shame. This isn't a fairy tale. Some endings were never meant to be whole." Suddenly, Sulu spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's thanks to you that I could beat Lai Yang. There's one final wish I have. I hope you can help me." Sulu glanced at her, his expression steady. "What is it?" Sulu inhaled deeply before speaking. "I want you to bury me next to Lai Yang in a place where we can both look out at the horizon. Lai Yang always loved views like that." After she finished speaking, she drew her sword and swiftly slashed it across her neck. In an instant, blood splattered in all directions. Sulu stood frozen for a moment, stunned. He had been warned that this mission would deeply affect him, but seeing it unfold in front of his eyes still left him shaken. "Live and die together, huh?" he murmured with a sigh, shaking his head. He then buried the two of them at the edge of the cliff. Pausing briefly to glance at their graves, he reflected to himself, "What is love, really? I must be nothing more than a shadow in this fleeting world. Why should we live together but never die together? At that moment, a series of notifications appeared, signaling that the mission was complete. He had earned several rewards, including the Blazing Sun Break and Sulu skills. Satisfied, he nodded to himself. The skill scrolls were high-tier items from C, and although they could only be used once, their power was overwhelming. He planned to use them wisely. Once done, Sulu logged out of the game and returned to the real world. Just as he was about to rest, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. He answered, listening carefully. A polite voice quickly came through. Hello, Mr. Su. Since you voluntarily turned down offers from foreign countries, Empire has decided to reward your efforts. Sulu remained silent, listening closely but saying nothing. His thoughts drifted. Empire had located him in Tiancheng through the Azure Crouching Dragon server. It wasn't difficult to trace him in the real world by matching his in-game appearance to his actual location. After a brief pause, Sulu's voice cut through the silence, calm but firm. Wan Shen is one of yours. The voice on the other end responded without hesitation. Indeed, if you have any issues with Jiang Wan, I will ensure she is removed immediately. Otherwise, there's nothing further to discuss. If you are dissatisfied, please wait. Sulu gently shook his head, but then a sudden realization struck him. He quickly asked in return, you just mentioned that Wan Shen's name is Jiang Wan, and that the person who saved you in your past life was also named Jiang Wan. In that previous life, when I was injured and lying on a stretcher, being carried back by everyone, my body was severely hurt and in desperate need of a healer. Where was the sorcerer? At that critical moment, a slender hand appeared, resting gently on Sulu's abdomen, beginning to heal his wounds. As he drifted in and out of consciousness, he caught sight of a graceful figure approaching. Sulu immediately recognized her. She was the same person who, in his final moments, had cast a healing spell to pull him back from the brink of death. As he lay there, still weak, her soft voice reached his ears once more. Do you feel a little better now? You were badly injured, and the healing spell can't fix everything. You need to rest properly. Thank you, Sulu whispered, lifting his head to look at her. He wanted to say something more, but another voice interrupted. Jiang Wan, we need to leave now. Another group of demons has attacked Lu Shuixing. Reinforcements are needed. With a quick nod, she gave him a brief smile before leaving. My teammates are calling for me. I have to go. Take care. She really does resemble an angel, Sulu thought as she disappeared from view. And so, Sulu never forgot the name Jiang Wan. Escaping the past, he couldn't help but sigh. Wan Shen, Jiang Wan. How could I not have realized it before? I used to brag in front of her, thinking I was so clever. At that moment, Sulu was resolute. In my past life, I saved your life. This kindness you will never forget even in death. In this life, you will certainly protect me and help me survive the coming apocalypse. The next morning, Sulu logged into the game again, only to find that the place was completely deserted, not a single person in sight. He was puzzled and thought to himself, did we agree to meet here at this time yesterday? Where is everyone? Do they all tend to log in late? After a moment of confusion, Sulu opened the chat window. He was greeted by a long string of messages from Dark God. The messages explained that Dark God had been killed by someone. Sulu frowned instinctively. What's going on here? Dark God quickly outlined the situation. Essentially, when their group arrived, more than 1,000 players charged at them, attempting to use them as cannon fodder to push forward. Despite Sulu's name being called out, he was still killed. Sulu frowned again upon hearing this. The players from Azure Crouching Dragon should show more respect when they hear your name, unless they were specifically targeting you. Soon after, Dark God mentioned a name that sounded extremely familiar, Madman Guild. He continued sobbing and complaining to Sulu, pleading for him to seek justice. Sulu replied, wait for me, I'll handle this. The battle god of madness, who had always been weak in Newbie Village, had truly underestimated the situation. Just the day before, he had worked hard to lift the army's morale, and now they had been ambushed and nearly wiped out by this group. If his name had been reversed, he would have been finished. While Sulu was lost in thought, Jiang Wan appeared, her voice laced with suspicion. Mu Shen, what's going on? He clenched his teeth and replied, our team was ambushed by the Madman Guild at the respawn point. I came back to take them down. Are you in? Meanwhile, at the starting point of Feng Ming Street, Dark God had just finished his report when enemies suddenly grabbed him. He was dragged toward the leader. Boss, this kid was hiding nearby, sending information to Mu Shen. We've caught him. The battle god of madness sneered. Make sure this little assassin doesn't die by accident, but keep him around for now. Without hesitation, the Madman Guild began beating Dark God mercilessly. The battle god of madness smirked. If Mu Shen doesn't show up soon, you'll end up like Dark God. But if you're willing to post on the World Channel and call them a dog, I might just let you off the hook. Meanwhile, from a nearby cliff, Jiang Wan watched the scene unfold and angrily said, These people are crossing the line. We should go down and take care of them. Sulu remained calm. Of course, but we can't act rashly. We need to kill them in a way that will make them question their very existence. As soon as he finished speaking, he brought a challenge order. Sulu quickly joined the team and everyone cheered in excitement. Some urged him to be careful, but Sulu reassured them. All we need to do is eliminate their mages. Moments later, Sulu activated the map of mountains and rivers that Sulu had given him during a mission. To his surprise, he received the highest reward from the map, along with a burn effect that turned out to be extremely useful. The battle god of madness had spotted Sulu and with a smug expression spoke up, saying, "So, you finally showed up. It's been a while, Mu Shen. I hope you've been well. I thought you'd be hiding behind a woman, too afraid to face me." Sulu scoffed and shot back. "Last time, you were the one too scared to show yourself after I killed you." The battle god of madness immediately clenched his fists in anger. "Things are different now. I'm stronger, and allowing you to call me out is me showing you some respect." Sulu didn't seem interested in engaging with him. His attention was elsewhere, focused on someone standing beside him, the Mad War Emperor. This legendary warrior from his past life, despite being with a group of misfits, still seemed somewhat out of place. Rumor had it that during this period, he had already upgraded his weapon to the +C level. At that moment, the battle god of madness, clearly irritated, shouted, "Are you scared now, staying silent like this? You're so weak. If you've got any courage, you don't log off. We still need to settle things from Newbie Village." Sulu, now growing tired of the back and forth, responded coldly, "Quit talking. If you're afraid I'll log off, then take this challenge." Without another word, he pulled out a flag and planted it firmly in front of them. The air fell into a heavy silence. No one had expected Sulu to take such a step, not even the battle god of madness, who was momentarily stunned. He turned to the person standing behind him and asked, "Mad War Emperor, hasn't the scout team returned yet?" The man replied indifferently, "There's no need to worry. Aside from a few relaxed individuals, there are no other opponents." Upon hearing these words, the battle god of madness immediately agreed. "All right, the 2-hour preparation time works. Let's see how I'll dismantle your equipment this time." The Mad War Emperor began making his preparations. The Mad War Emperor scoffed at him. "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" The battle god of madness seemed displeased. "What do you mean by that? Are you, a vice president, trying to look down on me, the president?" He ignored the comment and walked over to Sulu. "I've heard about your actions in Newbie Village 818. Frankly, I'm not impressed. The attacks against you were ordered by the battle god of madness, not me." With that, the Mad War Emperor drew his sword, raised an eyebrow, and said, "I could choose not to get involved in your matters, but you made one request of me. After it's all over, you want me to face you in a deathmatch." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's expression changed. Once the deathmatch challenge was accepted, the consequences would be harsh. She knew Sulu was only level 15, and aside from the obvious advantage in level and equipment, she suspected he might have some hidden surprises up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Sulu hesitated. He was curious to uncover the secrets Jiang Wan might be hiding. Although he knew the battle god of madness was not someone to take lightly, Sulu finally made up his mind. "Mad War Emperor, I accept your deathmatch challenge." The battle god of madness stood up, picked up the flag from the ground, and grinned confidently. "I respect you as a worthy opponent, but don't expect mercy. Today, you'll regret ever stepping into this world." The final battle command was given between the Madmen Guild and the Valley of Wind and Cloud. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos, with smoke and flames rising into the sky and cries of battle echoing in every direction. Amidst the frenzy, Sulu's voice rang out, commanding everyone, "Activate the defenses. Sorcerers and archers, counterattack their rear." The players of the Valley of Wind God quickly formed a protective barrier to shield themselves from the Madmen Guild's attacks. At the same time, the sorcerers and archers of the Madmen Guild began retaliating against the valley's rear lines. On the front lines, the warriors of the Madmen Guild pressed forward for a direct assault. Leading the charge was Battle God of Madness, his axe raised high as he shouted fiercely, "Die! Mu Shen! I'll split you in two with a single strike. The level difference between us is massive." But before his axe could land, Sulu had vanished. Battle God of Madness froze, shocked. "Too fast! How dare you? We'll attack together, surround every possible escape route, and make sure you don't leave here alive." With that, Battle God of Madness and his group began to close in on Sulu. However, his speed was unmatched, and they couldn't land a single blow. Their frustration grew as they suffered significant damage at his hands. The sorcerers who had been standing by were now forced to focus solely on healing their allies. At that moment, Dark God led a team of assassins into the fray, launching a surprise attack on the Madmen Guild. Seeing this, Battle God of Madness panicked. He quickly shouted, "Fall back, protect the sorcerers, eliminate their assassins." Sulu was thoroughly pleased with the situation. He continued to issue commands, skillfully using the assassin's speed to retreat and limit the enemy's firepower. Meanwhile, the mages advanced 50 meters forward, buffing the assassins, while two other mage squads strengthened the front line. Seeing his forces struggle, War God roared angrily. "A bunch of useless fools, I'll handle this myself. All warriors, follow me and retreat to Chi Yu." Before they could even make it back, fireballs began to rain down from the sky, setting the group behind the battle god of madness on fire. Enraged, he glared at Mu, muttering curses under his breath. Mu let out a soft chuckle, pouting as he said, "Watching your backline fall apart, unable to do anything but rage. It's quite satisfying." His words only fueled the battle god of madness fury. He bellowed, "Satisfied, huh? To hell with that. Surround him. With all of us together, we'll bring him down. We don't even need to use the fire elemental scroll right now. This is the perfect chance for the Snowfall Twin Blades skill scroll." As he spoke, two swords, one blue, one red, materialized in Mu's hands. He smiled, pleased with the result. Timeless, the sudden appearance of the weapons left his enemies in shock. What skill is that? Isn't he supposed to be a sorcerer? They had no choice but to charge forward. However, the damage they managed to deal to Mu was insignificant, barely registering, and their frustration grew as they exclaimed, "What the hell is this? A critical hit and it only did 1 point of damage." Mu flashed a smirk. "The unbeatable defense of the falling snow twin blades. I'll stand right here and let you strike me." At that moment, the battle god of madness charged forward, his axe raised high. In the blink of an eye, he was face to face with Mu, who swung his snowblade with precision. Within an instant, the battle god of madness froze in place, unable to believe what had just happened. He muttered, How is this possible?" Whether he believed it or not, he was soon cut down by Mu's blade. Seeing their leader fall, his subordinates immediately tried to retaliate, launching a coordinated barrage of fireballs at Mu. Each explosion was minor on its own, but with a group of 100, the cumulative damage began to add up. They relentlessly hurled their spells in his direction. Unfortunately for them, their reactions were nowhere near fast enough. In the blink of an eye, Mu appeared before them, and his blade began to unleash waves of sword light. The bodies of countless enemies fell beneath his strikes. Glancing at his blade, Mu spoke to himself with a sense of satisfaction. The ice and fire attributes of the falling snow twin blades are too powerful for ordinary people to endure. But still, I've lost more than half my health. I need to recover a bit. Just as he prepared to heal, Jiang Wan, who had been standing behind him, stepped forward and cast a healing spell on him. Mu glanced at her and said, "Jiang Wan, you're injured too." She shook her head, offering a small smile as she responded, "It's nothing. I'll heal you first. Keeping our MVP safe is the priority." Mu glanced at her, initially intending to express his gratitude, but the sight before him caused his expression to freeze. The battle god of madness, recently resurrected, had just killed Jiang Wan. He grinned in triumph and laughed loudly. "Didn't expect this, did you? I'm back, and now your blood tree is gone. Your end is inevitable. I really overestimated you." In that moment, Mu's face twisted with fury. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "You worthless coward." Murderous intent burned in his eyes. Ignoring the flames around him, Mu stood his ground while the battle god of madness continued to urge his followers. "Keep going. All sorcerer archers focus on him." As chaos erupted around him, Mu hesitated, considering whether to use his final skill. He still had one more skill scroll left. He had planned to save it for a later moment, but now there was no choice. Resolute, Mu suddenly let out a loud roar as lightning crackled around him. This was his Lai Yang break. In that instant, a massive sword materialized in Mu's hand. He lifted it high and bellowed, "Die." Without a second thought, he swung it downward. The ground was instantly shattered, rocks and debris flying in all directions, taking the lives of the Madmen Guild members in the process. Within moments, only Mu's allies remained in the area. Meanwhile, Manhwa Emperor, still observing from outside, watched the entire battle unfold with disbelief. What kind of skill is this? Can a player really do that? Is this person even a sorcerer? How can he be this powerful? What happened to your death command? Inside a high-rise building in the city, a tense confrontation was unfolding. A person pointed at the forehead of a man, scolding him sharply. "Look at all this. This is the result of your actions. The Madmen Club has invested so much effort just to train 1,000 elite members." The speaker was Sai Yufeng, the owner of the Madmen Club, and the man on the receiving end of the scolding was Lai Taizhu, also known by his in-game name, Battle God of Madness. The argument had erupted over a recent clash with Mu. Sai Yufeng let out an exasperated sigh. "Given our current strength, we could have chosen a solid A-tier or S-tier city lord to lead. But you chose to provoke me. Now, it's too late to change anything. Just then, a woman entered from the outside and spoke up. Boss, Tian is still pushing forward with the life and death order. You need to make a decision. In the next room, Mad War Emperor Tian was still inside his game pod. Within the game, Su Mu looked at him and asked, "It's our turn now. How do we activate the life and death order?" Tian grinned and replied, "It seems I underestimated your combat abilities. You're much stronger than I thought." Su Mu raised an eyebrow and responded, "So, what's next?" Tian chuckled. "Well, you know that Mad War Emperor is obsessed with hidden quests. He's a seasoned veteran when it comes to uncovering hidden rewards, earning the title of Lone Wanderer. He must have a secret weapon up his sleeve. This battle is going to be dangerous, but sometimes fortune is found in adversity. Those 10 weapons he has, they're invaluable treasures." At that moment, Tian spoke again. "The boss of our club wants me to call off the duel with you." Su Mu wasn't surprised by this. He calmly asked, "So, what does that mean for me?" Thinking back to his previous life, Su Mu had never been interested in guild battles or personal duels. The rankings had always seemed irrelevant. However, there was one event that stood out, the time he single-handedly wiped out an entire guild, earning him widespread recognition. That experience had shaped him into a person with a strong will, making him difficult to handle. Outside, Yufeng continued to protest, trying to stop Tian. "I don't agree with you using the life and death order. Our club has already suffered enough losses." But Tian remained composed. "I'm not spending any of your money," he replied coolly. His grip tightened on the Cheng Quan sword as he spoke again, his voice firm. "I really want to fight him. I want this duel." The man was furious, shaking with anger. He trailed off, unable to find the words to argue, because Tian's statement was true, and there was nothing he could say in response. Meanwhile, inside the game, Tian faced Su Mu directly and said with serious intent, "If you don't use that skill you used earlier, I will challenge you to a duel." Su Mu stood his ground, a smirk playing on his lips. "I'll stick with you until the end." With those words, he pulled the flag from the ground. The life and death order was now officially in place. The duel had begun. Tian's grip on his sword tightened even further as he charged forward. "The moment you took your first kill, I've wanted to challenge you." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his weapon with a single, decisive strike. The shockwave from the blow rippled out, its power unmistakable. This was the Ice Mountain Slash, a technique capable of inflicting massive physical damage. Su Mu instinctively furrowed his brow. The speed of the attack was overwhelming. Blade of Massacre, watching this unfold, couldn't help but grit his teeth and speak up. "This attack is too powerful, both in distance and range. It's far beyond what most warriors can achieve. Could this be the Ice Mountain Slash?" Before anyone could respond, a low voice cut through the air. "Of course, it's the Ice Mountain Slash. People like you, clueless fools, wouldn't even know that skills can be enhanced." At these words, Dark God turned sharply and glared at Steel Pillar. "Who's the fool here? Just because you know more doesn't mean you won't still be defeated by us," he said, his voice laced with irritation. Jiang Wan quickly stepped in to mediate. "Forget it. Don't argue with someone like that." Dark God gave a dismissive snort while Steel Pillar shot back coldly. "What's with the noble act? Don't think I don't know who you really are." Dark God's temper flared. "Watch your mouth," he snapped, his frustration evident. Steel Pillar shrugged nonchalantly. "What's the big deal? You should be more worried about your Mu Shen. He's about to lose." The words struck a nerve, and the three of them were instantly furious. They warned him to keep quiet before turning to focus back on the battle. Meanwhile, the shockwaves from Tian's attack continued to roar across the battlefield, showing no sign of weakening. This caused Su Mu's expression to turn serious. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent's skills had improved, and it appeared that the weapon now had lightning-based properties as well. In that split second, Su Mu activated Wind Shadow, boosting his speed and evasive abilities. He managed to avoid the brunt of the attack, but still took some damage, causing a noticeable loss in his health. Had he been caught in the center of the attack's range, his opponent could have easily finished him off. As Su Mu pondered the situation, Tian charged at him once again. He quickly dodged, recognizing the sharpness of the attack and the fluidity of his opponent's movements. There was no doubt that Tian had more tricks in store, and Su Mu realized he would need to apply more pressure. With this thought, Su Mu gripped his staff firmly, summoning a brilliant flame that enveloped Tian. The sudden burst of heat caught Tian off guard. Within moments, the flames condensed into a massive fireball. Tian clenched his teeth in frustration and quickly conjured a protective shield to absorb the impact. However, as the fireball collided with the shield, it shattered into numerous smaller sparks, scattering in all directions. Almost immediately, Tian's shield began to crack, and the damage he was taking grew worse. His health steadily declined. By the time the shield was completely destroyed, Tian made a swift move, leaping toward the center of the battlefield. With his sword gripped tightly in hand, he swung it downward. Lightning crackled as he moved, and the sizzling sound filled the air. In a thunderous crash, everything within a 10-meter radius of his sword was obliterated. So Mu found it difficult to dodge the devastating attack. You had expected that others could only use the heavy sword strike on the ground, yet he managed to perform it in midair. In his second wave of attacks, he even knew how to use aerial maneuvers to avoid the slowing effect caused by the fire. It was hard to believe. Why was it that someone like you, who had come back to life, didn't have any special abilities? After a brief moment of thought, you quickly decided to counterattack using Flower Bone. But before you could act, Tian suddenly shouted, "Ice Mountain Cleaking Slash." A lightning-fast sword beam shot down from above, and Su Mu couldn't dodge in time. The strike landed directly, his health bar dropped sharply, leaving only a sliver remaining. He bit his lip hard, cursing to himself, how is this even possible? Luckily, the resilience effect activated. Tian's critical hit didn't fully land. Otherwise, I'd be dead. Still, with Amave's abilities, I can keep fighting. So Mu doesn't have any enhancement skills, but the other guy has too. It's not fair. Feeling frustrated, he took action. A chunk of bone ice hurtled toward Tian, but it was easily shattered by him. At the same time, Tian was visibly surprised. Both of his previous attacks had been dodged by Su Mu. Even with his two enhancement skills combined, he hadn't been able to reduce So Mu's health by 1,000 points. Looks like he'd need to use that move after all. As this thought crossed his mind, Tian began activating his skill, and in an instant, a blood-red aura enveloped his entire body. The blood sacrifice battle armor had been triggered, enhancing both his defense and physical strength. Seeing this, Su Mu immediately felt a surge of panic. The warrior god skill, which became unbeatable after level 100, was now in full effect, leaving him with no doubt that Tian had also been reborn. He was certain that Tian possessed a golden finger. In that moment, Tian spoke in a low, commanding voice. "Mu Shen, it's over. This is the end." No sooner had he finished speaking than Tian vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of So Mu, striking without hesitation. The blow cut through the air, sending Su Mu flying. Su Mu gritted his teeth and bit his lip. Asterisk, does it really have to be this powerful? Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk just used the Holy Light skill to heal, and now he's almost defeated in an instant. Asterisk. "You've lost," Tian said coldly, immediately lunging forward to strike once more. Seeing this, Jiang Wan and the others were filled with fear and rushed to intervene, but they were quickly blocked by Steel Pillar. "Stay out of this. If you don't, I will hold back," Steel Pillar growled. A moment later, his voice rang out in excitement. "Mad War Emperor, kill him. Take revenge for the Madman Guild." Just as these words were spoken, Tian's sword pierced through So Mu's body. With a deafening crash, Su Mu was thrown into the rock wall behind him, dust billowing into the air. Upon witnessing this scene, the Madmen group erupted in excitement, their cheers and shouts filling the air. "Mad War Emperor is invincible. Mad War Emperor is mighty. Madman Guild is the strongest," they yelled in unison. Meanwhile, the members of the Valley of the Wind God grew dejected. Jiang Wan, badly wounded, cried out in despair, "Mu Shen is dead." In the midst of this, Steel Pillar, clearly delighted, spoke up. "I'm giving you two choices. Hand over all your equipment. From now on, whenever the Madman Guild encounters you, we'll kill you on sight." Before anyone could respond, one of his men, wearing a smug grin, added, "However, if this beautiful lady agrees to spend one night with our guild leader, we might just let you go this time." Steel Pillar, hearing this, looked even more pleased with himself. Upon hearing those vile words, Dark God was immediately consumed by anger and shouted, "You bastard!" He lunged forward, ready to charge. But then something completely unexpected happened. A sword suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through Steel Pillar's body, draining his blood in an instant. Steel Pillar, still in a daze and unable to comprehend what had just occurred, stood frozen. A cold voice echoed from the smoke. "What did you just say?" At the sound of that voice, Steel Pillar's expression changed instantly. Cold sweat poured down his face. He stammered, barely able to form words. That voice, how is this possible? Could it be that Su Mu is still alive? Indeed, as he had feared, the person who appeared was none other than Su Mu. With a fierce glare, Su Mu cursed. Trash. The situation shifted once more. The members of the Madman Guild were in a state of chaos, while the people from the Valley of the Wind God celebrated with immense joy. So Mu had emerged victorious in the life or death battle. The Madmen, overwhelmed by fear, quickly logged off in large numbers, retreating as if they had lost everything. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan, after her initial happiness, returned to a state of quiet reflection. She couldn't help but feel confused. So Mu had started bleeding earlier, so how had he managed to win? What had he done to turn the tide? At the resurrection point, He Tian had returned to life. He stared blankly at the sky before sighing, "I really lost." Just 5 minutes earlier, when the air was thick with dust and smoke, He Tian had driven his blade into Mu's body and exhaled in relief. Finally, it's over, he had thought. But his relief was short-lived. His expression suddenly froze. He Tian realized that the figure before him had been a clone. Still in shock, he heard Mu's voice from behind him. "I did that to dodge your fatal strike. It was a close call." He Tian spun around in disbelief. "When did your real body move behind me?" Mu replied calmly, "Just half a second before your attack landed. Right after that, I used the bone-binding technique to restrain you, making you panic and cry out. My blood defense wouldn't have held up against that blow, but it was too late. He Tian could only struggle in vain. Mu's fiery counterattack landed, finishing him off on the spot. Back in the real world, He Tian forced himself to sit up, letting out a deep, helpless sigh. His +10 purple tier equipment had been destroyed, and he had lost hundreds of thousands of experience points. Thankfully, his skills and potential points remained unaffected. Mu Shen was truly a force to be reckoned with. In that moment, his sword suddenly appeared at the respawn point, flying out of nowhere and embedding itself into the ground. Still dazed, He Tian saw Mu approach, speaking with a serious tone. "From now on, the Valley of the Wind God and the Human Guild will be sworn enemies." He Tian glanced at him, then shrugged nonchalantly. "To the victor goes the spoils, to the loser goes the blame. If you want to kill me, then do it." "Good spirit," Mu replied with a smirk. Then, a fireball appeared in Mu's hand. Without hesitation, he threw it, but not at He Tian. It struck the steel pillar, who had just respawned. The steel pillar had no idea Mu was nearby and was killed instantly. He cursed angrily. Damn it. Still confused, He Tian turned to Mu Shen and asked, "What's your point? Why did you kill me?" Mu smiled calmly and said, "Gold is easy to come by, but a true confidant is rare. For a last encounter, I sense that you are different from the others. I don't want to clash with you over the Madmen Guild." With that, Mu handed back the equipment to He Tian. He Tian stared at it, stunned, and asked, "What's this? For me?" Mu raised an eyebrow and said, "Don't want it? Then just cancel the trade." He Tian quickly responded, "Don't." And so, the transaction was completed. Once everything was settled, Mu turned to leave. Before walking away, he waved and smiled. "I hope we can meet again someday, but not as enemies of our guilds." When Mu returned, Dark God looked at him with suspicion and asked, "Why did you give the equipment back to him? You don't have anything left, so why throw it away like that?" Mu casually responded, "I plan to form a permanent team of 5 people. That's all." In truth, Mu had other thoughts in mind, but he kept them to himself. Dark God, unaware of this, couldn't help but share his thoughts. "That's great, boss. I'd love to join your fixed team." Mu gave a small nod, and a stable team having an assassin was essential. Dark God, worried that Mu might leave him out, quickly clung to his leg, crying. Mu, feeling helpless, spoke. "All right, that's a standard team. We're not ordinary, so of course we need you as the assassin." At that moment, Mu received a friend request from He Tian. Naturally, he accepted it. He also noticed that his name had changed, which seemed to be quite effective. The two then began a private conversation. He Tian thanked Mu for returning the equipment and mentioned that he had left the Madmen Guild. He promised that if they met again tomorrow, he would defeat Mu. Mu told He Tian that he would be leading his team through the hidden dungeon the next day. Upon hearing this, He Tian's eyes showed disbelief. In the real world at the Madman Club, as soon as He Tian stepped out of the game pod, Yu Feng immediately started complaining. He went on about how He Tian had left the guild. He Tian, feeling a bit frustrated, sighed, "You're really annoying. I have something important to do right now." The task that He Tian had to complete was connected to the hidden dungeon Mu had mentioned. He had asked Mu about it and suggested that Mu take him along. But Mu set a condition. He Tian would have to join the Valley of the Wind God. This left He Tian in a tough spot. If he joined the Valley of the Wind God now, how would he continue to navigate the game in the future? But he couldn't let that stop him. He didn't want to sacrifice his reputation just for a hidden mission. While he was still mulling it over, Mu sent another message. "First, meet me at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Second, pass this message on to the Battle God of Madness. I'll dismantle Madman Guild until it's gone." In the end, He Tian agreed to join Mu. Mu wasn't overly surprised. "You're just like you were in your past life. But if you want to join the Valley of the Wind God, you'll have to follow my lead." When He Tian saw Mu's demand, he instantly became enraged. "As the Divine Executioner, I'm not about to call you by name. It's just for show. In the end, you'll still agree." Mu had successfully recruited a boss for his guild. Meanwhile, in the real world, Kunlun Mountain, A group of people stood in front of a cave, seemingly having made an incredible discovery. Kunlun Mountain, the most sacred mountain in Egg Nation, had cost an entire military unit to uncover a significant breakthrough. After a great deal of effort, scientists had made an important find at the entrance of Kunlun. They discovered a statue of the Ice Phoenix, though they couldn't explain how it had been formed or how long it had been there. The statue was pierced through by a long sword. This was a remarkable breakthrough on every level. An elderly man turned to the person beside him and asked, "Tian Yang, is your wife doing all right?" Tian Yang shook his head gently and replied, "She's fine, just a little down. A few days of rest and she'll be back to normal." Uncle Qin then mentioned Tian Yang's son and his wife, and Tian Yang added that his son had been playing Apocalypse nonstop. Uncle Qin sighed and advised, "Don't be too hard on him. The game just launched and has already become a global sensation. Many people have made fortunes from it. But still, you should focus. They need to set out soon." Meanwhile, in the game world of Phoenix Radiance Road Su Mu led the players towards the area of Suhu. He spoke calmly. "This cliff marks the boundary of the first phase. Everyone, move ahead." Dark God gasped in awe. "This ice and snow cliff is absolutely breathtaking." Jiang Wan nodded, clearly impressed. Below the cliff, the temperature of the blizzard was well below -100 degrees, cold enough to freeze any living creature in an instant. Suddenly, a distant cry for help rang out, catching everyone by surprise. Dark God exclaimed in shock, "What was that? Who's calling for help?" By the time he turned back, he saw a figure trapped under the snow, desperately calling out. Without a second thought, Dark God asked, "Boss, could this be the start of a hidden quest?" Before Su Mu could respond, Dark God was already rushing to the trapped person. He called out excitedly, "This is an NPC. I'm going to pull him out and trigger the hidden quest." However, Su Mu didn't believe it was a hidden quest and quickly warned, "You're so naive. That's not an NPC. Don't get too close." Unfortunately, it was too late. Dark God had already approached the figure. In an instant, the person's face turned an eerie shade of purple. Then, a barbed tentacle shot out from their mouth, looking grotesque. Dark God froze, his mind racing. What on earth is this? Luckily, Su Mu had used his avatar just in time to shield Dark God from the attack. As he watched his avatar get dragged away by the tentacle, Dark God sighed in relief. That was terrifying. If it had bitten me, I'd probably have died instantly. Thanks, boss. Soon, the creature retreated into the ground. Dark God, still shaken, asked, "Boss, what kind of monster was that? This area is supposed to be Phantom Snow Vixen's territory, right?" Blade of Massacre spoke up, unable to contain his curiosity. "Our team has never seen anything like this before." Su Mu took a moment to respond. That was definitely a real player who got captured by a monster. They're using that person as bait to lure in others. As Su Mu considered what kind of monster it might be, Dark God suddenly yelled, "Oss, look! The snow pile is moving. Could it be that same monster again?" Before anyone could react, a pack of blood foxes burst from the snow, their blood-red eyes gleaming menacingly. Su Mu quickly calmed them down. "Stay calm, everyone. Hold your positions." Someone panicking asked, "What do we do now, Guild Leader? With so many of them, how should we fight?" Su Mu responded in a steady tone. "For Phantom Snow Vixens, before they attack, they always hop around once. Just watch for that pattern and adjust your attacks. If they jump to the right, attack to the left, and if they jump to the left, attack to the right." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled a fireball at a Phantom Snow Vixen. There was a loud explosion as the Suhu's body was consumed by the flames, leaving it scorched and destroyed. Seeing this, Blade of Massacre quickly shouted, "Defensive warriors, stay outside. Jia Chang, go inside and target the gaps as directed by the guild leader." In the blink of an eye, they took their positions, and the Suhu were immediately attacked by their snow python. At that moment, Su Mu issued a command, "Don't stand still. Keep fighting while moving toward the bridge. Once we cross it, we'll enter the second stage of Phoenix Radiance Road and activate the next resurrection point." Following his instructions, they formed a tight circle and slowly advanced across the bridge. Su Mu continued giving orders. Archers and sorcerers move ahead to the other side for support. Follow them with assassins, sorcerers, and then the warriors. They quickly crossed the bridge. Some hesitated, fearful, while others rushed forward. On this side, Su Mu continued to lead the fight against the Blood Phantom Vixen. After a short while, he called out, "We're almost done here. Everyone, move out. I'll handle the cleanup." Blade of Massacre responded swiftly, "Boss, see you on the other side." As soon as he finished speaking, he led his team across the bridge. Su Mu continued to strike down the Phantom Snow Vixen while watching them leave. A sense of sentimentality stirred within him. These guys might not do much damage, but their speed is impressive, he thought to himself. Just then, a hand suddenly shot up from beneath the snow and Sumu's face instantly darkened. Not good, he muttered. He turned towards the bridge and shouted urgently, "Someone's still on the bridge. They're trying to attack the suspension bridge. Everyone, be careful. That purple monster is coming out of the snow. Its tentacles are wrapping around the ice pillar." Sumu instantly felt a wave of panic. This is bad. It's the same monster from earlier. It's trying to use the ice pillar to destroy the bridge. Just as you suspected, the purple monster has hurled the ice pillar at the bridge. Those who hadn't crossed the bridge in time were thrown down below as the structure snapped. Sumu staggered from the tremor, desperately clutching at the vines on the bridge to steady himself. The people on the far side of the cliff were visibly worried about him. He stepped onto the remaining intact rope, moving toward the cliff, his mind racing. What kind of monster is this? It's such a hassle. I can't keep dealing with it like this. I need to cross the bridge quickly. On the other side, Dark God shouted in a hurry, "Boss, watch out behind you." But as Sumu got closer to the cliff, the monster hurled the ice pillar at the bridge once more. Sumu's panic surged. Why is it still attacking? This relentless assault, is it trying to stop me from crossing? He quickly jumped into the air, narrowly avoiding the ice pillar, and then launched a fireball at a monster, his voice cold. That won't just stand by anymore. With a deafening explosion, flames erupted, but at the same moment, Sumu was struck by the ice pillar. The force sent him flying before he was buried in the sea of flames, knocking him backwards. Seeing the scene unfold, the group on this side was immediately struck with fear. Dark God, in a panic, shouted, "Boss, don't fall. It's too dangerous." Fortunately, just before Sumu could fall into the river, the staff in his hand caught onto a vine hanging from the bridge, pulling him back to safety. He quickly looked over at the others on the cliff and reassured them. "I'm fine." That was close. Grinding his teeth, Sumu muttered under his breath in frustration, "Damn it, I can't believe I'm in such a vulnerable position." Meanwhile, Dark God was desperately trying to organize everyone, ordering them to find a way to pull the boss up. But the others shook their heads, responding, "Honestly, our range isn't enough. The monster has already reached that point." As they spoke, Sumu found himself absent-mindedly staring at the path above, its thoughts racing. He knew he had to figure out how to quickly reach the opposite shore. Just then, the monster drew closer, its terrifying form sending a chill through him. Is this its true form? This was the flesh of the evil demon, a piece of meat torn from the supreme demon lord's body. It thrived by continuously parasitizing human bodies, and any contact with its skin caused the victim's body to decay at an alarming rate. Sumu's expression darkened. It reminded him of the mutated fusion creatures from the Temple of Gods. The arm that had yet to be fully digested must belong to the player who had been injured on the snowy ground with no hope of resurrection. This situation was beyond Sumu's comprehension, but one thing was clear. He couldn't let the creature reach the opposite shore. If it did, everyone would be doomed. He had to hold it off, no matter what. After a brief moment of thought, he looked at the figure on the cliff and shouted urgently, "Quick, cut the rope. Don't let it go any further." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's face filled with panic. Cut the rope? Blade of Massacre, standing nearby, shook his head firmly. "No, if we do that, the president will fall as well. I won't do it. Without the president, we can't cross the bridge." At that moment, the monster had nearly reached Sumu. Anxiety surged through him, and he bit his lip before speaking through gritted teeth. "If no one else is going to act, then I'll do it." Without hesitation, a fireball appeared in his hand. He aimed it at the rope and hurled it with precision. In an instant, the rope was severed, leaving both him and the monster suspended in midair. The sight of this caused panic among those on the cliff. They cried out in distress, "President!" Down in the river, Sulu was trying to hold onto the rope, but the water is so cold that his fingers have already frozen. Even letting go is becoming impossible. Now, Sulu is at the mercy of the monster. On the shore, Jiang Wan's group was in despair, heartbroken over Sumu's fall. Below, Sulu fought against the cold and the monster. The water was so freezing that his entire body had stiffened, rendering him unable to move even a finger. But he thought freezing to death would be better than being devoured by the monster. Sulu glanced at the creature looming over him. He refused to die this way. It would be too humiliating. But then, he thought, survival was more important. Just then, the river shook violently. Sulu felt a wave of panic rise within him. Why is such a strong wind suddenly gusting up from the base of the mountain, he wondered. As he tried to make sense of what was happening, a creature suddenly emerged from the depths of the river. On closer inspection, it turned out to be a phoenix. In that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Welcome to the edge of the Kunlun mountain range. Legend has it that only the luckiest of warriors can hear the cry of the phoenix." Everyone around him fell into stunned silence. Is this really the legendary phoenix? Words can hardly capture what we're witnessing. Meanwhile, down below, Sulu saw the phoenix clearly, his brow furrowed in concentration. The shape of the ice phoenix, I can't believe I'm seeing something so rare. But then his attention shifted. The creature in front of me has gone still, and there's a strange light coming from its forehead. Wait, was this something that existed in my past life? Could it be the ice phoenix spirit crystal from the legends? In my previous life, a sorcerer of the ice element obtained it. Later, that wretch fled to the enemy's territory. It seems the phoenix's figure appeared to seal the evil corpse, continually saving me. With this thought, Sulu hesitated. Should I take the crystal? If I do, the monster will revive in an instant, and I'll be swallowed whole again. Yet, unwilling to let the opportunity slip by, he wrapped his foot around the rope, leaned back, and reached out to grasp the crystal from the creature's forehead. As his fingers made contact, the seal on the rotting demon shattered. As soon as Sulu gained control, he swiftly hurled a fireball at the creature. It was pushed back, but just when he thought he had won, an unexpected turn of events took place. To his shock, the monster remained unharmed. It used its tentacles to cling to the rope, and Sulu's face darkened instantly. This is bad, he thought. It's climbing again, and it's so fast. At the cliff above, Jiang Wan spoke up. Mushin still has health left. He's still alive. Blade of Massacre gave a slight nod and suggested, that's likely. Let's pull him up and check. All right, let's go. Pull the boss up. Dark God agreed without hesitation, rushing to help with the rope. Sure enough, not long after, Sulu was hauled up, and everyone cheered in relief. The guild leader is really still alive. Sulu looked up at them and shouted, everyone, get ready. Ranged attack team, aim and fire towards me. As soon as his command rang out, the group on the cliff sprang into action. Flaming meteor arrows and bone frost bombs were relentlessly thrown down into the river. The monster took blow after blow, no longer able to pursue Sulu. Seizing the moment, Dark God reached out and pulled him to safety. With a grin, Dark God said, Boss, you're still alive and in great shape. Jiang Wan, standing beside him, quickly added, Hurry, cut the rope. Blade of Massacre nodded at once, grabbing a knife and heading to sever the remaining rope. The support beneath the monster gave way, causing it to fall, but only moments later it sprang back into the air. The players, witnessing this, immediately began to panic. It's still not dead, and it's jumping again? Becoming an SS level lord really is too difficult. At this moment, Sulu summoned his clone to join the attack on the monster. Meanwhile, other sorcerers and archers quickly joined in. With the combined offensive power from Sulu and his team, the monster finally plummeted down the cliff. After the battle, Dark God, who had been nearby, rushed over and asked, What was that just now? Sulu explained slowly, according to the system, it was a decayed piece of flesh from the evil demon. Concerned that the others might be unsettled, he quickly reassured them, Don't worry too much. The shadow of the evil demon appears in various places. It's part of a special event. Regardless, we made it through, so let's keep moving forward. Meanwhile, in the real world, at Kunlun Mountain, the group of archaeologists remained outside the cave. They had set up tents to rest and wait for the rescue team, but they were facing a serious challenge. Uncle Qin's legs had been attacked by ancient, never-before-seen centipedes. Tian Yang muttered, How could there be such things in the cave? Uncle Qin pressed his lips tightly together. Ancient centipedes shouldn't have been extinct. Why are they appearing here? Tian Yang looked up and addressed the group. We need to figure out how to handle this. One person spoke quietly. I've already searched. The creatures are afraid of fire and sulfur. He suddenly panicked, exclaiming, But in a place like this, where there's nothing but snow, how are we supposed to find sulfur? As panic swept through the group, Uncle Qin suddenly spoke up, Tian Yang, burn my leg. The moment the words left his mouth, Tian Yang and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with fear. But there was no choice. They had already poured a liquid on the centipede clinging to Uncle Qin's leg, causing it to emit a high-pitched screech. Someone hesitated, holding a lighter but unsure of what to do. Uncle Qin's voice cut through the tension. Burn it. If you don't, my leg is as good as gone. Set that monster on fire, and I might still have a chance to survive. The person holding the lighter turned to Tian Yang, who stood silent, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Time seemed to slow as the group remained frozen. Uncle Qin, sensing her hesitation, urged Tian Yang again. With a resigned sigh, Tian Yang finally spoke. All right, Uncle Qin, I'm sorry. He then set the centipede on fire. The intense heat scorched Uncle Qin's flesh, causing him to scream in pain. The centipede, unable to withstand the flames, leaped off his leg and scurried in another direction. A nearby voice screamed in terror, It's coming toward me. Tian Yang, calm and steady, pulled out a knife and slashed his own hand. Gritting his teeth, he called out, Come this way, you monster. Brother Yang, be careful. Someone warned, their voice trembling with fear. Ti and Yang waited until the centipede was close enough, then grabbed a copper basin and quickly trapped it inside. Without hesitation, he covered the top, securing the creature. As the tension finally began to ease, a sigh of relief rippled through the group. The centipede was caught. After a brief silence, someone spoke up, their voice heavy with realization. We may have disturbed something we shouldn't have. He continued, the Kunlun Mountains are steeped in myths and legends, and I never imagined I'd come across a creature from 300 million years ago. At this, Tian Yang sighed again, his voice tinged with frustration. Actually, aside from that ancient insect, I saw something else as well, but I'm not sure if it's still alive or if it's already dead. This statement sent a wave of unease through the others. After finishing the conversation, they quickly went outside, but something felt off. One of them gasped in surprise. Wasn't this ice statue supposed to be facing west? Has it moved? Meanwhile, inside the game on Phoenix Radiance Road, Sulu led the group through the snow-covered mountains. He spoke quietly. Up ahead is the second section of Phoenix Radiance Road. Let's rest here for a bit. But before they could settle down, Sulu bent down and picked a flower from the snow. He looked at it for a moment before speaking again. But there's a task. When you have time to explore, keep an eye out for this type of flower around here. He reminded them, no matter how few or how many, gather them all. Before we leave the game, report the number of small white flowers you collected to Jiang Wan. We'll be here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Everyone quickly scattered to rest. Jiang Wan looked at him, a faint smile on her lips. Looks like my beauty sleep is ruined. Sulu chuckled softly. What beauty sleep? By the way, give me your WeChat ID. I'd like to add you. Jiang Wan was taken aback and asked, aren't you the hidden boss who's being hunted by all sorts of forces? What if my real identity gets exposed? He smiled casually and replied, because I trust you. Jiang Wan's eyes widened in surprise, and her face flushed bright red. She whispered softly, thank you, master. Later that evening in the real world, Tian King City, a match was underway in the square. A crowd had gathered, eagerly discussing the competition. Sulu stood among them, enjoying an ice cream as he casually commented, this warrior is too weak. The girl beside him looked at him in surprise and asked, do you think the archer will win? He nodded slightly. The girl looked worried. On the screen, the warrior kept attacking the archer, but the girl used blink to dodge every strike. The crowd watched, amazed by the move. Then she fired an arrow into the air. In an instant, a rain of arrows filled the sky surrounding the warrior. His health bar quickly dropped to 0. The archer had won. The girl turned to Sulu, her eyes wide, and asked, how did you know she would win? Sulu answered calmly, her ability to manage cooldowns is impressive, and she knows the warrior class inside and out. Even without switching classes, she would have won. The winner of this match is Yu Mai, level 15 from Guild Shi Yi Cheng. The next match will be between her and Xiao Jusai Sai. A moment later, Yu Mai stepped forward and looked at the girl. It's your turn, Jusai, she said. Jusai froze, panic setting in, but I'm only level 12. Yu Mai scoffed, shaking her head. If you'd leveled up more, would it still be like this? Yu Mai glared coldly and scolded, if you're so scared, just admit you're useless. Juicy, determined not to back down, protested, I make contributions. She sneered dismissively, contributions? What, by working as a corset in a brothel? Then, turning her attention to Sulu, she insulted him, calling him a country bumpkin. Sulu choked on his ice cream in response. Yu Mai stepped forward, standing face to face with Jusai. Her tone was sharp and unwavering. Shi City has no place for weaklings like you. Either fight me or admit defeat. Admit in front of everyone that you're useless and leave Shi City for good. The crowd below seemed to revel in the drama, cheering and urging them to fight. Jusai, refusing to back down, shouted defiantly, a sorcerer is not trash and neither am I. Even if I can't win, I'll lose with honor. Let's settle this. Yu Mai let out a cold laugh and spoke again. Panicking, Jusai quickly backtracked, calling out, I spoke too soon. Master, you're so skilled. Could you teach me how to fight? I'll treat you to late-night snacks. Sulu sighed, clearly frustrated. Where's that confidence from earlier? You're trying to fight someone at level 15 with your level 12 character. You're just unlucky. And what's with the late-night snacks? Despite his annoyance, he agreed to help in the end. A while later in the game, Jusai quickly logged in. Her ID was GL Jusai Sai. Upon seeing Jusai's stats, Sulu couldn't hold back his complaints. You're a sorcerer, so why did you put your points into health and defense? Your magic damage is only 200 at level 12. That's nowhere near enough. Sulu stood outside Jusai's game cabin, offering guidance as she played. Meanwhile, in another room, an observer of the match chuckled softly and remarked, Momo really refuses to back down. The person beside him couldn't resist commenting. You seem to care a lot about Jusai. Is Momo just jealous? Kinlang raised an eyebrow, a smug smile on his face. I'm long past caring about Lu Momo. The other person frowned, clearly dissatisfied, and shot back. You're such a jerk. Looks like promoting Jusai to vice president is going to be a lot harder now. Back in the match, Momo had just fired an arrow, causing Jusai's health to drop steadily. Sumu's voice immediately cut through the tension. What are you doing? Why are you just standing there? Use shadow in the wind to dodge, you fool. Jusai, looking a bit confused, responded, I'm waiting for my mentor to tell me what to do. Just then, Momo fired another arrow. Before it could reach Jusai, it split into two. Jusai cried out in alarm, I can't avoid all these attacks. Sumu's voice rang out again, more urgently this time. Activate light shield to absorb the damage. Jusai quickly followed his advice, activating the shield. It helped reduce the damage, but it wasn't enough to protect her for long. She trembled as she said, I can't hold on much longer. Sure enough, moments later, the shield shattered. As it did, Momo's voice rang out with a hint of challenge. Your positioning and prediction have definitely gotten better, but it won't matter. Let's see if you can dodge this arrow. Momo unleashed a rapid barrage of arrows. Jusai, looking worried, asked, Lord, what should we do now? Sumu remained silent, deep in thought, reflecting on what Momo had just said. Without his guidance, Jusai was uncertain of what action to take and could only brace for the inevitable damage. After a moment of consideration, Sumu finally spoke, his voice steady. Prepare the great fireball technique. The Dragonflight arrow's time is running out. He immediately began counting down, and after 3 seconds, he gave the command to launch it. In an instant, Jusai released a fireball. Outside, spectators were visibly impressed. How did she react so quickly? Remarkable. She took advantage of the opponent's skill interruption to strike first, leaving no time for the enemy to counter. Momo, unable to react in time, was struck by the flaming meteor. However, she quickly regained her composure. With a scoff, she muttered, So it's Jusai, huh? Not bad, but you won't be able to stop this arrow. Without missing a beat, she drew her bow and knocked an arrow crackling with lightning. The crowd gasped in surprise. That's the purple tier skill of the archer class, Thunderbolt Arrow. No matter how strong the sorcerer's spell, they can never defeat this attack. Sumu, recognizing the danger, cautioned, if that arrow lands as a fatal strike, you won't be able to block it. But Jusai didn't seem worried. She responded calmly, It's fine. Taking hits like this feels surprisingly satisfying. Sumu, unconvinced, replied firmly, I'm not satisfied. You're still in charge of the extreme moves. Frost Spike from Earth, 45-degree angle, crouch down. Jusai immediately followed the command, summoning a layer of ice that enveloped her. In an instant, Momo found herself unable to target her opponent, her bow and arrow suspended uselessly in midair. At that moment, Sumu, standing beside her, calmly advised, move half a foot to the right. Onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Even the sorcerer could never have predicted that the Earth's frost spike would be used to block the line of sight in such a way. Momo's face darkened with irritation. She hadn't expected Jusai to be so clever. When had she become so resourceful? Or was it due to the man standing next to her? A sneer curled on Momo's lips as she thought, asterisk. So Jusai believes she can rely on a man to defeat me. How naive, asterisk. Sumu, unbothered by her taunts, remained focused. The challenge is coming, he reminded Jusai. As soon as the frost spike vanished, Jusai was already charging toward Momo. With lightning speed, she unleashed a fireball, aimed to strike before Momo could recover. Jusai obeyed Sumu's instruction without hesitation. The fireball's light blinded Momo's vision in that instant. The scene shifted dramatically, and the onlookers, once again, were left stunned, murmuring in disbelief. I can't believe it. What other surprises does this little sorcerer have up her sleeve? They whispered. Momo still held her bow and arrow, but Sumu didn't let up. Her magical defense is weak. Take this chance to strike. Yes, my lord, Jusai responded without hesitation, then launched a relentless series of attacks at Momo. Momo gritted her teeth in anger, pressing her lips tightly together as she muttered to herself, If I activate the shadow shield to dodge now, at this exact moment, the full force of the Thunderbolt arrow will be wasted. Meanwhile, Sumu continued to advise her, the blind period has ended. Your skill activation rate is too low. With your current health, you're still in danger. Don't be reckless. Just as Sumu spoke, Momo's vision returned. She immediately shouted, I see you now. You little coward, prepare to die. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the Thunderbolt arrow shot forward, aimed directly at Jusai. Sumu remained calm, his voice steady. You don't have enough spiritual power left to attack. The fireball you cast earlier needs to keep going until she falls. Without hesitation, Jusai nodded and sent another fireball soaring toward her opponent. The onlookers, watching the match from the sidelines, couldn't help but admire the spectacle. It was clear that tonight's fight had been worth their time. The battle was truly thrilling, though. Unfortunately, the gap in skill between the two was still too great. Just as the crowd believed Jusai was on the verge of defeat, she suddenly activated the Flowing Flame Heavenly Formation. Fireballs fell like rain, steadily depleting Momo's health. But in the midst of this, one of Momo's arrows struck Jusai, and her health instantly dropped to 0. Momo's face twisted into a smug grin. In the end, I'm the one who wins. What a shame. You almost managed to make me look bad. The crowd surrounding them was deeply moved by Jusai's determination. But then something unexpected occurred. The Heavenfall meteor flame reappeared in the sky. Momo, visibly shocked, exclaimed, "She really triggered the flowing flame twice in a row?" As the flaming meteor continued its descent toward her, Jusai bit her lip in frustration. "You idiot," she muttered. With a deafening crash, an explosion erupted. The match ended abruptly. Both combatants had exhausted their strength, but the outcome remained undecided. The crowd, however, erupted into cheers, even though it ended in a draw. This match was thrilling and full of surprises. But just as the excitement settled, someone in the crowd noticed something amiss. They quickly shouted, "Wait, the match isn't over yet. See how Jusai." Everyone turned their gaze to the screen. Jusai's Windfire triple strike had triggered the survival effect, leaving her with only 1 point of health. As a result, she was declared the winner. At that moment, Momono still couldn't come to terms with it. She actually lost to that idiot Mulu Jusai? No way. Meanwhile, Jusai was overjoyed, shouting, "We won, we won. I did it, great God." However, as she looked around, she couldn't find Sulu. The only thing she saw was a message he had left. "Congratulations. Luck is also a form of strength. Let's grab a late-night snack next time." The following morning, Sulu woke up and tried to call his parents, but couldn't get through. He assumed they were busy working at some ruins, but it was something he had gotten used to by now. It was fine. By this point, Sulu finally noticed a message from Jiang Wan. A sense of admiration washed over him as he realized she had been working late into the night. Moments later, Sulu logged into the game. He quickly looked at Jiang Wan and instructed, "Distribute the white flowers to everyone. Divide the team into 10 squads with each receiving 150 flowers." Jiang Wan nodded in acknowledgement. After giving the instructions, Sulu turned his attention to the ice crystal stone he had acquired previously. These legendary items were true treasures, and with it, the power of Flower Rainbow had been greatly enhanced. Not long after, Sulu casually appointed Dark God and Jiang Wan as Vice Guild Masters. Dark God cheered with excitement. Sulu couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Any dedicated member willing to invest in the guild was bound to make a good Vice Guild Master. At that moment, a figure appeared on Windlit Path, slowly making his way toward them. It was He-Tien. As soon as the others saw him, unease spread among them, but the new member notifications soon popped up, adding to their confusion. He-Tien paid no attention to the others and walked directly up to Sulu. Sulu greeted him with a warm smile. "Welcome aboard." He-Tien nodded slightly in response, offering a brief "thank you." Both had their own motives. He-Tien was after the hidden details that Sulu possessed, but Sulu was certain. Once you joined his team, there was no turning back. Sulu then scanned the group and spoke. "We have enough people now. Let's hit the hidden instance, the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove." Sulu walked ahead, cautioning the group, "The sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove is a dangerous hidden dungeon. A friend of mine once triggered a mechanism by accident and got sucked in. The entire team was wiped out as a result, so stay alert and be careful." Jiang Wan furrowed her brow and replied, "Your friend? Are you really getting information that's more advanced than what the main company knows, all from this one person?" After a while, as they continued their journey, they came across a mysterious figure. Dark God approached him, gave the person a light tap on the shoulder, and asked, "Old man, what are you looking at?" However, as soon as his hand made contact, everything around him shattered, and his blood started to drain away. Panicked, he exclaimed, "What's happening? What should I do? I'm going to die." Quickly, Sulu shoved a flower into Dark God's mouth, saving him from disaster. Turning to the group, he warned, "Rewards in hidden dungeons are tempting, but the dangers are real. Don't touch anything strange or you'll regret it when I can't help you." The group nodded immediately and pressed on. Although they passed several more statues like the one before, no one dared to touch anything. He-Tien, walking at the back, thought to himself, "There's hardly any information available on the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove. Sulu is definitely not an ordinary person." Still rattled, Dark God asked, "Boss, what exactly are these things?" Sulu answered calmly, "Your soul and flesh were taken from you. You can call them shells. At that moment, a loud, piercing scream echoed from the other side, followed by the sound of something crashing into and breaking apart the stone wall. Sulu glanced at Jiang Wan and instructed, "Take action." Jiang Wan nodded slightly, replying, "Understood." Without hesitation, she used her soul-binding ability to restrain the individual. Afterward, Sulu ordered that a white flower be forced into the person's mouth. Dark God stepped forward and asked, "What's going on? Is there poison?" "Just now, The person, now regaining their composure, finally answered, "I saw that thing move just now." Sulu immediately intervened, clarifying it was an illusion. Everyone held a white flower in their mouths. If any abnormal situation occurred, they were to swallow the flower first, then assess whether it was an illusion. Though the flower had a slightly bitter taste, they had no choice but to keep it in their mouths. After a short while, they arrived at a vast plain. To their surprise, there were people gathered there in numbers as immense as the Mongol army. Sulu paused to think for a moment, then gave the order, "Let's move. Remember, don't let go of the white flower." Dark God, slightly panicked, stood frozen, at a loss for words. He Tian, on the other hand, seemed somewhat amused, finding the situation a bit interesting. Soon, their group made their way past the statues that were kneeling on the ground. The unsettling sensation of numbness washed over them quickly, causing hesitation. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, blurring their vision. The surrounding walls began to crack, and they instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves from the debris flying around. In a panic, Dark God shouted, "These are pieces of broken human bodies. Stay away from me. This is disgusting." In an instant, the altar before them was consumed by a storm of broken fragments. Moments later, a figure appeared in midair, and a deep voice echoed through the silence. "It has been a long time since anyone alive has come here. The scent of purification flowers clings to you." The figure smiled faintly and added, "If you've made it this far, step inside and take a look. This place has been quiet for a very long time." Soon after, the mission was announced. Sulu wasted no time and called out, "Everyone accept the mission to enter the altar." At his command, the group began to move toward the altar, circling around the figure that had appeared. Suddenly, a green light flickered. Yuan's eyes widened, and she gasped in shock. "Look, those empty corpses." Her words snapped everyone's attention to the statues that were now charging toward them. The sudden movement sent a wave of panic through the group, and they quickly stepped back. There were too many to fight off. In the chaos, the altar suddenly crumbled. A massive hole opened, and several statues tumbled down from above. The altar continued to collapse, swiftly disappearing into the ground. Just then, the system's voice rang out, "Welcome to the Snow Forest altar. The origin of this altar is unknown, but it was once known as the birthplace of the demon god." Sulu listened intently to the system's message before swiftly issuing new orders. "Warriors, take the lead. Sorcerers, stay at the rear. The rest, position yourselves in the center and be ready to support each other." The group quickly formed an organized line, with Sulu leading the way. The uneasy atmosphere in the area made Dark God shiver, his body trembling as he spoke up. "Boss, why do I have the feeling that we've stepped into some sort of biological research facility? Even in the middle of the apocalypse, could there still be companies working on things like this?" Jiang Wan responded with a serious tone. "What's certain right now is that those dragon corpses were once humans, and they were failures. If there are failed experiments here, we can be sure there are completed ones as well." As they spoke, Sulu motioned for them to stay quiet, sensing something ahead in the darkness. They held their breath in anticipation, and soon a hand emerged, its claws sharp and the skin covered in grotesque sores. This was an elite-level monster, the Ice Phoenix Crystal. Sulu quickly cautioned them. "This door can only be passed through once the monster is resurrected. Be careful." The group wasted no time and launched their attacks. Fireballs and ice arrows flew through the air, striking the creature. In moments, its health bar was nearly emptied. Sulu stepped closer to the fallen beast. He Tian followed, drew his sword, and delivered a quick slash. He raised an eyebrow and said, "That was easy." But Sulu smirked and replied, "Not quite." Just as he spoke, the monster, which had been sliced in half, rapidly healed, and its health bar was instantly restored to full. Sulu quickly spoke up, "Has anyone noticed that the thorn has grown longer? If we cut off the bone thorn, it will just regenerate." Upon hearing this, someone rushed forward, saying, "So that's what's happening. Watch me cut off this bone thorn and deal with it once and for all." Sulu wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The person swung his axe with all of his might, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sever the thorn. Panic set in. In his confusion, the creature lunged forward, piercing through him and draining his blood completely. Sulu, feeling somewhat helpless, reminded the group the bone thorns of the Ice Phoenix Crystal are incredibly tough. You need to use Flaming Meteor to burn them and soften them first. The others quickly began launching flaming meteor attacks, but the monster's speed was too great, and they couldn't land a hit. Just then, more green dots appeared behind the door, causing everyone to freeze in shock. In the blink of an eye, countless monsters emerged, further escalating their fear. Myu's team quickly fell into chaos. They could only fight desperately, hoping to weaken the bone thorns, but it was already too late. They had been surrounded on both sides. Trapped in a tight spot, they were left with no choice but to fight recklessly, attacking when they could and praying they didn't die. But no matter how hard they struck, the creature's wounds healed instantly. It then relentlessly tore through the players, showing no sign of mercy. Myu observed the scene and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect so many Ice Phoenix crystals to appear all at once. Their sudden attack caught us off guard. The casualties are already mounting. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he immediately summoned his clone and focused his spiritual energy to trigger an assault. A massive fireball erupted from his hands, engulfing the monsters in flames. He quickly called out mages, set up shields for everyone. Warriors and assassins, focus on the bone spikes. Archers, support with your attacks. The fire is causing significant damage. It's also burning the monsters, reducing their defense by 10% and slowing their movement by 20%. Seizing the opportunity, Myu shouted, "Now's the time. Go and strike the bone spikes." Tian, ever diligent, swung his weapon down with force, killing an Ice Phoenix crystal in a single blow. Seeing this, the players around them charged forward, attacking the monsters with renewed energy. Even Dark God, who was usually hesitant, stepped to the front. He grinned and said, "I need to test the combat techniques the boss taught me." Not long before, Myu had taken the chance to teach Dark God some new skills. Assassins don't have area of effect damage, elemental weapons, or healing abilities. In any direct confrontation, they're at a disadvantage. Instead, they should rely on speed, slipping into the shadows and exploiting the enemy's weaknesses from unexpected angles. While practicing, Dark God spoke, and in an instant, he appeared behind him. With an icy tone, he said, "The assassin is the sharp blade that takes lives." Back in the present, Dark God used his incredible speed to move beside the monster and swiftly severed one of its bone spines with his dagger. He didn't press the attack, however, and instead moved with remarkable agility. Seizing the creature's brief lapse in focus, he delivered a decisive strike that caused the monster's health bar to plummet. With a sense of excitement, Dark God called out, "Boss, I just soloed an Ice Phoenix crystal. You didn't notice, but there are 2 more heading towards you from behind." Ryu quickly warned, "Watch out behind you." Dark God spun around in a hurry, but the monster's claws were already descending. Just in time, Jiang Wan created a shield to protect him. Dark God sighed in relief. That was close. Thanks, I owe you one. Meanwhile, Tian wasn't idle. From a distance, he rushed in and took down the 2 incoming monsters. Myu walked up to Dark God and reminded him, "And one last thing, never let your guard down." Moments later, it finally defeated the group of Ice Phoenix crystals. The first round of the mission was complete and everyone relaxed, letting out a collective sigh of relief. As they caught their breath, Jiang Wan, Myu, and Dark God began discussing the monster. They agreed that it was a special type. Jiang Wan nodded thoughtfully and explained some twisted individuals have made deals with evil demons. They uncovered the secret to creating reborn creatures, but those who undergo such changes lose their humanity. Upon hearing those words, Dark God angrily shouted, "These despicable, morally bankrupt villains." Myu, upon listening, pursed his lips and snorted coldly. Only when the apocalypse descends will true devastation begin and civilization will be torn apart. After a brief pause, Myu's team took a short rest before moving on to the next door. Before them appeared a large clock. Myu spoke in a measured tone. "Everyone's test cards have arrived, and this challenge is exceptionally tough. How well we do will depend on our luck." Behind the door, they could see an array of evil demon monsters, numerous demonic overlords, and divine destruction cores. The moment they heard this, panic swept over the group. Dark God gasped in shock. "What? An army of divine destruction cores? Are you serious? We're only about level 10. Can we even handle this system?" He quickly turned to Jiang Wan and asked, "Does this mean we have to face a boss at a special level like Apophis, the one who perished?" Jiang Wan let out a helpless sigh. Demonic overlords or divine destruction cores. This is really... Meanwhile, Myu had retrieved something and spoke calmly. "Everyone, pick a white lotus and take shelter inside it." Without hesitation, the group followed his instructions. The official challenge then began. A hand of the clock, which had been motionless, suddenly started spinning rapidly. Everyone held their breath, silently praying, "Please don't let it be a divine destruction core. Just send the weakest one." After a brief pause, the needle on the clock finally stopped, resting on the number 8, marking the black spirit metal. Myu sighed, feeling helpless. Why did that name keep coming up? In the blink of an eye, a blinding light exploded around them. By the time the light faded, they found themselves in a land as hot as an inferno. The oppressive heat caused sweat to pour from their bodies without end. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Brothers, look up! Can 10 suns not be hot?" Looking up, they saw 10 suns hanging in the sky. No wonder the heat was so unbearable here. As if that weren't enough, a horde of monsters surrounded them. Dark God, panicked, called out, "Boss, is this really the second gate? It feels like we're about to meet our doom." Sulu chuckled softly and reassured him, "Don't panic, it's just a randomly chosen demonic overlord, the toughest one." Dark God, still unsettled, couldn't help but comment, "Is that something a human would say?" At that moment, a rain of arrows suddenly descended from the sky, targeting the ice phoenix crystals buried beneath the ground. In an instant, the monsters were consumed by flames and countless creatures were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Just then, a voice echoed through the air, "Heresy disturbs the heat and must be burned to ash, never to be reborn. Mortals are forbidden from this place. Leave at once." The group of players stood trembling, their voices shaking as they spoke. "We want to leave too. Didn't we get brought here? Can you at least tell us where the exit is? Isn't this the boss?" Only Sulu remained composed, his voice steady as he addressed the figure before them. "The Guild of the Archdivines will kill all of you. We're simply ahead of the game, acting on behalf of justice. Come out and face us." His words triggered a furious response. An enraged roar echoed from the sky, followed by a crack of lightning that struck down, igniting one of the players' hair. In that instant, a blinding flash of light filled the air. As it faded, a female figure appeared. It was Black Spirit Golden Crow. Moments ago, the players had been cowering in fear, but now they were transfixed, their eyes wide with awe, some nearly drooling. Is this really an evil demon? She looks more like a goddess. Black Spirit Golden Crow glared at them, sneering as she spoke, "You foolish mortals." Without other words, she swung a spear and a wave of intense flames erupted, sweeping through the air. The players were engulfed by the fire, their bodies racked with agony as if they were being scorched alive. Outside, Hetien, watching the scene unfold, remarked, "It seems the dungeon's setup has weakened the demonic overlord's power." Sulu gave a brief nod. "That's why we brought the team to handle the challenge." Having said that, he scanned the group before fixing them with a stern look. "Don't you value your lives? Anyone struck by Black Spirit Golden Crow's attack is as good as dead." With Sulu's warning, the group scattered to begin their assault on the boss. However, no matter how hard they tried, Black Spirit Golden Crow stood proudly, unaffected. Their damage was minimal. Doubt crept into their minds, and they turned to Sulu, who sighed in frustration. Didn't anyone read the introduction? Sorcerers don't use fireballs. Archers don't use flame burst arrows. This boss has high fire resistance, and you won't do any damage. No sooner had he spoken than Sulu cast a series of fireballs at Black Spirit Golden Crow, each one causing immense damage. The players stared in shock, their disbelief obvious. It was as if they were asking, "Asterisk, how are you doing that?" Asterisk? Sulu raised an eyebrow smugly. "Well, I'm not like the rest of you." In that moment, Black Spirit Golden Crow's fury was unmistakable. She screamed, "You disrespectful fools," and took flight, soaring high into the air out of the players' reach. As panic spread with no clear solution in sight, Black Spirit Golden Crow summoned a brilliant circle in the sky surrounded by fiery meteors. The intense heat rained down, burning the players severely. Their health bars drained steadily, and it wasn't long before someone collapsed, unable to endure the assault. In a swift dive, Black Spirit Golden Crow descended, her voice cold and commanding. Defying a divine spirit only brings one result: death. Seeing the situation unfold, Sulu quickly shouted, "All sorcerers, use Flower Rainbone to slow them down and increase our damage output." At his command, a barrage of bone shards relentlessly struck her, causing substantial damage. This only seemed to enrage her further. "A mere mortal dares to harm me," she hissed, her fury evident. Without hesitation, she swung her spear, summoning a flaming meteor that crashed down. The players were instantly engulfed by the sea of flames. Sulu urgently called out, "Don't cluster together or you'll be burned. Everyone, use this chance to boost your attack power." The sorcerers quickly summoned bone shards and launched them at the Black Spirit Golden Crow. Sulu kept reminding them to stop when the boss's health dropped to 100,000. Despite his warnings, the assault continued, forcing the Black Spirit Golden Crow into a defensive stance. Her rage reached a boiling point. Her eyes blazed with fury as she shouted, "Dishonorable mortals, prepare to face the wrath of the divine spirit. I will summon the fire god to purify your sinful souls." At that moment, Sulu urgently cried out, "She's at 100,000 health now. Everyone stop attacking. Focus on the person you love. Immerse yourself in that feeling." The players quickly fell into a trance, surrounded by fragrant flowers and strange herbs. Women, as beautiful as flowers and jade, appeared in their minds one after the other. Jiang Wan, somewhat embarrassed, asked, "I don't know." Understanding her hesitation, Su Nu replied quickly, "Think about men, and if there's no one in your mind, think about me. It's part of the mechanism. Hurry up." At that moment, the Black Spirit Golden Crow finished activating its Burning Heart skill. The player's subconscious quickly shattered, and their health continued to plummet. Even Su Nu could not resist its effects. Images from his past life flooded his mind, causing him to clutch his head in agony and fall to his knees. The voice of someone whispered endlessly in his ears, intensifying his torment. Su Nu fought to stay conscious, trying to push away the thoughts that threatened to overwhelm him. He forced himself to focus on something, anything, that could help him hold on. Something that would bring him a sense of happiness. His mind landed on a memory from his past life, the moment he met Jiang Wan. She had been like an angel, pulling him from the brink of death. She had grabbed his hand, rescuing him from the depths of despair. Jiang Wan was the light in his otherwise dark existence. With that thought, Su Mu's mind cleared. He quickly scanned his surroundings and saw that He Tian was still standing calmly, unaffected by the skill. Confused, Su Mu asked, "Why aren't you affected?" He Tian responded slowly, "I don't have as many memories as you all do." Su Mu felt a bit lost for words, unsure how to reply. His gaze then shifted to Jiang Wan, who had frozen in place. He sighed softly. "Didn't I tell you to think of me? Am I really that unattractive?" He Tian explained, "This skill, Burning Heart, pulls a person into their most terrifying memories, and they can't escape on their own. It can even kill them. The only way to break free is to focus on something good, something positive from the start." Realizing this, Su Nu suggested, "Let's attack the shield together." Immediately after, the two began to break through the shield of the Black Spirit Golden Crow. In an instant, everyone's consciousness returned. As they regained their senses, whispers and murmurs filled the air, some letting out sighs of relief. Thank goodness Su Nu warned us, or we would have been finished. Seeing this, the Black Spirit Golden Crow's fury flared. She shouted in disbelief, "Impossible. This can't be happening. How did those mere mortals manage to break the Burning Heart spell?" The group of southern players raised their eyebrows at her words, their eyes filled with disdain. The Black Spirit Golden Crow's eyes burned with anger as she screamed, her voice filled with contempt, unable to accept such a disrespectful tactic being used against a divine spirit. As soon as she finished speaking, she ordered the flaming meteor to strike the players. Terrified, they scattered in panic. With a cold sneer, the Black Spirit Golden Crow taunted, "Can you feel the difference between a god and mere insects?" However, in that very moment, her legs froze, trapping her in place. Grinding her teeth in frustration, the Black Spirit Golden Crow cursed, "Damn it, it's just a little freezing. Watch me." But Su Mu's voice rang out coldly, "Too late. Even God who falls to the earth becomes food for the locusts." Without hesitation, he summoned his clone. The Black Spirit Golden Crow cursed, "You're so arrogant." Su Mu paid her no mind, murmuring to himself. Despite being drained of strength, he remained resolute, while the thing that fell still regarded itself as a divine altar. In an instant, Black Spirit Golden Crow was engulfed in two beams of fire and iced energy, causing her immense pain. So Mu didn't relent. He activated Falling Flame from heaven, and the sound of rumbling thunder echoed throughout the air. Seizing the moment, the remaining players charged forward, attacking with relentless force towards the Black Spirit Golden Crow. At the same time, the ice spikes created by Su Nu pierced her body directly, causing her weapons to fall to the ground. Weakened, the Black Spirit Golden Crow dropped to her knees in disbelief, murmuring, "How could this happen? How could I lose? I am a divine spirit." Su Nu sneered, his voice sharp as he scolded, You really think you're worthy? You place yourself so high, yet you're willing to ally with evil demons." The Black Spirit Golden Crow, refusing to accept defeat, screamed in fury, "What does it even mean to be righteous or evil? Only power matters. Power is the only reason for existence." He Tian, watching closely, began to feel uneasy. After the boss's health was depleted, everything seemed to return to normal, but something about the NPC's behavior still seemed off. Suddenly, dark energy swirled around the Black Spirit Golden Crow. She lunged towards Su Mu with wild abandon, shouting, "Mortal, the stench on you is disgusting. You may as well go to hell." But just as she reached him, a gemstone suddenly shot out from his body, freezing her in place. So Mu, caught off guard, whispered in surprise, "Ice Phoenix Crystal Raw Stone." Could this be part of a stage-based awakening? Before he could fully process the situation, the Ice Phoenix Crystal Raw Stone began draining the Black Spirit Golden Crow's strength. Enraged, she snarled, "What have you done to me?" With a cold smile, Su Mu replied, "Of course I'm turning you to dust." Then, addressing the Black Spirit Golden Crow, he declared, "I swear I will keep killing gods until all divine spirits fall at the divine altar." The Black Spirit Golden Crow was so furious that it could barely speak. All it managed to leave behind was a cryptic message before being drained by the Ice Phoenix Crystal Raw Stone. "We will meet again." Sulu, unfazed, tightened his grip on the raw stone and sneered, "I look forward to it." At that moment, Tien finally understood where the unease was coming from. The other teams who had defeated the Black Spirit Golden Crow hadn't experienced anything like this. Why was that? Was it because they had killed it first, or was there something unique about Sulu? As he pondered, Sulu was inspecting the Ice Phoenix Crystal Raw Stone, nodding in approval. It had indeed reached the awakening stage. It appeared to need to draw energy from the Divine Spirit, but the Divine Spirit was not something to be taken lightly. Could it be that their mission was already complete? It seemed they were now ready to move on to the next phase. They had arrived at a stone door. This they knew was the final boss. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the door. Meanwhile, in the real world on Kunlun Mountain, the rescue team from the archaeological department had finally arrived. However, the leader insisted on tampering with the statue at the entrance of the cave. Despite Tian Yang's efforts to reason with him, Wai, a team leader, stubbornly insisted, "Come on, Dr. Su. Why did you become so cautious? I have to take this back." Tian Yang, feeling awkward, was at a loss for words when a collie rushed over. "Mr. Yang, it's bad. The ancient creature has escaped, and one of the team members insisted on inspecting it. While we weren't paying attention, he opened it." Tian Yang, upon hearing this, immediately shouted in frustration, "What is going on here? How could this happen?" Without waiting for a response, he turned away from Wai and followed his colleague back. Moments later, back at their camp, an argument erupted. Wai insisted on re-entering the cave. Tian Yang, still fuming, snapped, "It's easy for you to talk." Wai, however, remained calm and replied confidently, "What's the issue? We can't just leave without anything, can we?" "Don't worry. If your archaeological team is scared, they don't have to go." He then motioned for his team to leave the resting tent, a smirk on his face as he gave orders. "All right, let's head into the tunnel and catch some insects. We'll coordinate with your team." Tian Yang hesitated for a long time, but eventually decided to follow them. Wai nodded with satisfaction, knowing that if they discovered an ancient centipede, his mission would be complete. Shortly after, Wai led the group into the basement. The same dark, eerie atmosphere hung in the air, sending a chill through those who entered. They pressed on, walking deeper into the darkness. As they moved forward, Tian Yang warned them, "We're getting close to where we found the centipede. Be careful. We don't know if it's carrying any viruses." Wai let out a dismissive snort. "What's there to be afraid of? We have guns." "All right, brothers, check your ammo and make sure your guns are ready." Seeing his stubbornness, Tian Yang sighed, his voice filled with concern. "Don't shoot without thinking. Everything here is valuable. This is a delicate structure, and if we damage it, we might end up getting buried alive." Wai had intended to speak, but just then, he noticed a movement in a corner of the cave. Quickly, he aimed his flashlight in that direction and shouted, "Who's there?" Just. Before he could finish, Wai immediately fired his gun. Tian Yang urgently called out, "Wai, what are you doing?" "There's someone there." Despite the warning, Wai continued to fire, his gunshots lighting up the dark, damp cellar with flashes of sparks. Meanwhile, in the world of the apocalypse at the sacrificial altar of the snowy grove, Sulu and his group had reached the birthplace of the demon god. The environment around them was terrifying, and the players were visibly shaken. What is that? A mutation? This is disgusting. This scene is too much. Sulu studied the surroundings for a moment before issuing an order. "Assassins and archers, take care of the small white flowers. Warriors, sorcerers, and mages, focus all your power on attacking the boss. Place the white flowers into the light." At his command, everyone quickly followed the instructions, placing the flowers within the beams of light. As soon as they did, the flowers were bathed in light. Just then, a hand suddenly emerged from the mutated mass, sending the players into a panic. In the midst of their fear, a monster took shape from the mutation. The players immediately began to retreat, finding themselves face to face with a creature called Silverstroke. But what stunned them even more were its stats. Its attributes were unlike anything they'd seen before, with defenses so high they were nearly impossible to believe. The players' fear grew even more intense. Even Sulu was taken aback. It seemed that the current attack had exceeded the limits of their abilities, but he remained resolute and spoke firmly. "We've come this far. How can we back down without giving it our all? The mechanism hasn't been activated yet. Assassin, check if there are any places left where we haven't placed the white flowers into the beams of light." Dark God immediately volunteered to search, while the others readied themselves for battle. However, their attacks barely made a dent in the monster. as if they were nothing more than harmless scratches. At that moment, the creature's eyes turned a deep blood red. From that point onward, their efforts to deal damage were almost futile. The monster lunged forward with a powerful punch, instantly killing one of the players. It showed no mercy, its massive claws swiping relentlessly, claiming the lives of many more. Just when everyone felt it was hopeless to continue, Dark God suddenly shouted, "I found it. I found the last beam of light, and I've placed it in." As soon as he spoke, the lights before them exploded in midair, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Sulu couldn't help but smile. The mechanism has been activated. Well done, Dark God. In that moment, the beams of light seemed to transform into thick ropes, wrapping tightly around the monster and causing its health bar to drop steadily. Seizing the opportunity, Sulu launched his counterattack. He quickly instructed the others, the defensive Silver Stroke has dropped to just 100 points. Now is the time to go all in. We have to strike while the chance lasts. As soon as Sulu finished speaking, everyone appeared at once. The air was filled with a hail of flames and ice, each shot striking the monster and causing its health to drop steadily. At the same time, Sulu unleashed a dazzling fire attack. Though his damage was significant, it wasn't enough. There was no time left. He continued to hurl fire attacks at the monster, watching as its health slowly diminished, but it was still only a small fraction of the monster's enormous health pool. Biting his lip, his brow furrowed in frustration. He shouted, "It's not enough yet. Everyone, give it everything you've got." However, just then, the chains binding the monster began to break. The flowers within the light began to wither and vanish. Sulu quickly ordered, "Bind it as much as you can." Melee fighters prepared to fall back, but it was already too late. The chains snapped apart. The monster's defenses skyrocketed, and all the light flowers turned to ash. Free from its restraints, the monster began to attack the players. Many had already fallen, their deaths horrific, torn apart by the creature with blood splattering in all directions. Sulu pressed his lips together in grim determination. Spread out, use the flanking tactic, draw its fire. Give everything you've got to pull the boss. Assassins, archers, prepare yourselves. The next burst of light is coming soon. Everyone followed his commands, launching fire and ice at the monster, but their attacks had little effect. In that moment, Tian rushed forward, sword in hand. He slashed at the monster with a heavy sword strike, but the damage was so low that he couldn't bear to look. Shocked, he exclaimed, "That hit only dealt 19 damage. However, he did not give up and struck again, but the result was still the same. What was even more surprising was that the monster was able to heal itself. This made Etienne's expression darken slightly. At the same time, beams of light began to appear once again. Dark God quickly spoke up. The light bosses appeared. Hurry and release the white flower. In an instant, the white flower was absorbed by the beam of light, and the vines wrapped tightly around the monster's body. The group quickly took their positions and began to attack relentlessly. Sulu was also active, continuously firing at the creature. Sulu knew this would be a long fight. The current formation could wipe out the entire team at any moment, but he was determined to push their limits. Meanwhile, on Fengming Street, near the snow-covered forest, a group of people appeared. The leader was Mo Zaifa. He asked in a low voice, "Are you sure this is the Blade of Massacre team?" The other person nodded immediately and answered, "Yes, for sure. Mu Shen, the one causing all the trouble, is also with them." Upon hearing this, Mo Zaifa sneered. Clearly, Mu Shen had quite the reputation. The other person continued, "It seems the Mu Shen group must have gained some benefits. Should we?" Before he could finish, Mo Zaifa's eyes darkened with murderous intent as he coldly asked, "Are you trying to tell me how to do my job?" The man lowered his head in fear, wisely falling silent. After a pause, he added, "You told me Mu Shen is only level 11, a low-level character. What kind of ability does he have to recruit 2 guild leaders from major guilds?" The person grew even more terrified, unable to utter a single word. Mo Zaifa, on the other hand, became increasingly smug. "I really want to meet this Mu Shen, and I'm ready for that moment. We'll just wait here until they come out." The brute behind him immediately moved into action. Mo Zaifa's eyes sparkled with determination. "Mu Shen, things are different now. Times have changed. Everyone has their peak. You're still only level 11. Don't blame me if you're not up to the challenge." Meanwhile, at the sacrificial altar in the snowy grove, an hour had passed, yet Sulu's group still hadn't managed to defeat the Silver Stroke demon. Its health was still more than half full. Sulu furrowed his brow in frustration. "Our firepower isn't enough. The whole team has leveled up, but it's still not enough. We've used the beam of light 9 times and still haven't taken it down. If this continues, the entire team will be wiped out." Just then, the demon's health bar completely refilled. Panic spread among the players as the demon's health surpassed its limit. What were they supposed to do now? At that moment, the light beam shot out once more. The players quickly rushed toward it. ready to place the white flowers inside. But before they could finish, the demon suddenly tilted its head and let out a sharp, piercing scream. The sound forced everyone to cover their ears. Suvyu's face darkened. Damn it, it's finally using its ultimate move. This is a soul absorption attack, and there's no way to dodge or resist it. The range of this skill will turn everyone into statues. In the blink of an eye, the players were all turned to stone. Even Etienne and Dark God were no exception, though their reactions were entirely different. Etienne found it somewhat amusing, while Dark God was shaking in fear. "Boss, I'll lead the way and go first." "I can't accept this," he said, his voice filled with desperation. On Sovnu's side, he too began to freeze. He closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "It's over. We've failed." In the end, we still failed. The entire army has been wiped out, and all our efforts are in vain. As Sulu sank deeper into despair, Jiang Wan's voice suddenly broke through the silence. "Mushen, don't give up. Even if this doesn't work out, we can always start over together." Sulu opened his eyes in surprise, then sighed heavily. "I'm sorry for making everyone work so hard. I knew we were going to fail, but I still led everyone to their deaths for nothing. It's just..." Before he could finish, Jiang Wan interrupted him. "You're too hard on yourself. Remember, we're in the same guild. We trust you. We follow you. Don't carry all the weight alone. We're friends." After she spoke, she too turned to stone, but her words continued to echo in Sovnu's mind. "I haven't heard the word friend in so long, but are they truly my friends? The crystal outfit she wanted. I auctioned it off. I clearly abandoned the idea of friendship a long time ago. Yet no matter what, for the sake of friendship, I can't let this end in defeat." In the blink of an eye, everyone in the area had been frozen. The creature continued to grab the statues and toss them into its mouth, devouring them with wild hunger. At that moment, its gaze landed on something else. Lost in the forest, the statue of a person stood beside an egg, frozen in place. After a short time, cracks began to appear at the egg's shell. When it finally shattered completely, Su Miu stepped out from within. 100 points of divine power felt incredibly extravagant. So much so that in his previous life, he had never possessed even a fraction of it, not even at the time of his death. Yet for this monster, he had no hesitation in using every last bit of it. The moment the monster caught sight of Mu, its eyes filled with panic. Without warning, it lunged toward him in a frenzied charge. Mu's voice rang out coldly, "No need to rush. The faster you move, the sooner you'll meet your end." With that, he summoned his clone. Turning to it, Mu instructed, "I'll hold it off. You go and release the white flowers to trigger the mechanism." Without a second's hesitation, the clone sprinted toward the beams of light, while Mu stayed behind to block the monster's path. The clone tossed white flowers into the light with steady hands. In no time, all the flowers were placed and the binding ropes reappeared, quickly wrapping around the monster's body. Seizing the opportunity, Yu activated the Hand of the Grim Reaper, boosting his attack power by 100%. He then unleashed the fallen flame from heaven, engulfing the monster in a deadly wave of fire. Though the damage he inflicted was significant, it was still a fraction of the monster's health. He didn't stop until its health had dropped to a third of its total. Only then did Sumu pause, withdrawing the flaming meteor. He quickly conjured a new attack, Flower Bone Illusory Dance. In the next instant, he hurled the attack at the monster. This was the strike he delivered in place of Jiang Wan. But it wasn't over yet. He summoned 2 ice blades that resembled bones. Without a moment's hesitation, Sumu swung them toward the creature. He muttered coldly, "This strike is for the Dark God." Then Sumu leaped from the sky, a sneer forming on his lips. "So how was that? A magical performance from a skilled sorcerer. Did you enjoy it?" In the next instant, a flaming sword materialized in his hand. This one is for the divine executioner Hetien. With brutal force, he drove the sword into the monster's chest, its health bar dropping nearly to 0. One final strike, and Su Mu activated the flowing flame sky, delivering 2 rapid blows that caused the creature to explode. He had avenged the entire Valley of the Wind God. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smirk on his face. The kill was complete, the magical performance had been flawless, and the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove had passed the trial. But just then, someone suddenly appeared on the altar. A deep voice echoed, "I never expected you to actually succeed." Su Mu froze for a moment. What was happening? He recalled that in his previous life, no such event had occurred in this dungeon. He turned around only to see a figure floating in a cloak. The figure spoke slowly, "I shouldn't be here, but the evil demon aura surrounding you makes it impossible for me to ignore." In that instant, however, the figure was abruptly bound by something unseen. It laughed darkly before quickly adding, What did I say? So eager to rid yourself of me?" Sylvia eyed the figure cautiously, asking, "Who exactly are you?" The figure answered with a calm voice, "Who I am isn't important. What matters is that you need to discover who you really are. Go to Lindong City. That's where you'll find the answers you seek. As soon as he finished speaking, the person vanished without a trace. So Mu instinctively furrowed his brows. He really was eliminated, he thought. Could there still be a higher power in this world? A sense of unease washed over him. Since your reincarnation, this apocalypse world has been full of mysteries at every turn. Are you trying to figure out who you really are? Thanks to the success of the sacrificial altar in the Snowy Grove, Sumu's entire team was brought back to life. While everyone was still trying to make sense of how they had won, they looked down and saw the lifeless body of the monster on the ground. Instantly, they burst into cheers of joy. The dark god rushed over, throwing his arms around Sumu's leg, tears streaming down his face. Boss, I thought I'd never see you again. You definitely helped us get through this, right? Sumu shoved him away, irritated. Let go of me, he snapped. Even Etienne stepped forward to thank Sumu. That victory was a real surprise. I thought it had something to do with the Ice Phoenix crystal, but this must be connected to Sumu's secret. Sumu ignored their chatter, focusing instead on checking the rewards. Because of the mission, Sumu had reached level SS. Seeing that, a smile spread across his face. Only one of the 3 checkpoints was completed perfectly, yet you still managed to reach SSF. Could it be that, without you, the team wouldn't have finished the final checkpoint? So they gave you the SS rating instead. He scanned the rest of the rewards, noticing the chance to learn a cross-class skill. Mu's smile widened. This is something truly rare and valuable. At the same time, Etienne finished reviewing the rewards and with a smile said, Indeed, discovering the hidden rewards of the apocalypse is the true path to gaining power. The others around them shared in the happiness of the moment. Meanwhile, outside the snowy forest at the teleportation point, Mu's group had just left the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove and was preparing to rest. However, Dark God suddenly seemed to notice something and exclaimed in surprise, Boss, what you've realized, there are a lot of people around us. In an instant, figures hidden in the snow began to rise, and a flurry of arrows rained down on them. Mu quickly commanded, Warriors, raise your shields. Sorcerers, cast your healing spells. The rest of you take cover. Despite their shields, the enemy's attack was relentless, and they couldn't avoid taking some damage. Mu, along with Jiangwan and Dark God, ducked behind cover. Mu spoke quietly, there are dozens of enemy sorcerers approaching fast. They're well prepared. Dark God paused and asked, How do we fight back? Instead of responding verbally, Mu opened a message to the guild outlining the plan. The assassin will infiltrate their sorcerer group, while the 3 of you, Dark God, Jiangwan, and Etienne, will move in together. Moments later, Blade of Massacre led the charge, and everyone surged forward. Mu, alongside Jiangwan and the others, joined the assault, pushing into the enemy's lines. On the other side, Mozaifa scoffed at the sight and sneered. 3 people think they can take on 100 of us? Mu Shen really overestimates his abilities. He immediately gave orders. First, eliminate the 3 Mu Shen. Then, seize all the rewards from their hidden dungeon. The moment the words were spoken, they hurled a fireball towards Sumu's group. Etienne swiftly conjured a shield, blocking the entire flaming meteor. At the same time, Sumu leaped into the air, expertly summoning a burst of flame. Mozaifa didn't take the action seriously and laughed dismissively. What a fool, daring to jump into the air. Everyone, focus your attacks on him. Let's take him down once and for all. Mu couldn't help but sneer in response. He quickly summoned heavenly fire, sending a brilliant flame soaring into the sky, engulfing Mozaifa's group of players. In that instant, Mozaifa finally realized the danger. He trembled and muttered, This isn't a sorcerer's skill. What kind of ability is this? With Sumu's move, the hunt began in earnest. Their health bars quickly dropped, creating an opening for the Valley of the Wind God members to strike. Seeing his teammates fall one after another, Mozaifa's expression darkened. I'm level 17 and I don't even have that skill. Mu Shen must have learned some advanced hidden skill from me. I must eliminate him. As soon as Mozaifa finished speaking, a reckless assassin charged forward, shouting, Die, Mu Shen. In that moment, the assassin's knife came down, but Blade of Massacre leaped in to block the strike for Sumu. Mozaifa cried out in shock, Damn you. Sylvie quickly asked, Are you okay? Blade of Massacre gave a slight shake of his head and replied, I'm fine. They're after me. Sumu hurriedly took down the assassin, then reached out to support Blade of Massacre. Jiangwan also cast healing spells on him. He awkwardly apologized. It's my fault for causing more trouble for the team leader. Sumu, clearly irritated, snapped, What nonsense are you talking? Look at him. No one cares about the reasons they're here. If you touch the Valley of the Wind God, you'll be the enemy of the entire team. From now on, I'll make sure everyone knows that the Valley of the Wind God isn't something they can easily provoke. With that, he ruthlessly ordered his team to attack Mozaifa's group. Watching from the sidelines, Mozaifa sneered in frustration. unable to believe that Blade of Massacre had found such powerful backup. The ambush they had spent so long planning was quickly dismantled, and his teammates suggested retreating. But before they could move, a knife was pressed against Mosai Fa's throat. Dark God's cold voice cut through the tension. It's too late to run now. Frozen in place, Mosai Fa trembled and begged, "Please don't kill me." Dark God gave a derisive sneer. "Why? Are you really that handsome?" He briefly looked at Mosai Fa and then scoffed. "Not handsome at all. Just die." Without another word, Dark God swiftly slashed his throat. Mosai Fa grabbed at his neck and collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of shock. His teammates, seeing the turn of events, quickly turned and fled. Blade of Massacre stepped up to Mosai Fa, pointing at him and accusing. "He's the one who made us into a suicide squad." Dark God raised an eyebrow and asked, "Didn't he just say he was going to steal our gear?" So Mu immediately pouted, "Is that so? I didn't hear anything about the sorcerer bringing him back to life, so let him repeat it." They kept going on about how they defeated Mosai Fa, how they killed him, making Mosai Fa so scared he nearly wet his pants. Meanwhile, in the 5th stage of the Windlit Path, a level 20 snow tiger roamed through the snowy forest. Suddenly, an arrow crackling with lightning struck from nowhere. It hit the snow tiger directly, draining its health to 0 in an instant. Perched on a high tree branch, a woman sat with a smirk on her face. She looked down at the scene and said, "That must really hurt. She's one of the Black Dragon Voltage members." She glanced around, sighed softly, and murmured, "When will we reach Lindong City? I heard the first team to get to the S-ranked main city will earn a special reward. I wonder what the SSS-ranked main city will offer." Just then, a voice from below called out, "The team is ready and can leave at any time." She nodded in acknowledgement, guide. Elsewhere at the resurrection point in the 3rd section of the Windlit Path, Su Mu stood in front of the group, outlining the plan. He Tien, walking beside her, asked, "Do we have any strategies for the hidden missions in stages 3 to 5? Su Mu let out a sigh. "The upcoming stages will be tough. For now, focus on leveling up. We'll meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. Following his instructions, everyone quickly departed. Mu then opened the attribute panel to check his progress. He was surprised to see that the accumulated experience had already exceeded his current level by several million points. "If I use all of this experience to level up, I could jump straight to level 15, he thought. However, Mu ultimately decided to upgrade the God of Death's arm. Just then, a strong gust of wind swept through, making it difficult for him to keep his balance. He frowned and muttered, "No way. Could it be that upgrading the bow shield skill will summon the God of Death and cause problems?" Meanwhile, on the 3rd stage of Phoenix Radiance Road, a sudden snowstorm erupted, making it nearly impossible for travelers to continue. They had no choice but to find shelter in a nearby cave. The group, 5 members of the same guild, were all level 16. One of them kept complaining about advancing to the 4th gate, but the leader remained silent. After a while, King Xiao Xuan spoke up. "We're almost at the 4th section, but this snowstorm couldn't have come at a worse time. Something's off about it. Last night, I checked the official records for the 3rd stage of Phoenix Radiance Road. 2 monsters are currently sleeping, an Ice Phoenix Eagle and an Icebone Serpent. They only awaken and become active during a snowstorm." Hearing these words, King Xiao Ho gasped in surprise. The monsters on Phoenix Radiance Road are already incredibly powerful. If these 2 new types are added, no matter how strong we are, it will be nearly impossible for us to handle. King Xiao Xuan nodded reluctantly. These 2 types of monsters are enemies to each other. Every time they appear, they cause large-scale battles that make things much harder for players. Everyone stay alert, do your best, and try to avoid getting caught in the chaos. Meanwhile, Su Mu had just finished upgrading his Hand of the Grim Reaper skill. He checked the changes with a quick glance, then frowned. The damage has increased by 10%, and the duration is now 3 minutes. Not bad. Additionally, he had received several rewards, including a treasure map fragment. Su Mu's eyes widened in surprise. This could lead to clues about legendary equipment. There's a real chance I could complete my next Evil Dragon set. His excitement was so great that he couldn't stop grinning. As for the remaining experience points, he used them to level up to 14. In the real world, at the Madman Club in Tian King City, Yu Feng turned to the person sitting next to him and said, "Xia Lin, I've treated you well over the years, haven't I?" Xia Lin, his secretary, sat on his lap, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "Mr. Xu, you're my benefactor." Hearing this, he let out a deep sigh. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Tonight, there's a meeting with the Guild Shi Yi Cheng. If the opportunity arises, we might discuss a possible collaboration. You know what to do, right?" Xia Lin gave a playful wink and a smile. "Understood. Tonight, at the King Shao Bar." On either side of Qin Lang, 2 women leaned in as he casually indulged in their company. Yu Feng, seated across from him, kept refilling their drinks, his demeanor overly eager to please. Qin Lang gave a cold smile and remarked, "I heard one of your guilds was wiped out by Mu Shen. Was your team not up to the task, or is Mu Shen simply someone not to be underestimated?" Yu Feng clenched his jaw, clearly angry, but struggled to find a response. Sensing the tension, Xia Lin gracefully picked up a glass of wine and with a calm smile, intervened, "CEO Qin, we're all from guilds in the same city. We hope you'll continue to offer your support moving forward." Qin Lang gave her a brief glance, then smiled. "All right, you can all leave now. Just let this beautiful lady stay with me. Momo, you can go too." Momo left reluctantly, her heart full of frustration. Yu Feng, however, walked out pleased, thinking to himself, it seems like it's finally happening. Once he gains Yi City's backing, he'll have his revenge on So Mu asterisk. Meanwhile, at So Mu's house, he was in the middle of a workout, sweat dripping from his body. Taking a short break, he scrolled through the news. His eyes landed on a headline about an avalanche on Kunlun Mountain. A scientific research team had been buried, and among the rescue team members was someone named So Tian Lang. So Mu's expression instantly darkened. "Your father has had an accident." He hadn't anticipated that he had already reached Kunlun Mountain. Could it be because he found the Ice Phoenix statue? But from what I remember of my past life, this never happened. My parents were only in danger because they were protecting me. Suddenly, Sumu thought of something. Many of the apocalypse maps resemble reality. Could what my father encountered this time be linked to my own experience with the Ice Phoenix Phantom in Phoenix Cry Valley? His heart filled with unease. So Yu was about to call his parents when, just before he could dial, his mother called him instead. "We're fine. The avalanche has been cleared. There's no need to worry," she reassured him. So Yu wanted to ask more, but his mother cut him off. "My dear son, once everything calms down, I'll come to get you. What your father discovered is truly incredible. When the time comes, I'll take you to see it for yourself." Sumu nodded, feeling a weight lift from his chest. "I'm relieved to know you're both safe. I was really scared for a moment there." Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain, He King sighed in frustration after ending the call. "Son, the avalanche was just a cover to block news from the Empire. While your father is safe, this discovery," she trailed off, her gaze shifting to the rescue team. "Why are they frozen at the hidden path of Kunlun Mountain? What is it they intend to bring to this world? What are these ice statues?" At So Mu's house, after receiving the reassuring news that his parents were safe, he immediately decided to rest. Just before turning off his phone, however, he received an unexpected call from Zhang Yu. So Mu frowned instinctively. "This girl calling me at this hour. What does she want now?" Zhang Yu informed him that she wanted to head to the same main city as him. She also mentioned that she had found a rare material, one piece of a map fragment. So Mu looked at the image she sent, his frown deepening. "That's the same map fragment from the treasure I found earlier. Now Zhang Yu's gotten one too. Her luck is pretty good." He couldn't contain his excitement. This treasure map shows the location where the mighty demon fell. There's a high chance of finding legendary gear, legendary skills, or even something beyond that in this secret realm. Despite his enthusiasm, Su Mu was careful not to get too carried away. "I can't act too excited or people will think I'm desperate. I can't afford to lose face." After a brief pause, he tried to downplay the situation. "This thing is pointless anyway." But Zheng Yu was quick to catch his change in tone. The expression on Su Mu's face immediately froze, and he let out a deep sigh. This is so complicated. While he was still unsure of what to make of the situation, Zheng Yu responded, saying she would come to meet him and give him the map fragment in person. Su Mu sensed something was off, but couldn't ignore the fact that the map fragment was now right in front of him. With no other option, he told her where he was. After exchanging a few more words, they said their goodbyes. At the same time, in a villa, Zda Yu sat on the railing, her eyes fixed on her phone. After a while, she let a heavy sigh and murmured, "I've already found you, Mu Shen." But she couldn't understand why Su Mu wasn't sharing any details about his apocalypse with her. Her thoughts turned to Jian Wan, and she felt a pang of disappointment. "Is it because I'm not as pretty as she is?" she wondered aloud. By 8 a.m. the next day, everyone had gathered in the game. Everyone had leveled up. Seeing Dark God's level, Su Mu couldn't help but suggest, "Your level's higher than mine. How about we have a life or death match?" Dark God hesitated, fear evident in their eyes, and said nothing. Just then, the mechanical voice of the system rang out, "Stage 2 of Phoenix Radiance Road, Kunlun Mountain Range. Players, take note." Upon hearing this, Dark God groaned in frustration. "I researched this last night. There are too many strong monsters here. I didn't expect them to awaken now." Su Mu responded calmly, "Just follow me. Let's go." Meanwhile, in a cave where Seog Swan and her group had sought shelter from the snow, everyone had gathered. Seog Swan spoke with determination. "Everyone believes that the higher the level of the main city, the better. but no one has reached an SSS level city yet. Players who have reached cities with higher difficulty have already hit level 25. They can't abandon their accounts, and we can't afford to wait any longer. She looked around at the group, noticing that they weren't afraid. Instead, they trusted her completely. After a brief pause, she added, I believe that if we can reach Lindong City, every sacrifice will be worth it. Let's charge out together. The King Mang team can't be afraid. After that, everyone left the cave. Xiao Xuan walked ahead, reminding them, we don't have any assassins, and we can't sense any immediate danger, so stay alert. They moved cautiously forward, but it wasn't long before Xiao Xuan noticed something wasn't right. She quickly warned the group. Out of nowhere, an ice phoenix eagle appeared in the sky. The group immediately scattered, forming the mountain shield formation to protect themselves. Xiao Wu, the archer, was the first to act, charging forward to strike. Xiao Ji, staying close to her eldest sister, kept an eye on her health while focusing on suppressing her enemies. Xiao Yan and Xiao Ho also launched their attacks. As the words were spoken, the team continued their assault on the Ice Phoenix Eagle. However, at that very moment, the ground began to shake violently. Xiao Xuan cried out in alarm, warning everyone to be cautious as something beneath their feet shot up with incredible speed. Before she could finish, a monstrous creature erupted from the ground, sending Xiao Xuan flying. As soon as it appeared, the creature charged toward the Ice Phoenix Eagle above. In an instant, the two beasts collided, beginning a fierce battle. The shockwaves from their clash were so powerful that they sent King Mang's group flying in all directions. Xiao Xuan yelled, go, quickly, get out of here. It quickly scrambled to avoid the chaos, regrouping after a moment. At that point, the Ice Phoenix Eagle launched a snowball attack. With a deafening explosion, the area erupted. Xiao Xuan led the group in a frantic retreat. They had only been running for a short time when a massive swarm of demons suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path and sending waves of panic through the group. Not only were they trapped on the ground, but the sky above was filled with Ice Phoenix Eagles. They were completely surrounded by two groups of monstrous enemies. These creatures were their ancient foes, and as soon as they encountered one another, battle broke out. Explosions echoed across the battlefield, the deafening sound of the clash between the ground forces and the aerial ones reverberating continuously. The force of the battle was overwhelming, and Xiao Ji, who had been standing nearby, was unfortunately caught in the crossfire. Within moments, his health was reduced by half. Xiao Wu rushed to his side, offering support, then quickly turned to Xiao Xuan and asked elder sister, what should we do? Xiao Xuan pressed her lips together, her face grim. We can't escape. This time, we're all going to die. Since there's no way out, we might as well stop running. At that moment, a fiery formation suddenly appeared in the sky. Xiao Xuan looked up, startled. Who is it? The flames blazed fiercely, consuming the monsters in their path. Amid the inferno, the Dark God team emerged, charging relentlessly into the enemy lines and cutting down their foes with precision. The Dark God led the charge, shouting orders while the team swept through, gaining experience with every kill. In a sudden and unexpected twist, the two groups of ruthless monsters, who had once seemed so formidable, were now being torn apart like fish in a barrel, overwhelmed by the forces of the Valley of the Wind God. Xiao Xuan and her companions stood frozen, unable to speak, their minds struggling to comprehend what had just unfolded. While they were still in shock, a deep voice boomed from the flames. Before absolute power, everything is like passing clouds. The group led by Xiao Xuan turned in astonishment as they saw who was approaching. They froze in surprise. It's Mu Shen. How did he end up here? Xiao Xuan, taking the lead, expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Su Mu shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. You recognized them, didn't you? In the past life, King Mang had quite the reputation. They were the kind of people who weren't afraid to fight or kill. At that moment, Xiao Xuan spoke again. Lord Mu Shen, would it be possible for us to join your guild? We promise we won't be a burden. The brute behind her was taken aback, but then they quickly followed her example, expressing their own desire to join the guild. Su Mi responded calmly, go to Dark God. I don't handle personnel matters. Soon after, Dark God arranged for Xiao Xuan and her team to join the Valley of the Wind God. So New then motioned for the group to move forward. Brothers, keep going. Let's take down the Ice Phoenix Eagles and Zhuang Hanjiao in this area. 3 days later, during the 5th stage of Phoenix Radiance Road, Su Mu's group reached the checkpoint. So Mu glanced around quickly before speaking. The final hurdle is crossing this lake. After that, a new chapter begins. Everyone's rankings had risen by 1 level. The thousands of Ice Phoenix Eagles and Zhuang Hanjiao were some of the best monsters for gaining experience this year. The main city was finally within reach, but Michael's trial was still not complete. As you were contemplating, the system emitted another sound. Beyond the shattered sky, one could see the mysterious Lindong city. According to legend, terrifying aquatic monsters dwell beneath the depths of Tiankong Lake. Jiang Wan frowned slightly and muttered, "Deadly aquatic monsters." Sulu, however, responded calmly, "They must be dealt with swiftly. Once disturbed, there's no chance of survival. Without knowledge of the mechanism, it's nearly impossible to face them." Meanwhile, members of Black Dragon Hall were hiding and observing from a distance. "My heart follows the wind," whispered Dada. "I haven't seen this team before. They seem to be newcomers." The young player beside him cheerfully added, "The leader is the one who defeated the first boss twice." The girl next to him quietly reminded, "Be careful. Don't let their assassins spot us." She continued, explaining that while the situation appeared challenging, Apocalypse couldn't have possibly created an insurmountable obstacle on the road to the SSS-level main city. Watching them closely might lead to unexpected opportunities. Unaware that they were being watched, Su Mu was focused on guiding his team through the area step by step. Dark God, filled with excitement, eagerly volunteered to go ahead. He cheerfully announced, "Two parallel rocks, take the left side. If their thickness is uneven, step on the thinner side. For the red spots, move south and circle around the spinning ice surface." However, as he spoke, he suddenly lost his train of thought and the words trailed off, leaving him silent. The others let out a collective sigh of helplessness. A moment later, they followed the path laid out by the Dark God, stepping forward one by one, quickly preparing to reach the shore. But just then, something unexpected happened. The Dark God noticed a figure charging toward them. Fortunately, Tian reacted swiftly, summoning a shield to protect both of them. Unfortunately, the distant arrow that came their way shattered his shield, causing him to take damage. Even worse, he had jumped onto an ice slab he should have avoided when the arrow struck. Immediately, the surface of the lake began to tremble violently, throwing everyone into a panic. So Mu's face tightened with worry. Tian's defense is already incredibly strong, and with a mountain shield, it can block some of the damage. Yet each of these arrows is still taking away 700 HP. This opponent is truly formidable. But right now, what you need to focus on is the beast beneath the lake. In the blink of an eye, the lake was consumed by the beast. Seeing it, Sumu's expression grew even more urgent. This colossal beast of the abyss has inherited the bloodline of the Nine Shadows. It's a guardian beast protecting Lindong City. At that moment, the colossal beast of the abyss released something from its mouth, and tornadoes began to form across the ice's surface. Wherever they passed, lives were lost. Before long, Sumu's entire army had been wiped out. Sometime later, at the resurrection point of the 5th stage, the Dark God, still seething over the earlier attack, roared in fury. "Who did that just now?" Sumu surveyed his surroundings, his voice cold as he spoke. "You've been watching our path and trying to sabotage our crossing of the lake. Since you've made your move, why not show yourselves?" A mocking voice rang out, "You caught us, huh?" Not surprising. After all, you're the famous Mu Shen, the one who has won 2 first-place titles, right? The moment the words left the speaker's mouth, a gust of wind whipped through the air and the entire Black Dragon Hall group appeared. Dada stood at the forefront, sneering as she spoke. "So, we're here now. What's it to you?" Somu's brow furrowed slightly. "So it's them again, those from the past life. The top guild that couldn't be shaken, the elite of the elite. They use death orders to eliminate the weak. The rule is simple. Losers leave, and the strong remain. Black Dragon Hall is indeed powerful, and with the strength of my team, we'd likely be wiped out. But do they really think they can defeat the leader?" He paused for a moment, and added coldly, "We're not to be taken lightly. Apologize for your actions earlier." At this, Dada's face twisted in contempt as she pouted and asked, "What did you just say?" "No apologies are coming, but we do owe them thanks," came the reply. "Without their interference, we wouldn't have figured out how to cross the lake." The undefeated young boy standing beside her quickly urged, "Hurry up and take them down. Then we can head to Lindong City." Hearing this, Dark God's temper flared. He shouted, "Then come at me. I've been holding back long enough. Today, one of us will fall." With his declaration, the rest of the group rallied, their voices rising in unison. Dada's expression subtly shifted. She couldn't ignore the situation, yet dealing with it was far from simple. One thing, however, was clear. Other teams could arrive at any moment and join the fight, which would put her Black Dragon Hall at a significant disadvantage. With this in mind, she stepped forward confidently and said, "Everyone's target is Lindong City. I challenge you to a duel." She then pointed directly at So Mu, her gesture bold and challenging. "If you defeat me, I'll apologize." So Mu's response was a cold snort. "That's exactly what I was hoping for." A small smile crept across his face. Dada pouted and added, "Let's see if the legendary Mu Shen lives up to his reputation." Without further delay, she loosed an arrow. So Mu, quick to react, cast a fireball. Boom! The explosion was deafening, but Dada's arrow cut through the smoke and debris heading straight for him. Sulu dodged just in time, though he paused briefly, taking in the impressive display. The longbow's power was extraordinary, strong enough to break through the fireball and still maintain enough force to strike. However, its accuracy wasn't perfect. Given that his health was already low, Sulu knew he couldn't afford to take any risks. His first priority was to find cover and heal. But Dada was not about to let him escape easily. She quickly notched another arrow and aimed it at him, her voice cold with disdain. "You're a tricky one, aren't you? But you won't be running away." Sulu was taken aback. Before he could even process the situation, the arrow shot past him and embedded itself in the tree behind which he had been hiding. The medicinal potion in his hand cracked slightly, showing signs of breaking. Everyone who witnessed the scene immediately grew more anxious. Tianer, clicking his tongue, sighed with admiration. "Truly, you can't underestimate this girl from Black Dragon Hall." Meanwhile, the members of Black Dragon Hall were visibly pleased, proudly showing off their accomplishment. "Don't think that hiding will keep you safe. Da is no ordinary archer. The arrow isn't finished yet, and you won't escape." These words reached Sulu's ears, leaving him slightly confused. Not finished yet? What does that mean? But at that moment, he noticed something strange. The energy of the arrow hadn't weakened at all. In the blink of an eye, it split into 3 arrows, speeding toward him with incredible force. This was the technique Heart Shatter Pursuit, where 3 arrows always hit their target. No matter how fast someone was, evading them was impossible. Sulu's face darkened. As the arrows closed in, he summoned his clone to intercept them. His clone absorbed the arrows, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was too close. My clone was already low on health, with barely any left, but at least now I've discovered her weakness. On the outside, Dada, witnessing the event, was slightly taken aback. She sneered coldly and said, "I didn't expect you to use your clone to counter this move. Let's see how you plan to escape next time." Just then, Sulu suddenly leaped out from behind the bushes. You charged toward Dada with your bow, catching her off guard. She thought to herself, "So you're trying to seize the opportunity while I'm gathering my strength to cause chaos. It looks like Sulu has figured out my plan for a one-hit kill. Too bad you're aiming too high. Even if the arrow doesn't fully charge in time, I'm confident it'll still make you bleed." With this thought, she couldn't help but call out triumphantly, "Watch me." But just then, someone shouted, "Look out above." It was too late. Sulu had already summoned his clone to disrupt her shot, sending the arrow flying into the air. You sneered. How could you miss like that? Then, Sulu used his Shadow Mountain strike skill, making Dada float in midair. The onlookers outside gasped in disbelief, shouting, "That's a warrior skill. How can a sorcerer like him have that?" Sulu gave a slight smile and raised an eyebrow in challenge. Surprised? This is a reward from the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove. It's hard not to enjoy it. You've had the opportunity to learn a skill that's beyond your class. Frustrated, Dada bit her lip, unwilling to accept defeat. She cursed under her breath. "Don't get too cocky. The second part of my arrow will automatically target your real body. I just need to graze you, and you're done." Before she could finish, Sulu's clone appeared directly in front of her, leaving her stunned and speechless. Without hesitation, the clone struck with a palm, sending Dada flying through the air. She seemed destined to crash to the ground in embarrassment, but he quickly reached out and caught her, pulling her back. Sulu smiled, his expression suggesting something more. "How about now?" he asked. As the words left his mouth, a purple arrow shot through the air, striking Dada and causing her health to drop to 0. With a cold chuckle, Sulu smirked and added, "You've only got 4 health points left. If I attack again, you'll die instantly." "Still not going to apologize," Badass shouted angrily, unable to accept her defeat. "You're a troublemaker, but I hadn't lost," she shot back defiantly. Sulu remained calm. He reached out and lightly slapped her on the back, his voice turning icy as he asked, "Are you going to apologize or not?" His teasing behavior drove the members of Black Dragon Hall into a rage, but the people from Dark God were clearly entertained, surprised by the way he was handling the situation. Meanwhile, Sulu continued slapping Dada, each light hit causing her to lose a point of health. Nothing serious, but each strike added to her humiliation. Under the intense stare of the crowd, Dada felt reduced to a child by Sulu's actions, and she cried out in frustration. "My father has never hit me like this," she sobbed. Sulu showed no sign of sympathy. He pouted and said, "Crying won't save you. You've only got 1 health point left. Now are you going to apologize or not?" The Black Dragon Hall members were furious but powerless to intervene, only shouting insults. Sulu ignored them, waiting patiently for Dada's response. The humiliation was unbearable. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke. "I'm sorry." Sulu's voice was cold as he demanded, "Apologize to everyone here." With visible resentment, she glanced at the crowd and shouted, "I apologize to all of you. Is that enough?" At that moment, Dark God couldn't hide his smug expression. He glanced at Etienne, his face beaming as he said, "I told you the boss would defeat her. Wasn't that impressive?" Etienne gave a slight nod, but said nothing. Jiang Wan, in a state of despair, held his head in his hands. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon Hall members anxiously murmured, "Dada, we're just glad you're okay." Still feeling embarrassed, she spoke with a tremor in her voice, "Please, don't talk about this anymore." Sylvie cast them a cold glance before speaking firmly. "I'll overlook what happened before, but now, can we cross the lake?" Upon hearing this, my heart follows the wind's anger flared up, ready to curse, but Dada interrupted her, saying, "I agree, but with one condition. In 3 days, I want a rematch." Silmu furrowed his brow and asked, "Is that really necessary?" She snapped, "Yes, for the sake of dignity, but no underhanded tricks. Are you willing to take that challenge?" With that, they settled on a solo duel 3 days later, at 2 p.m., in the square of Lindong City. Once the agreement was made, they each headed toward Lindong City. Sovnu and his group entered first, and the soldiers immediately saluted them. Dark God, second only to admiration. One of the soldiers commented, "These soldiers are honoring us." At that moment, the system awarded them a prize for successfully entering Lindong City. The reward was so generous that some of the group couldn't help but express their excitement, saying, "We've worked so hard to get here, and it truly feels like it was all worth it." Silmu gave them a brief glance, and in a serious tone said, "Everyone, you've done well. Now let's make the most of our time. If anyone wants to change their class, now is the chance." With that, the group quickly scattered. The foundation of the world's apocalypse civilization only had one path to follow, but to unlock the exchange network between the main cities, the civilization's progress needed to reach level 2. Those who acted fast would be the first to get their hands on valuable rewards and the opportunity for a fresh start, a new future. Sumu looked at the scroll in his hand and muttered to himself. One of the benefits of the SX level main city reward, while it had taken a lot of time, was that it allowed him to bypass the class-changing task, making it a worthwhile investment. Without wasting any time, he used it. Instantly, 3 new classes appeared: Mindcaster, Spiritual Mage, and Talisman Master. Sumyu smiled with satisfaction and said, "These 3 classes are excellent. Sorcerers are truly intriguing, but the strongest one is the one I couldn't master in my past life." After considering his options for a moment, he immediately chose one of the classes. In no time, Sumyu successfully changed his class and became a powerful Talisman Master. His skills shifted and his bone-searing formation was enhanced into Flower Rainbow. Additionally, the 5 Elements Talisman, a special skill of the Talisman Master, required careful use. He also gained new skills, Wan Fu Ti and Lightning Shadow Step. Wan Fu Ti launched an attack on the Azure Archmage group. Once activated, it transformed into an unstoppable human-shaped machine of destruction. The skill Asterisk Lightning Shadow Step Asterisk, which combined teleportation with devastating damage, was particularly impressive. Meanwhile, Sumu had also improved the demon-slaying talisman, and once the upgrade was finished, it would be flawless. There was so much on his plate: the jewelry task, guild formation, Kunlun fame, and the invitation from the Divine Temple. However, the one thing that troubled him the most was the identity of the mysterious person he had encountered at the sacrificial altar of the Snowy Grove. Moments later, Sumu found himself standing before a famed merchant. The merchant was a burly man wearing a cap made from a human skull, with 4 swords strapped to his back and a pipe in his hand. He eyed Sumu and asked, "What's on your mind?" Sumu responded calmly, "I'd like to exchange some items for fame." The famed merchant let out a hearty laugh. "What can your little bit of fame buy? Here, apart from Kunlun fame, you must meet certain conditions to make a trade." Sumu paused and then requested a task, saying, "If you're not offering anything, then I'll leave." The merchant handed him the highest level task available. The difficulty seemed the same, so what was the difference? He then insisted that Sumu choose. Sumu picked one at random, only for the merchant to retract his offer, saying these tasks are too simple. Let me switch it for something else. Sumu was taken aback and replied, "A dangerous level task is easy. If you change it, won't it become even more dangerous?" However, the countdown for the mission had already begun, leaving him with no choice but to agree. The renowned merchant handed him an item and said, "Take this to Bo Yu in the northern city. She'll know what to do." Sumu took the item, his brow furrowing as he fell silent. A special, personal mission, the reward must be substantial. But to go to northern city and find Bo Yu. As the thought lingered, Sumu suddenly recalled something, his face twisting with discomfort. Bo Yu. She's the NPC who caused the terrifying storm that ravaged the entire apocalypse world. She's responsible for countless deaths of players. Sulu hesitated, glancing back at the merchant and quietly asking, "Is there any way for me to refuse this mission?" The merchant remained silent, which only made Sulu more anxious. "Why won't you say anything? Is this mission somehow aimed at me?" With no other option, Sulu turned to leave. "I wonder if Bo Yu is still the same as before. If she's like she was in my past life, this is basically a death sentence." Just then, the merchant spoke up. "Young man, some secrets are not easily uncovered." Sulu stopped in his tracks, startled, and looked back at him. "Is that for me? Doesn't it seem a little unusual for an NPC to say that? Or am I overthinking things? What exactly is this world hiding?" Meanwhile, on the other side of Lindong City, Sulu had located a blacksmith. The man had tasked him with finding someone who still owed him money, so Sulu had accepted the mission. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared. Thanks to the combined efforts of all Warrior Apocalypse members, the world's transformation progress has increased by 2%. Sulu felt a surge of excitement. Things seemed to be improving more and more each day. At the same time, the rankings for the Azure Crouching Dragon server were displayed. A notable figure had risen to the top of both the individual strength and weapon leaderboards. The world channel was instantly flooded with messages. Everyone was eager to learn who this legendary player, Heaven-Piercing Bull, was. Sulu, for his part, admired the player. Not only did he possess a level 15 legendary weapon, but he had also leveled it up twice and enhanced it to plus 15. Such an overwhelming advantage. Yet, after a moment of thought, Sulu smiled. The taller the tree, the stronger the wind, he mused. This guy is bound to draw attention. With that thought in mind, Sulu moved to a quiet spot and began messaging the guild members. The person who sent him the most messages was Dark God. After reading one particular message, Sulu felt a wave of annoyance. Is he seriously focused on looks for the class change? This guy never stops complaining. Sighing in frustration, Sulu continued sending out his plans to everyone and scheduled a meeting for 10 a.m. in 2 days. Once his instructions were clear, he sat on the roof and gazed at the moon. The beauty of the SSF-level main city at night left him speechless. The moon above Lindong City was especially full, casting a serene glow over the scene. At the secret research facility beneath Mount Kunlun, Tian Yang pushed Uncle Qin, who sat in a wheelchair, as he explained Xinghai Wai's situation. Han Wai was about to be imprisoned for selling information to the enemy. Uncle Qin sniffed dismissively and muttered. He got what he deserved. Tian Yang let out a deep sigh, his frustration clear. He shook his head, regretting the harm caused to the research staff member who had injured Uncle Qin's leg. A prison sentence isn't enough for him. Yi King, standing nearby, also expressed his displeasure. It all comes down to money. Uncle Qin nodded in agreement. Exactly. Do you have any idea how much other countries have paid for the ancient eternal sample? 100 million. If it weren't for this peaceful era, those thieves would have sent warships to steal it long ago. Tian Yang shook his head, his expression one of regret. It's such a shame. After all these years of research, we haven't made much progress. So far, we've only learned a few minor things about those ancient centipedes. As for the Ice Phoenix statue and the Ice Soldiers, there's been no breakthrough. At that moment, Tian Yang leaned in and lowered his voice. By the way, Uncle Qin, I think everyone should visit the cold storage. I feel like something's wrong with those Ice Soldiers. Uncle Qin, startled, raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Let's go and take a look. A short time later, in the cold storage of the facility where the Ice Phoenix statue and other artifacts were kept, Uncle Qin scanned the room carefully. Then he turned to Tian Yang with a look of suspicion. Are these Ice Soldier statues hollow? What about the others? Are they all like this? He spoke, then paused for a moment before adding, Are you suggesting that these Ice Soldiers are parasitic centipedes, considering the whole? He waited for a response, but no one answered. Growing uneasy, he called out, Tian Yang, what's going on? At that moment, Tian Yang's face was pale, his body shaking as he muttered, The Ice Soldiers. They're moving. Meanwhile, at Tiancheng, after logging out of the game, Sulu went out to grab a late-night meal. He was meeting Bo Yu the next day, and the thought made him feel slightly anxious. There's no use in being scared now. I'll just eat first, he told himself. While he was eating, a girl approached him uninvited. She waved and greeted him. My lord, what a coincidence. Are you by yourself? Sulu stared at her in confusion. Who are you? He asked. Yu Se, looking slightly hurt, replied, My lord, don't you recognize me? I'm Liu Si, the one you helped win the competition last time. It took him a moment, but then he remembered who she was. Yu Si, seeing that he recognized her, brightened up. She casually took a bite of her meat skewer and laughed. Last time, I treated you to a late-night meal, so this time, you're treating me right. Is that okay? Sulu was left speechless. Yu Sai, unaware of his thoughts, continued to happily eat and chat. My lord, are you on the Azure Crouching Dragon server? She asked. Sylvie answered bluntly, no. She sighed as soon as she heard the news, her voice heavy with regret. Originally, she had planned to mention that the leader of the King Jiang Guild had discovered the entrance to a secret map and even considered inviting him to team up. The entrance to the secret map? He asked, his voice tinged with surprise. Ju Sai explained slowly, a stranger accidentally triggered its mechanism and found the entrance to the secret map. Someone has already gone in. Su Mu replied calmly, is it the secret realm Azure Emperor map? Ju Sai raised an eyebrow, surprised. How do you know that, Su Mu? He answered, a player from the King Jiang Guild posted on the forum about it. They got lucky and quickly found a new secret dungeon. They already started activating communication privileges with the guild leader today. So Yu quickly messaged Jiang Wan and the others, asking them to meet him at the teleportation tower at 9 a.m. the following morning to head to King Jiang Guild. But when he saw the response from Dark God, he immediately regretted adding him to the guild. He sent a warning message. If Dark God didn't show up on time, he would be left behind. Dark God predictably started complaining, and Su Mu couldn't help but tease him a little. The next morning in Lindong City, Jiang Wan and the others had arrived. So Mu spotted Dark God hopping around and couldn't help but curl his lips, asking, why are you here? Dark God grinned and answered, what could be more important than the boss? He then pulled out his dagger, raised an eyebrow, and proudly showed it off. I've switched to the assassin class. As long as I look good, it boosts the effects by +10. Jiang Wan, now transformed into the Radiant Healer, was poised to see her healing powers grow even stronger in the future. On the other hand, He Tian had yet to change his class. Dark God, sensing something unusual, asked, why haven't you changed your class yet? He Tian shook his head and replied, I haven't figured it out yet. So Mu, equally puzzled, remarked, this is an important decision. You should take your time to think it through. At that moment, Jiang Wan spoke up. I've received word that Black Dragon Hall is going to teleport all players to Lindong City. So Mu's face tightened with concern. This could be a problem for us. We need to consolidate our forces and focus on growing together. A short time later, at the teleportation tower in Lindong City, a cheerful little fairy appeared midair, laughing lightly. Hello, warriors. Where would you like to go? Su Mu replied calmly, to King Jiang City. The little fairy winked and said, quite a few warriors are headed to King Jiang City today. You'll need to wait for about 2 hours. Su Mu wasn't particularly surprised, but just then the little fairy added, there's a secret method that can help you skip the wait. However, it's quite expensive. It will cost 5,000 Su per person. Without hesitation, Su Mu pointed at Dark God and said, isn't it just a teleportation spell? Dark God stared back confused. Well, we still have to pay for it. A little while later, they were teleported to King Jiang City. As the little fairy had warned, the area was packed with people, likely due to the Secret Realm event. They also encountered some familiar faces, members of the Black Dragon Hall. Dada and the others had all changed their professions. So View observed quietly, thinking to herself, asterisk, so she's already become a spell controller. The setup looks good. 1 arrow, 1 kill. Too bad you're not just any sorcerer, asterisk. Dada noticed Sungnu's disappointed gesture, but secretly reached out to him. Don't forget about our solo duel, she reminded him. In a small forest near the entrance to the King Jiang City secret realm, a large crowd had gathered. This secret realm had also appeared in Sungnu's past life, where he had been recognized as the Elder Guide. The group quickly entered, only to find the surroundings in an unusually desolate state. It felt like stepping into the ancient world many had only imagined. Jiang Wan couldn't help but sigh. Each apocalyptic zone has its own unique culture. This place is much like our mythical lands. Look at those ancient mountain ranges in the distance. Su Mu shook his head, disagreeing. Those aren't mountains, they're ancient giants. Details and stories about the giants flooded his mind. He pointed toward a distant area and suggested, let's go that way. He Tan looked in the direction Su Mu was pointing and was startled. Is that the hilt of a sword? Dark God, however, spoke in fear. Do we really have to go to the tip of that sword? It looks terrifying. No matter how they reacted, he continued to follow the others toward their destination. Soon, they reached an open field. But just then, Dark God suddenly shouted, what just hit me on the head? Jiang Wan glanced at him and, irritated, asked, what's wrong with you now? You're jumping at every little thing. He quickly shook his head. I'm not joking. A moment later, Dark God saw dark shadows swirling in the air. They circled around everyone, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Frustrated, he shouted, I can't see them anymore, but they were right here. Panicked, Dark God grabbed his sword, pursed his lips, and muttered, no physical form, the defensive blood key is the same, and they're immune to attacks. What on earth are they? He Tian, hearing this, replied calmly, they're alien demons. Dark God looked around, still confused, but couldn't spot anything. The feeling of being struck, however, was unmistakable. He groaned in pain. This hurts so much. Is this really an injury? He-chan turned to Su-mu and asked, "Do you have a solution?" At that moment, Su-mu activated the 5 elements fire shield. In an instant, a ring of fire surrounded the 4 of them. Jiangwan, worried, said, "This will provide some temporary protection, but we have no idea how many alien demons there are. We're still far from the mountain that the Azure Emperor turned into."